26, 22,627, 22,628, 22,629, 22,630, 22,631, 22,632, 22,633, 22,634, 22,635, 22,636, 20,637, 20,638, 20,639, 20,640, 22,641, 22,642, 22,643, 22,644, 20,645, 20,646, 20,647, 20,648, 20,649, 20,650, 20,651, 20,652, 22,653, 20,664, 20,655, 20,656, 20,657, 20,658, 20,659, 20,660, 20,661, 20,662, 20,663, 20,664, 20,665, 20,666, 20,667, 20,668, 20,669, 20,670, 20,671, 20,672, 20,673, 20,674, 20,675, 20,676, 20,677, 20,678, 20,679, 20,680, 20,681, 20,682, 20,683, 20,684, 20,685, 20,686, 20,687, 20,688, 20,689, 20,690, 20,691, 20,692, 20,693, 20,694, 20,695, 20,696, 20,697, 20,698, 20,699, 22,700, 20,701, 20,702, 20,703, 20,704, 20,705, 20,706, 20,707, 20,708, 20,709, 20,710, 20,711, 20,712, 20,713, 20,714, 20,715, 20,716, 20,717, 20,718, 20,719, 20,720, 20,721, 20,722, 20,723, 20,724, 20,725, 20,726, 20,727, 20,728, 20,729, 20,730, 20,731, 20,732, 20,733, 20,734, 20,735, 20,736, 20,737, 20,738, 20,739, 20,740, 20,741, 20,742, 20,743, 20,744, 20,745, 20,746, 20,747, 20,748, 20,749, 20,750, 20,751, 20,752, 20,753, 20,754, 20,755, 20,756, 20,757, 20,758, 20,759, 20,760, 20,761, 20,762, 20,763, 20,764, 20,765, 20,766, 20,767, 20,768, 20,769, 20,770, 20,771, 20,772, 20,773, 20,774, 20,775, 20,776, 20,777, 20,778, 20,779, 20,780, 20,781, 20,782, 20,783, 20,784, 20,785, 20,786, 20,787, 20,788, 20,789, 20,790, 20,791, 20,792, 20,793, 20,794, 20,795, 20,796, 20,797, 20,798, 20,799, 20,800, 20,801, 20,802, 20,803, 20,804, 20,805, 20,806, 20,807, 20,808, 20,809, 20,810, 20,811, 20,812, 20,813, 20,814, 20,815, 20,816, 20,817, 20,818, 20,819, 20,820, 20,821, 20,822, 20,823, 20,824, 20,825, 20,826, 20,827, 20,828, 20,829, 20,830, 20,831, 20,832, 20,833, 20,834, 20,835, 20,836, 20,837, 20,838, 20,839, 22,840, 32,841, 32,842, 32,843, 32,844, 32,845, 32,846, 32,847, 32,848, 32,849, 32,850, 32,851, 32,852, 32,853, 32,854, 32,855, 32,856, 32,857, 32,858, 32,859, 32,860, 32,861, 32,862, 32,863, 32,864, 32,865, 32,866, 32,867, 32,868, 32,869, 32,870, 32,871, 32,872, 32,873, 32,874, 32,875, 32,876, 32,877, 32,878, 32,879, 32,880, 32,881, 32,882, 32,883, 32,884, 32,885, 32,836, 32,837, 32,838, 32,839, 32,840, 32,841, 32,842, 32,843, 32,844, 32,845, 32,846, 32,847, 32,848, 32,849, 32,850, 32,851, 32,852, 32,853, 32,854, 32,855, 32,856, 32,857, 32,858, 32,859, 32,860, 32,861, 32,862, 32,863, 32,864, 32,865, 32,866, 32,867, 32,868, 32,869, 32,870, 32,871, 32,872, 32,873, 32,874, 32,875, 32,876, 32,877, 32,878, 32,879, 32,880, 32,881, 32,882, 32,883, 32,884, 32,885, 32,886, 32,887, 32,888, 32,889, 32,890, 32,891, 32,892, 32,893, 32,894, 32,895, 32,896, 32,897, 32,898, 32,899, 32,899, 32,899, 32,899, 32,900. 32,901, 32,902, 32,903, 32,904, 32,905, 32,906, 32,907, 32,908, 32,909, 32,910, 32,911, 32,912, 32,913, 32,914, 32,915, 32,916, 32,917, 32,918, 32,919, 32,920, 32,921, 32,922, 32,923, 32,924, 32,925, 32,926, 32,927, 32,928, 32,929, 32,900 and 32,931, 32,932, 32,933, 32,934, 32,935, 32,936, 32,937, 32,938, 32,939, 32,940, 32,941, 32,942, 32,943, 32,944, 32,945, 32,946, 32,947, 32,948, 32,949, 32,950, 32,951, 32,952, 32,953, 32,954, 32,955, 32,956, 32,957, 32,958, 32,959, 32,960, 32,961, 32,962, 32,963, 32,964, 32,965, 32,966, 32,967, 32,968, 32,965, 69, 32,970, 32,971, 32,972, 32,973, 32,974, 32,975, 32,960, 32,977. I've been trying to pass Dragon's Arena all day. 22,978, 22,979, 22,980, 20,981, 20,982, 20,983, 20,984, 20,985, 20,986, 20,987, 20,988, 20,989, 22,990, 20,991, 20,992, 20,993, 20,994, 20,995, 20,996, 20,997, 20,998, 20,999, 20,999, 23,000, 23,000, 23,001, 23,002, 23,003, 23,004, 23,005, 23,006, 23,007, 23,008, 23,009, 23,010, 23,011, 23,012, 23,013, 23,014, 23,015, 23,016, 23,017, 23,018, 23,019, 23,020, 23,021, 23,022, 23,023, 23,024, 23,025, 23,026, 23,027, 23,028, 23,029, 23,030, 23,031, 23,032, 23,033, 23,034, 23,035, 23,036, 23,037, 23,038, 23,039, 23,040, 23,041, 23,042, 23,043, 23,044, 23,045, 23,046, 23,047, 23,048, 23,049, 23,050, 23,051, 23,052, 23,053, 23,054, 23,055, 23,056, 23,057, 23,058, 23,059, 23,060, 23,061, 23,062, 23,063, 23,064, 23,065, 23,066, 23,067, 23,068, 23,069, 23,070, 23,071, 23,072, 23,073, 23,074, 23,075, 23,076, 23,077, 23,078, 23,079, 23,080, 23,081, 23,082, 23,083, 23,084, 20,085, 23,086, 23,087, 23,088, 23,089, 23,090, 23,091, 23,092, 23,093, 23,094, 23,095, 23,096, 23,097, 23,098, 23,099, 23,099, 23,100, 23,101, 23,101, 23,102, 23,103, 23,104, 23,105, 23,106, 23,107, 23,108, 23,109, 23,110, 23,111, 23,112, 23,113, 23,114, 23,115, 23,116, 23,117, 23,118, 23,119, 23,120, 23,121, 23,122, 23,123, 23,124, 23,125, 23,126, 23,127, 23,128, 23,129, 23,130, 23,131, 23,132, 23,133, 23,134, 23,135, 23,136, 23,137, 23,138, 23,139, 23,140, 23,141, 23,142, 23,143, 23,144, 23,145, 23,146, 23,147, 23,148, 23,149, 23,150, 23,151, 23,152, 23,153, 23,154, 23,155, 23,156, 23,157, 23,158, 23,159, 23,160, 23,161, 23,162, 23,163, 23,164, 23,165, 23,166, 56, 23,157, 23,158, 23,159, 23,160, 23,161, 23,162, 23,163, 23,164, 23,165, 23,166, 23,167, 23,168, 23,169, 23,170, 23,171, 23,172, 23,173, 23,174, 23,175, 23,176, 23,177, 23,178, 23,179, 23,179, 23,179, 23,180, 23,181, 23,182, 23,183, 23,184, 23,185, 23,186, 23,187, 23,188, 23,189, 23,190, 23,191, 23,192, 23,193, 23,194, 23,195, 23,196, 23,197, 23,198, 23,199, 23,200, 23,201, 23,202, 23,203, 23,204, 23,205, 23,206, 23,207, 23,208, 23,209, 23,210, 23,211, 23,212, 23,213, 23,214, 23,215, 23,216, 23,217, 23,218, 23,219, 23,220, 23,221, 23,222, 23,223, 23,224, 23,225, 23,226, 23,227, 23,228, 23,229, 23,000, 23,200. And 29, 23,230, 23,231, 23,232, 23,233, 23,234, 23,235, 23,236, 23,237, 23,238, 23,239, 23,200. And 40, 23,241, 23,242, 23,243, 23,244, 23,245, 23,246, 23,247, 23,248, 23,249, 23,250, 23,251, 23,252, 23,253, 23,254, 23,255, 23,256, 23,257, 23,258, 23,259, 23,260, 23,261, 23,262, 23,263. 23,264, 23,265, 23,266, 23,267, 23,268, 23,269, 23,270, 23,271, 23,272, 23,273, 23,274, 23,275, 23,276, 23,277, 23,278, 23,279, 23,280, 23,281, 23,282, 23,283, 23,284, 23,285, 23,286, 23,287, 23,280, 28, 23,229, 23,230, 23,231, 23,232, 23,233, 23,234, 23,225, 23,236, 23,227, 23,228, 23,229, 23,230, 23,231, 23,232, 23,233, 23,234, 23,225, 23,226, 23,227, 23,228, 23,229, 23,230, 23,231, 23,232, 23,233, 23,234, 23,235, 23,236, 23,237, 23,238, 23,239, 23,240, 23,241, 23,242, 23,243, 23,244, 23,245, 23,246, 23,247, 23,248, 23,249, 23,250, 23,251, 23,252, 23,253, 23,254, 23,255, 23,256, 23,257, 23,358, 23,259, 23,260, 23,261, 23,262, 23,263, 22,364, 23,265, 23,266, 23,267, 23,268, 23,269, 23,270. 23,271, 23,272, 23,273, 23,274, 23,275, 23,276, 23,277, 23,278, 23,279, 23,280, 23,281, 23,282, 23,283, 23,284, 23,285, 23,286, 23,287, 23,288, 23,289, 23,290, 23,291, 23,292, 23,293, 23,294, 23,295, 23,296, 23,297, 23,298, 23,299, 23,300, 23,301, 23,302, 23,303, 23,304, 23,305, 23,306, 23,307, 23,308, 23,309, 23,310, 23,311, 23,312, 23,313, 23,314, 23,315, 23,316, 23,317, 23,318, 23,319, 23,320, 23,321, 23,322, 23,223, 23,324, 23,325, 23,326, 23,327, 23,328, 23,329, 23,330, 23,331, 23,332, 23,333, 23,334, 23,335, 23,336, 23,337, 23,338, 23,339, 23,340, 23,341, 23,342, 23,343, 23,344, 23,345, 23,346, 23,347, 23,348, 23,349, 23,350, 23,351, 23,352, 23,353, 23,354, 23,355, 23,356, 23,357, 23,358, 23,359, 23,360, 23,361, 23,362, 23,363, 23,364, 23,365, 23,366, 23,367, 23,368, 23,369, 23,370, 23,371, 23,372, 23,373, 23,374, 23,375, 23,376, 23,377, 23,378, 23,379, 23,300 and 80, 23,381, 23,382, 23,383, 23,384, 23,385, 23,386, 23,387, 23,388, 23,389, 23,390, 23,391, 23,392, 23,393, 23,394, 23,395, 23,396, 23,397, 23,398, 23,399, 23,399, right? Yep. 23,000. 99, 23,400, 23,401, 23,402, 23,403, 23,404, 23,405, 23,406, 23,407, 23,408, 23,409, 23,410, 23,411, 23,412, 23,413, 23,414, 23,415, 23,416, 23,417, 23,418, 23,419, 23,420, 23,421, 23,422, 23,423, 23,424, 23,425, 23,426, 23,427, 23,428, 23,429, 23,430, 23,431, 23,432, 23,433, 23,434, 23,435, 23,436, 23,437, 23,438, 23,439, 20,440, 20,441, 20,442, 20,443, 20,444, 20,445, 20,446, 20,447, 23,448, 23,449, 23,450, 23,451, 23,452, 23,453, 23,454, 23,455, 23,456, 23,457, 23,458, 23,459, 23,460, 23,461, 23,462, 23,463, 23,464, 23,465, 23,466, 23,467, 23,468, 23,469, 23,470, 23,471, 23,472, 23,473, 23,474, 23,475, 23,476, 23,477, 23,478, 23,479, 23,480, 23,481, 23,482, 23,483, 23,484, 23,485, 20,486, 23,487, 20,488, 20,489, 23,490, 23,491, 23,492, 23,493, 20,494, 20,495, 20,496, 20,497, 20,498, 20,499, 20,400, 20,500, 20,501, 23,502, 23,503, 23,504, 23,505, 20,506, 20,507, 20,508, 20,509, 20,510, 20,511, 20,512, 20,513, 20,514, 20,515, 20,516, 20,517, 20,518, 20,519, 20,520, 20,521, 20,522, 20,523, 20,524, 20,525, 20,526, 20,527, 20,528, 20,529, 20,530, 20,531, 20,532, 20,533, 20,534, 20,535, 20,536, 20,537, 20,538, 20,539, 20,540, 20,541, 20,542, 20,543, 20,544, 20,545, 20,546, 20,547, 20,548, 20,549, 20,550, 20,551, 20,552, 20,553, 20,554, 20,555, 20,556, 20,557, 20,558, 20,559, 23,559, 23,560, 23,561, 23,562, 23,563, 23,564, 23,565, 23,566, 23,567, 23,568, 23,569, 23,569, 23,570, 23,571, 23,572, 23,573, 23,574, 23,575, 23,576, 23,577, 23,578, 23,579, 23,579, 23,580, 23,581, 23,582, 23,583, 23,584, 23,585, 23,586, 23,587, 23,588, 23,589, 23,589, 23,590, 20,591, 20,592, 20,593, 20,594, 20,595, 23,596, 23,597, 23,598, 23,599, 23,600, 23,601, 20,602, 20,603, 20,604, 20,605, 20,606, 23,607, 23,608, 23,609, 23,610, 23,611, 23,612, 23,613, 23,614, 23,615, 23,616, 23,617, 23,618, 23,619, 23,620, 23,621, 23,622, 23,623, 23,624, 23,625, 23,636, 23,627, 23,628, 23,629, 23,630, 23,631, 23,632, 23,633, 23,634, 20,635, 20,636, 20,637, 20,638, 20,639, 20,640, 20,641, 20,642, 20,643, 20,644, 20,645, 20,646, 20,647, 20,648, 20,649, 23,650, 23,651, 23,652, 23,653, 23,654, 23,655, 23,656, 23,657, 23,658, 23,659, 23,660, 20,661, 20,662, 20,663, 20,664, 20,665, 20,666, 20,667, 20,668, 20,669, 20,670, 23,671, 23,672, 23,673, 23,674, 23,675, 23,676, 23,677, 23,678, 23,679, 20,680, 23,681, 23,682, 23,683, 23,684, 23,685, 23,686, 23,687, 23,688, 23,689, 23,690, 23,691, 23,692, 23,693, 23,694, 23,695, 23,696, 23,697, 23,698, 23,699, 23,689, 20,690, 20,691, 20,692, 20,693, 20,694, 20,695, 20,696, 20,697, 20,698, 20,699, 23,600, 23,700, 20,701, 20,702, 20,703, 20,704, 20,705, 20,706, 20,707, 20,708, 20,709, 20,710, 20,711, 20,712, 20,713, 20,714, 20,715, 20,716, 20,717, 20,718, 20,719, 20,720, 20,721, 20,722, 20,723, 20,724, 20,725, 20,726, 20,727, 20,728, 20,729, 17,730, 7,731, 7,732, 7,733, 7,734, 7,735, 7,736, 7,737, 7,738, 7,739, 7,740, 7,741, 7,742, 7,743, 7,744, 7,745, 7,746, 7,747, 7,748, 7,749, 7,750, 23,751, 23,752, 23,753, 23,754, 23,755, 23,756, 23,757, 23,758, 23,759, 23,760, 23,761, 23,762, 23,763, 23,764, 23,765, 23,766. Oh my God. 23,767, 23,768, 23,769, 23,769, 23,770, 23,771, 23,772, 23,773, 23,774, 23,775, 23,776, 23,777, 23,778, 23,779, 23,780, 23,781, 20,782, 20,783, 20,784, 20,785, 20,786, 20,787, 20,788, 20,789, 23,790, 23,791, 20,792, 20,793, 20,794, 20,795, 20,796, 20,797, 20,798, 20,799, 20,700, 23,800, 23,801, 23,802, 23,803, 23,804, 20,805, 20,806, 20,807, 20,808, 20,809, 20,810, 20,811, 20,812, 20,813, 20,814, 20,815. 20,816, 20,817, 20,818, 20,819, 20,820, 20,821, 20,822, 20,823, 20,824, 20,825, 20,826, 20,827, 20,828, 20,829, 20,830, 20,831, 20,832, 20,833, 20,834, 20,835, 20,800 and 36, 33,837, 33,838, 33,839, 33,840, 33,841, 33,842, 33,843, 33,844, 33,845, 33,846, 33,847, 33,848, 33,849, 33,850, 33,851, 33,852, 33,853, 33,854, 33,855, 33,856, 33,867, 33,868, 33,869, 33,000. 870, 30,871, 10,872, 10,873, 10,874, 13,875, 13,876, 13,877, 13,878, 13,879. 13,880, 13,881, 13,882, 13,883, 13,884, 13,885, 13,886, 13,887, 13,888, 13,889, 13,890, 13,891, 13,892, 13,893, 13,894, 13,895, 13,896, 13,897, 13,898, 13,899, 23,899, 23,900, 23,901, 23,902, 23,903, 23,904, 23,905, 23,906, 23,907, 23,908, 23,909, 23,910, 23,911, 23,912, 23,913, 23,914, 23,915, 23,916, 23,917, 23,918, 23,919, 23,920, 23,921, 23,922, 23,923, 23,924, 23,925, 23,926, 23,927, 23,928. Yeah, 23,930, 23,931, 23,932, 23,933, 23,934, 23,935, 23,936, 23,937, 23,938, 23,939, 23,940, 23,941, 23,942, 23,943, 23,944, 23,945, 23,946, 23,947, 23,948, 23,949, 23,950, 23,951, 23,952, 23,953, 23,954, 23,955, 23,956, 23,957, 23,958, 23,959, 23,960, 23,961, 23,962, 20,963, 20,964, 20,965, 20,956, 20,957, 20,950, 20,959, 20,960, 20,961, 20,962, 20,963, 20,964, 23,965, 23,966, 23,967, 23,968, 23,969, 23,970, 20,971, 20,972, 20,973, 20,974, 20,975, 20,976, 20,977, 20,978, 20,979, 23,980, 20,981, 20,982, 23,983, 23,984, 23,985, 23,986, 23,987, 23,988, 23,989, 23,990, 23,991, 23,992, 23,993, 23,994, 23,995, 23,996, 23,997, 23,998, 23,999, 23,999, 24,000, 24,000, 24,001, 24,002, 24,003, 24,004, 24,005, 24,006, 24,007, 24,008, 24,009, 24,010, 24,011, 24,012, 24,013, 24,014, 24,015, 24,016, 24,017, 24,018, 24,019, 24,020, 24,021, 24,022, 24,023, 24,024, 24,025, 24,026, 24,027, 24,028, 24,029, 24,030, 24,031, 24,032, 24,033, 24,034, 24,035, 24,036, 24,037, 24,038, 24,029, 24,030, 24,031, 24,032, 24,033, 24,034, 24,035, 24,036, 24,037, 24,038, 24,039, 24,040, 24,041, 24,042, 24,043, 24,044, 24,045, 24,046, 24,047, 24,048, 24,049, 24,050, 24,051, 24,052, 24,053, 24,054, 24,055, 24,056, 24,057, 24,058, 24,059, 24,060, 24,061, 24,062, 24,063, 24,064, 24,065, 24,066, 24,067, 24,068, 24,069, 24,070, 24,071, 24,072, 24,073, 24,074, 24,075, 24,076, 24,077, 24,078, 24,079, 24,080, 24,081, 24,082, 24,083, 24,084, 24,085, 24,086, 24,087, 24,088, 24,089, 24,090, 24,091, 24,092, 24,093, 24,094, 24,095, 24,096, 24,097, 24,098, 24,099, 24,099, 24,100, 24,101, 24,102, 24,103, 24,104, 24,105, 24,106, 24,107, 24,108, 24,109, 24,110, 24,111, 24,112, 24,113, 24,114, 24,115, 24,116, 24,117, 24,118, 24,119, 24,120, 24,121, 24,122, 24,123, 24,124, 24,125, 24,126, 24,127, 24,128, 24,129, 24,130, 24,131, 24,132, 24,133, 24,134, 24,135, 24,136, 24,137, 24,138, 24,139, 24,139, 24,140, 31,141, 31,142, 31,143, 31,144, 31,145, 31,146, 31,147, 31,148, 31,149, 31,150, 31,151, 31,152, 31,153, 31,154, 31,155, 31,156, 31,157, 31,158, 31,159, 31,160, 31,161, 31,162, 31,163, 31,164, 31,165, 31,166, 31,167, 31,168, 31,169, 31,169, 31,200, 31,201, 31,202, 31,203, 31,204, 31,205, 31,206, 31,207, 31,208, 31,209, 31,210, 31,211, 31,208, 31,212, 31,213, 31,214, 31,215, 31,216, 31,217, 31,218, 31,219, 31,219, 31,220, 31,221, 31,222, 31,223, 31,224, 31,225, 31,226, 31,227, 31,228, 31,229, 31,229. Hey! 31,230. 31,231, 31,232, 31,233, 31,234, 31,235, 34,236, 34,237, 24,228, 24,229, 24,230, 24,231, 24,222, 24,232, 34,233, 34,234, 24,235, 24,236, 24,237, 24,238, 24,239, 24,240, 24,241, 24,242, 24,243, 24,244, 24,245, 24,246, 24,247, 24,248, 24,249, 24,250, 24,251, 24,252, 24,253, 24,254, 24,255, 24,256, 24,257, 24,258, 24,259, 24,260, 24,261, 24,262, 24,263, 24,264, 24,265, 24,266, 24,267, 24,268, 24,269, 24,270, 24,271, 24,272, 24,273, 24,274, 24,275, 24,276, 24,277, 24,278, 24,279, 24,280, 74,281, 74,282, 74,283, 74,284, 24,285, 24,286, 24,287, 24,288, 24,289, 24,290, 24,291, 24,292, 24,293, 24,294, 24,295, 24,296, 24,297, 24,298, 24,299, 24,300, 24,301, 24,302, 24,303, 24,304, 24,305, 24,306, 24,307, 24,308, 24,309, 24,310, 24,311, 24,312, 24,313, 24,314, 24,315, 24,316, 24,317, 24,318, 24,319, 24,320, 24,321, 24,322, 24,323, 24,324, 24,325, 24,326, 24,327, 24,328, 24,329, 24,330, 24,331, 24,332, 24,333, 24,334, 24,335, 24,336, 24,337, 24,338, 24,339, 24,340, 24,341, 24,342, 24,343, 24,344, 24,345, 24,346, 24,347, 24,348, 24,349, 24,350, 24,351, 24,352, 24,353, 24,354, 24,355, 24,356, 24,357, 24,358, 24,359, 24,360, 24,361, 24,362, 24,363, 24,364, 24,365, 24,366, 24,367, 24,368, 24,369, 24,370, 24,371, 24,372, 24,373, 24,374, 24,375, 24,376, 24,377, 24,378, 24,379, 24,379, 24,380, 24,381, 24,382, 24,383, 24,384, 24,385, 24,386, 24,387, 24,388, 24,389, 24,390, 24,391, 24,392, 24,393, 24,394, 24,395, 24,396, 24,397, 24,398, 24,399, 24,399, 24,300, 24,400, 24,401, 24,402, 24,403, 24,404, 24,405, 24,406, 24,407, 24,408, 24,409, 24,410, 24,411, 24,408, 24,409, 24,410, 24,411, 24,412, 24,413, 24,414, 24,415, 24,416, 24,417, 24,418, 24,419, 24,420, 24,421, 24,422, 24,423, 24,424, 24,425, 24,426, 24,427, 24,428, 24,429, 24,430, 24,431, 24,432, 24,433, 24,434, 24,435, 24,436, 24,437, 24,438, 24,439, 24,439, 24,440, 24,441, 24,442, 24,443, 24,444, 24,445, 24,446, 24,447, 24,448, 24,449, 24,450, 24,451, 24,452, 24,453, 24,454, 24,455, 24,456, 24,457, 24,458, 24,459, 24,460, 24,461, 24,462, 24,463, 24,464, 24,465, 24,466, 24,467, 24,468, 24,469, 24,470, 24,471, 24,472, 24,473, 24,474, 24,475, 24,476, 24,477, 24,478, 24,479, 24,480, 24,481, 24,482, 24,483, 24,484, 24,485, 24,486, 24,487, 24,488, 24,489, 24,490, 24,491, 24,492, 24,493, 24,494, 24,495, 24,496, 24,497, 24,498, 24,499, 24,400, 24,500. 24,501, 24,502, 24,503, 24,504, 24,505, 24,506, 24,507, 24,508, 24,509, 24,510, 24,511, 24,508, 24,519, 24,520 and 9, 24,510, 24,511, 24,512, 24,513, 24,514, 24,515, 24,516, 24,517, 24,518, 24,519, 24,520, 24,521, 24,522, 24,523, 24,524, 24,525, 24,526, 24,527, 24,528, 24,529, 24,500 and 29, 24,530, 24,531, 24,532, 24,533, 24,534, 24,535, 24,536, 24,537, 24,538, 24,539, 24,500 and 39, 24,540, 24,541, 24,542, 21,543, 24,544, 24,545, 24,546, 24,547, 24,548, 24,549, 24,550, 24,551, 24,552, 24,553, 24,554, 24,555, 24,556, 24,567, 24,558, 24,559, 24,560, 24,561, 24,562, 24,563, 24,564, 24,565, 24,566, 24,567, 24,568, 24,569, 24,570. 24,571, 24,572, 24,573, 24,574, 24,575, 24,576, 24,577, 24,578, 24,579, 24,580. 24,581, 24,582, 24,583, 24,584, 24,585, 24,586, 24,587, 24,588, 24,589, 24,590, 24,591, 24,592, 24,593, 24,594, 24,595, 24,596, 24,597, 24,598, 24,599, 24,600, 25,000, 24,601, 24,602, 24,603, 24,604, 24,605, 24,606, 24,607, 24,608, 24,609, 24,610, 24,611, 24,612, 24,613, 24,614, 24,615, 24,616, 24,617, 24,618, 24,619, 24,620, 24,621, 24,622, 24,623, 24,624, 24,625, 24,626, 24,627, 24,628, 24,629, 24,600 and 30, 24,631, 24,632, 24,633, 24,634, 24,635, 24,636, 24,637, 24,638, 24,639, 24,640, 21,641, 21,642, 21,643, 21,644, 21,645, 21,646, 21,647, 21,648, 21,649, 21,650, 21,651, 21,652, 21,653, 21,654, 21,655, 21,656, 24,657, 24,658, 24,659, 24,660, 24,661, 24,662, 24,663, 24,664, 24,665, 24,666, 24,667, 24,668, 24,669, 24,670, 24,671, 24,672, 24,673, 24,674, 24,675, 24,676, 24,677, 24,678, 24,679, 24,680, 24,681, 24,682, 24,683, 24,684, 24,685, 24,686, 24,687, 24,688, 24,689, 24,690, 24,691, 24,692, 24,693, 24,694, 24,695, 24,696, 24,697, 24,698, 24,699, 24,700, 24,701, 24,702, 24,703, 24,704, 24,705, 24,706, 24,707, 24,708, 24,709, 24,710, 24,711, 24,708, 24,709, 24,710, 24,711, 24,712, 24,713, 24,714, 24,715, 24,716, 24,717, 24,718, 24,719, 24,720, 24,721, 24,722, 24,723, 24,724, 24,725, 24,726, 24,727, 24,728, 24,729, 24,730, 24,731, 24,732, 24,733, 24,734, 24,735, 24,736, 24,737, 24,738, 24,739, 24,740, 21,741, 21,742, 21,743, 21,744, 21,745, 21,746, 21,747, 21,748, 21,749, 24,750, 24,751, 24,752, 24,753, 24,754, 24,755, 24,756, 24,757, 24,758, 24,759, 24,760. I just drank too much water. I have to go and urinate very soon. 24,761, 24,762, 24,763, 24,764, 24,765, 24,766, 24,767, 24,768, 24,769, 24,770, 24,771, 24,772, 24,773, 24,774, 24,775, 24,776, 24,777, 24,778, 24,779, 24,780, 24,781, 24,782, 24,783, 24,784, 24,785, 24,786, 24,787, 24,788, 24,789, 24,790, 24,791, 24,792, 24,793, 24,794, 24,795, 24,796, 24,797, 24,798, 24,799, 24,800, 24,801, 24,802, 24,803, 24,804, 24,805, 24,806, 24,807, 24,808, 24,809, 24,810, 24,811, 24,812, 24,813, 24,814, 24,815, 24,816, 24,817, 24,818, 24,819, 24,820, 24,821, 24,822, 24,823, 24,824, 24,825, 24,826, 24,827, 24,828, 24,829, 24,000. 830, 24,831, 24,832, 24,833, 24,834, 24,835, 24,836, 24,837, 24,838, 24,839, 24,000. 840, 34,841, 34,842, 34,843, 34,844, 34,845, 34,846, 34,847, 34,848, 34,849, 34,850, 34,851, 34,852, 34,853, 34,854, 34,855, 34,856, 34,857, 34,858, 34,859, 34,860, 34,861, 34,862, 34,863, 34,864, 34,865, 34,866, 34,867, 34,868, 34,869, 34,860, 34,861, 34,862, 34,863, 34,864, 24,865, 24,866, 24,867, 24,868, 24,869, 24,870, 24,871, 24,872, 24,873, 24,874, 24,875, 24,876, 24,877, 24,878, 24,879, 24,880, 24,881, 24,882, 24,883, 24,884, 24,885, 24,886, 24,887, 24,888, 24,889, 24,890, 24,891, 24,892, 24,893, 24,894, 24,895, 24,896, 24,897, 24,898, 24,899, 24,900, 24,901, 24,902, 24,903, 24,904, 24,905, 24,906, 24,907, 24,908, 24,909, 24,910, 24,911, 24,912, 24,913, 24,914, 24,915, 24,916, 24,917, 24,918, 24,919, 24,920, 24,921, 24,922, 24,923, 24,924, 24,925, 24,926, 24,927, 24,928, 24,929, 24,930, 24,931, 24,932, 24,933, 24,934, 24,935, 24,936, 24,937, 24,938, 24,939, 24,940, 24,941, 24,942, 24,943, 24,944, 24,945, 24,946, 24,947, 24,948, 24,949, 24,950, 24,951, 24,952, 24,953, 24,954, 24,955, 24,956, 24,957, 24,958, 24,959, 24,960, 24,961, 24,962, 24,963, 24,964, 24,965, 24,966, 24,967, 24,968, 24,969, 24,970, 24,971, 24,972, 24,973, 24,974, 24,975, 24,976, 24,977, 24,978, 24,979, 24,980, 24,981, 24,982, 24,983, 24,984, 24,985, 24,986, 24,987, 24,988, 24,989, 24,990, 24,991, 24,992, 24,993, 24,994, 24,995, 24,996, 24,997, 24,998, 24,999, 25,000, 25,001, 25,002, 25,003, 25,004, 25,005, 25,006, 25,007, 25,008, 25,009, 25,010, 25,011, 25,012, 25,013, 25,014, 25,015, 25,016, 25,017, 25,018, 25,019, 25,020, 25,021, 25,022, 25,023, 25,024, 25,025, 25,026, 25,027, 25,028, 25,029, 25,030, 25,031, 25,032, 25,033, 25,034, 25,035, 25,036, 25,037, 25,038, 25,039, 25,040, 25,041, 25,042, 25,043, 25,044, 25,045, 25,046, 25,047, 25,048, 25,049, 25,050, 25,051, 25,052, 25,053, 25,054, 25,055, 25,056, 25,057, 25,058, 25,059, 25,060, 25,061, 25,062, 25,063, 25,064, 25,065, 25,066, 25,067, 25,068, 25,069, 25,070, 25,071, 25,072, 25,073, 25,074, 25,075, 25,076, 25,077, 25,078, 25,079, 25,080, 25,081, 25,082, 25,083, 25,084, 25,085, 25,086, 25,087, 25,088, 25,089, 25,090, 25,091, 25,092, 25,093, 25,094, 25,095, 25,096, 25,097, 25,098, 25,099, 25,100, 25,101, 25,102, 25,103, 25,104, 25,105, 25,106, 25,107, 25,108, 25,109, 25,110, 25,111, 25,112, 25,113, 25,114, 25,115, 25,116, 25,117, 25,118. How are you? 25,119, 25,120, 25,121, 25,122, 25,123, 25,124, 25,125, 25,126, 25,127, 25,128, 25,129, 25,130, 25,131, 25,132, 25,133, 25,134, 25,135, 25,136, 25,137, 25,138, 25,139, 25,140, 25,141, 25,142, 25,143, 25,144, 25,145, 25,146, 25,147, 25,148, 25,149, 25,150, 25,151, 25,152, 25,153, 25,154, 25,155, 25,156, 25,157, 25,158, 25,159, 25,160, 25,161, 25,162, 25,163, 25,164, 25,165, 25,166, 25,167, 25,168, 25,169, 25,170, 25,171, 25,172, 25,173, 25,174, 25,175, 25,176, 25,177, 25,178, 25,179, 25,180, 25,181, 25,182, 25,183, 25,184, 25,185, 25,186, 25,187, 25,188, 25,189, 25,190, 25,191, 25,192, 25,193, 25,194, 25,195, 25,196, 25,197, 25,198, 25,199, 25,200, 25,201, 25,202, 25,203, 25,204, 25,205, 25,206, 25,207, 25,208, 25,209, 25,210, 25,211, 25,212, 25,213, 25,214, 25,215, 25,216, 25,217, 25,218, 25,219, 25,220, 25,221, 25,222, 25,223, 25,224, 25,225, 25,236, 26, 25,227, 25,228, 25,229, 25,230, 25,231, 25,232, 25,233, 25,234, 25,235, 25,236, 25,237, 25,238, 25,239, 25,240, 25,241, 25,242, 25,243, 25,244, 25,245, 25,246, 25,247, 25,248, 25,249, 25,250, 25,251, 25,252, 25,253, 25,254, 25,255, 25,256, 25,257, 25,258, 25,259, 25,260, 25,261, 25,262, 25,263, 25,264, 25,265, 25,266, 25,267, 25,268, 25,269, 25,270, 25,271, 25,272, 25,273, 25,274, 25,275, 25,276, 25,277, 25,278, 25,279, 25,280, 25,281, 25,282, 25,283, 25,284, 25,285, 25,286, 25,287, 25,288, 25,289, 25,290, 25,291, 25,292, 25,293, 25,294, 25,295, 25,296, 25,297, 25,298, 25,299, 25,300, 25,301, 25,302, 25,303, 25,304, 25,305, 25,306, 25,307, 25,308, 25,309, 25,310, 25,311, 25,312, 25,313, 25,314, 25,315, 25,316, 25,317, 25,318, 25,319, 25,320, 25,321, 25,322, 25,333, 25,334, 25,335, 25,336, 25,337, 25,338, 25,339. Whew! 25,340, 25,341, 25,342, 25,343, 25,344, 25,345, 25,346, 25,347, 25,348, 25,349, 25,350, 25,351, 25,000, 25,000. 351, 25,352, 25,353, 25,354, 25,355, 25,356, 25,357, 25,358, 25,359, 25,360, 25,361, 25,362, 25,363, 25,364, 25,365, 25,366, 25,367, 25,368, 25,369, 25,370, 25,371, 25,372, 25,373, 25,374, 25,375, 25,376, 25,377, 25,378, 25,379, 25,380, 25,381, 25,382, 25,383, 25,384, 25,385, 25,386, 25,387, 25,388, 25,389, 25,390, 25,391, 25,392, 25,393, 25,394, 25,395, 25,396, 25,397, 25,398, 25,399, 25,400, 25,401, 25,402, 25,403, 25,404, 25,405, 25,406, 25,407, 25,408, 25,409, 25,410, 25,413, 25,414, 25,415, 25,416, 25,417, 25,418, 25,419, 25,420, 25,421, 25,422, 25,423, 25,444, 25,445, 25,446, 25,447, 25,448, 25,449, 25,430, right? 25,431, 25,432, 25,433, 25,434, 25,435, 25,436, 25,437, 25,438, 25,439, 25,440, 25,441, 25,442, 25,443, 25,444, 25,445, 25,446, 25,447, 25,448, 25,449, 25,450, 25,451, 25,452, 25,453, 25,454, 25,455, 25,456, 25,457, 25,458, 25,459, 25,460, 25,049, 50, 49,451, 49,452, 49,453, 49,454, 49,455, 49,456, 49,457, 49,458, 49,459, 49,460, 49,461, 49,462, 49,463, 49,464, 49,465, 49,466, 49,467, 49,468, 49,469, 49,470, 49,471, 49,472, 49,473, 49,474, 49,475, 49,476, 49,477, 49,478, 49,479, 49,480, 49,481, 49,482, 49,483, 49,484, 49,485, 49,486, 49,487, 49,488, 49,489, 49,490, 49,491, 49,492, 49,493, 49,494, 49,495, 49,496, 49,497, 49,498, 49,499, 49,400, 500, 49,500. 101, 49,502, 49,503, 49,504, 49,505, 49,506, 49,507, 49,508, 49,509, 49,510, 49,511, 49,512, 49,513, 49,514, 49,515, 49,516, 49,517, 49,518, 49,519, 49,520, 49,521, 49,522, 49,523, 49,524, 49,525, 49,526, 49,527, 49,528, 49,529, 49,530, 49,531, 49,532, 49,533, 49,534, 49,535, 49,536, 49,537, 49,538, 49,539, 49,540, 49,541, 49,542, 49,543, 49,544, 49,545, 49,446, 49,547, 49,548, 49,549, 49,550, 49,551, 49,552, 49,553, 49,554, 49,555, 49,556, 49,557, 49,558, 49,559, 49,560, 49,561, 49,562, 49,563, 49,564, 49,565, 49,566, 49,567, 49,568, 49,569, 49,570, 49,571, 49,572, 49,573, 49,574, 49,575, 49,576, 49,577, 49,578, 49,579, 49,580, 49,581, 49,582, 49,583, 49,584, 49,585, 49,586, 49,587, 49,588, 49,589, 49,590, 49,591, 49,592, 49,593, 49,594, 49,595, 49,596, 49,597, 49,598, 49,599, 49,600, 49,601, 49,602, 49,603, 25,604, 25,605, 25,606, 25,607, 25,608, 25,609, 25,610, 25,611, 25,612, 25,613, 25,614, 25,615, 25,616, 25,617, 25,618, 25,619, 25,620, 25,621, 25,622, 25,623, 25,624, 25,625, 25,626, 25,627, 25,628, 25,629, 25,630, 25,631, 25,632, 25,633, 25,634, 25,635, 25,636, 25,637, 25,638, 25,639, 25,640, 25,641, 25,642, 25,643, 25,644, 25,645, 25,646, 25,647, 25,648, 25,649, 25,650, 25,651, 25,652, 25,653, 25,654, 25,655, 25,656, 25,657, 25,658, 25,659, 25,600 and 60, 25,661, 25,662, 25,663, 25,664, 25,665, 25,666, 25,667, 25,668, 25,669, 25,670, 25,671, 25,672, 25,673, 25,674, 25,675, 25,676, 25,677, 25,678, 25,679, 25,680, 25,681, 25,682, 25,683, 25,684, 25,685, 25,686, 25,687, 25,688, 25,689, 25,690, 25,691, 25,692, 25,693, 25,694, 25,695, 25,696, 25,697, 25,698, 25,699, 25,700, 25,701, 25,702, 25,703, 25,704, 25,705, 25,706, 25,707, 25,708, 25,709, 25,710, 25,711, 25,712, 25,713, 25,714, 25,715, 25,716, 25,717, 25,718, 25,719, 25,720, 25,721, 25,722, 25,723, 25,724, 25,725, 25,726, 25,727, 25,728, 25,729, 25,000. 730, 25,731, 25,732, 25,733, 25,734, 25,735, 25,736, 25,737, 25,738, 25,739, 25,740, 25,741, 25,742, 25,743, 25,744, 25,745, 25,746, 25,747, 25,748, 25,749, 25,750, 25,751, 25,752, 25,753, 25,754, 25,755, 25,756, 25,757, 25,758, 25,759, 25,760, 25,761, 25,762, 25,763, 25,764, 25,765, 25,766, 25,767, 25,768, 25,769, 25,770, 25,771, 25,772, 25,773, 25,774, 25,775, 25,776, 25,777, 25,778, 25,779, 25,780, 25,781, 25,782, 25,783, 25,784, 25,785, 25,786, 25,787, 25,788, 25,789, 25,790, 25,791, 25,792, 25,793, 25,794, 25,795, 25,796, 25,797, 25,798, 25,799, 25,700, 25,800, 25,801, 25,802, 25,803, 25,804, 25,805, 25,806, 25,807, 25,808, 25,809, 25,810, 25,811, 25,812, 25,813, 25,814, 25,815, 25,816, 25,817, 25,818, 25,819, 25,820, 25,821, 25,822, 25,823, 25,824, 25,825, 25,826, 25,827, 25,828, 25,829, 25,800, 30, 25,831, 25,832, 25,833, 25,834, 25,835, 25,836, 25,837, 25,838, 25,839, 25,840, 25,841, 25,842, 25,843, 25,844, 25,845, 25,846, 25,847, 25,848, 25,849, 25,850, 25,851, 25,852, 25,853, 25,854, 25,855, 25,856, 25,857, 25,858, 25,859, 25,860, 25,861, 25,862, 25,863, 25,864, 25,865, 25,866, 25,867, 25,868, 25,869, 25,870, 25,871, 25,872, 25,873, 25,874, 25,875, 25,876, 25,877, 25,878, 25,888, 78, 25,879, 25,800 and 80, 25,881, 25,882, 25,883, 25,884, 25,885, 25,886, 25,887, 25,888, 25,889, 25,890, 25,891, 25,892, 25,893, 25,894, 25,895, 25,896, 25,897, 25,898, 25,899, 25,800, 25,900, 25,901, 25,902, 25,903, 25,904, 25,905, 25,906, 25,907, 25,908, 25,909, 25,910, 25,911, 25,912, 25,913, 25,914, 25,915, 25,916, 25,917, 25,918, 25,919, 25,920, 25,921, 25,922, 25,923, 25,924, 25,925, 25,926, 25,927, 25,928, 25,929, 25,930, 25,931, 25,932, 25,933, 25,934, 25,935, 25,936, 25,937, 25,938, 25,939, 25,940, 25,941, 25,942, 25,943, 25,944, 25,945, 25,946, 25,947, 25,948, 25,949, 25,950, 25,951, 25,952, 25,953, 25,954, 25,955, 25,956, 25,957, 25,958, 25,959, 25,960, 25,961, 25,962, 25,963, 25,964, 25,965, 25,966, 25,967, 25,968, 25,969, 25,970, 25,971, 25,972, 25,973, 25,974, 25,975, 25,976, 25,977, 25,978, 25,979. Hey, 25,980, 25,981, 25,982, 25,983, 25,984, 25,985, 25,986, 25,987, 25,988, 25,989, 25,990, 25,991, 25,992. 25,993, 25,994, 25,995, 25,996, 25,997, 25,998, 25,999, 25,000. 26,000, 26,001, 26,002, 26,003, 26,004, 26,005, 26,006, 26,007, 26,008, 26,009, 26,010. 26,011, 26,012, 26,013, 26,014, 26,015, 26,016, 26,017, 26,018, 26,019, 26,020, 26,021, 26,022, 26,000, 26,023, 26,024, 26,025, 26,026, 26,027, 26,028, 26,029, 26,030, 26,031, 26,032, 26,033, 26,034, 26,035, 26,036, 26,037, 26,038, 26,039, 26,040, 26,041, 26,042, 26,043, 26,044, 26,045, 26,046, 26,047, 26,048, 26,049, 26,050, 26,051, 26,052, 26,053, 26,054, 26,055, 26,056, 26,057, 26,058, 26,059, 20,060, 20,061, 20,062, 20,063, 20,064, 20,065, 20,066, 20,067, 20,068, 20,069, 20,070, 20,071, 20,072, 20,073, 20,074, 20,075, 20,076, 20,077, 20,078, 20,079, 26,080. What's up? 26,080, 26,081, 26,082, 26,083, 26,084, 26,085, 26,086, 26,087, 26,088, 26,089, 26,090, 26,091, 26,092, 26,093, 26,094, 26,095, 26,096, 26,097, 26,098, 26,099, 26,100, 26,101, 26,102, 26,103, 26,104, 26,105, 26,106, 26,107, 26,108, 26,109, 26,110, 26,111, 26,112, 26,113, 20,114, 20,115, 20,116, 20,117, 20,118, 20,119, 20,120, 20,121, 20,122, 20,123, 20,124, 20,125, 20,126, 20,127, 20,128, 20,129, 20,130, 26,131, 26,132, 26,133, 26,134, 34, 26,135, 26,136, 26,137, 26,138, 28, 26,129, 26,130, 26,131, 26,132, 26,133, 26,134, 26,135, 26,136, 26,137, 26,138, 26,139, 26,140, 26,141, 26,142, 26,143, 26,144, 26,145, 26,146, 26,147, 26,148, 26,149, 26,150, 26,151, 26,152, 26,153, 26,154, 26,155, 26,156, 26,157, 26,158, 26,159, 26,160, 26,161, 26,162, 26,163, 26,164, 26,165, 26,166, 26,167, 26,168, 26,169, 26,100 and 70, 26,171, 26,172, 26,173, 26,174, 26,175, 26,176, 26,177, 26,178, 26,179, 26,180, 26,181, 26,182, 26,183, 26,184, 26,185, 26,186, 26,187, 26,188, 26,189, 26,190, 26,195, 26,192, 26,193, 26,194, 26,195, 26,196, 26,197, 26,198, 26,199, 26,000. 200, 26,201, 26,202, 26,203, 26,204, 26,205, 26,206, 26,207, 26,208, 26,209, 26,210, 26,211, 26,212, 26,213, 26,214, 26,215, 26,216, 26,217, 26,218, 26,219, 26,220, 26,221, 26,222, 26,223, 26,224, 26,225, 26,226, 26,227, 26,228, 26,229, 26,000. 249, 26,000, all right, 29 to 26,230, 26,231, 26,232, 26,233, 26,234, 26,235, 26,236, 26,237, 26,238, 26,239, 26,240, 26,241, 26,242, 26,243, 26,244, 26,245, 26,246, 26,247, 26,248, 26,249, 26,250, 26,251, 26,252, 26,253, 26,254, 26,255, 26,256, 26,257, 26,258, 26,259, 26,260, 26,261, 26,262, 26,263, 26,264, 26,265, 26,266, 26,267, 26,268, 26,269, 26,270, 26,271, 26,272, 26,273, 26,274, 26,275, 26,276, 26,277, 26,278, 26,279, 26,280, 26,281, 26,282, 26,283, 26,284, 26,285, 26,286, 26,287, 26,288, 26,289, 26,290, 26,291, 26,292, 26,293, 26,294, 26,295, 26,296, 26,297, 26,298, 26,299, 26,300, 26,301, 26,302, 26,303, 26,304, 26,305, 26,306, 26,307, 26,308, 26,309, 26,310, 26,311, 26,312, 26,313, 26,314, 26,315, 26,316, 26,317, 26,318, 26,319, 26,320, 26,321, 26,322, 26,323, 26,324, 26,325, 26,326, 26,327, 26,328, 26,329, 26,300 and 30, 26,331, 26,332, 26,333, 26,334, 26,335, 26,336, 26,337, 26,338, 26,339, 26,340, 26,341, 26,342, 26,343, 26,344, 26,345, 26,346, 26,347, 26,348, 26,349, 26,350, 26,351, 26,352, 26,353, 26,354, 26,355, 26,356, 26,357, 26,358, 26,359, 26,360, 26,361, 26,362, 26,363, 26,364, 26,365, 26,366, 26,367, 26,368, 26,669, 26,600 and 70, 26,671, 26,672, 26,673, 26,674, 26,675, 26,676, 26,677, 26,678, 26,679, 26,670, 26,671, 26,672, 26,373, 23,371, 23,372, 26,371, 26,372, 26,373, 26,374, 26,375, 26,376, 26,377, 26,378, 26,379, 26,380, 26,381, 26,382, 26,383, 26,384, 26,385, 26,386, 26,387, 26,388, 26,389, 26,390, 26,391, 26,392, 26,393, 26,394, 26,395, 26,396, 26,397, 26,398, 26,399, 26,399, 26,400, 26,401, 26,402, 26,403, 26,404, 26,405, 26,406, 26,407, 26,408, 26,409, 26,410, 26,411, 26,412, 26,413, 26,414, 26,415, 26,416, 26,417, 26,418, 26,419, 26,420, 26,421, 26,422, 26,423, 26,424, 26,425, 26,426, 26,427, 26,428, 26,429, 26,430, 26,431, 26,432, 26,433, 26,434, 26,435, 26,436, 26,437, 26,438, 26,439, 26,440, 26,441, 26,442, 26,443, 26,444, 26,445, 26,446, 26,450, 46, 26,440. 26,448, 26,449, 26,450, 26,451, 26,452, 26,453, 26,454, 26,455, 26,456, 26,457, 26,458, 26,459, 26,460, 26,461, 26,462, 26,463, 26,464, 26,465, 26,456, 26,466, 26,467, 26,468, 26,469, 26,470, 26,471, 26,472, 26,473, 26,474, 26,475, 26,476, 26,477, 26,478, 26,479, 26,480, 26,481, 26,482, 26,483, 26,484, 26,485, 26,486, 26,487, 26,488, 26,489, 26,490, 26,491, 26,492, 26,493, 26,494, 26,495, 26,496, 26,497, 26,498, 26,499, 26,500, 26,501, 26,502, 26,503, 26,504, 26,505, 26,506, 26,507, 26,508, 26,509, 26,510, 26,511, 26,512, 26,513, 26,514, 26,515, 26,516, 26,517, 26,518, 26,519, 26,520, 26,521, 26,522, 26,523, 26,524, 26,525, 26,526, 26,527, 26,528, 26,529, 26,530, 26,531, 26,532, 26,533, 26,534, 26,535, 26,536, 26,537, 26,538, 26,539, 26,540, 26,541, 26,542, 26,543, 26,544, 26,545, 26,546, 26,547, 26,548, 26,549, 26,550, 26,551, 26,552, 26,553, 26,554, 26,555, 26,556, 26,557, 26,558, 26,559, 26,500 and 60, 26,561, 26,562, 26,563, 26,564, 26,565, 26,566, 26,567, 26,568, 26,569, 26,570. You want to know the game I'm playing? Clash Royale. 26,571, 26,572, 26,573, 26,574, 26,575, 26,576, 26,577, 26,578, 26,579, 26,580, 26,581, 26,582, 26,583, 26,584, 26,585, 26,586, 26,587, 26,588, 26,589, 26,589, 26,590, 26,591, 26,592, 26,593, 26,594, 26,595, 26,596, 26,597, 26,598, 26,599, 26,600, 26,600, 26,601, 26,602, 26,603, 26,604, 26,605, 26,606, 26,607, 26,608, 26,609, 26,610, 26,611, 26,612, 26,613, 26,614, 26,615, 26,616, 26,617, 26,618, 26,619, 26,620, 26,621, 26,622, 26,623, 26,624, 26,625, 26,626, 26,627, 26,628, 26,629, 26,630, 26,631, 26,632, 26,633, 26,634, 26,635, 26,636, 26,637, 26,638, 26,639, 26,640, 26,641, 26,642, 26,643, 26,644, 26,645, 26,646, 26,647, 26,648, 26,649, 26,650, 26,651, 26,652, 26,653, 26,654, 26,655, 26,656, 26,657, 26,658, 26,659, 26,660, 26,661, 26,662, 26,663, 26,664, 26,665, 26,666, 26,667, 26,668, 26,669, 26,670, 26,671, 26,672, 26,673, 26,674, 26,675, 26,676, 26,677, 26,678, 26,679, 26,680, 26,681, 26,682, 26,683, 26,684, 26,685, 26,686, 26,687, 26,688, 26,689, 26,690, 26,691, 26,692, 26,693, 26,694, 26,695, 26,696, 26,697, 26,698, 26,699, 26,700, 26,701, 26,702, 26,703, 26,704, 26,705, 26,706, 26,707, 26,708, 26,709, 26,710, 26,711, 26,712, 26,707, 26,713, 26,714, 26,715, 26,716, 26,717, 26,718, 26,719, 26,720, 26,721, 26,722, 26,723, 26,724, 26,725, 26,726, 26,727, 26,728, 26,729, 26,730, 26,731, 26,732, 26,733, 26,734, 26,735, 26,736, 26,727, 26,728, 26,729, 26,730, 26,731, 26,732, 26,733, 26,734, 26,735, 26,736, 26,737, 26,738, 26,739, 26,739, 26,740, 26,741, 26,742, 26,743, 26,744, 26,745, 26,746, 26,747, 26,748, 26,749, 26,750, 26,751, 26,752, 26,753, 26,754, 26,755, 26,756, 26,757, 26,758, 26,759, 26,770, 26,771, 26,772, 26,773, 26,774, 26,775, 26,776, 26,777, 26,778, 26,779, 26,780, 26,781, 26,782, 26,783, 26,784, 26,785, 26,786, 26,787, 26,788, 26,789, 26,790, 26,791, 26,792, 26,793, 26,794, 26,795, 26,796, 26,797, 26,798, 26,799, 26,799, 26,799, 26,800, 26,801, 26,802, 26,803, 26,804, 26,805, 26,806, 26,807, 26,808,
26,809, 26,810, 26,811, 26,812, 26,813, 26,814, 26,815, 26,816, 26,817, 26,818, 26,819, 26,820, 26,821, 26,822, 26,823, 26,824, 26,835, 26,836, 25, 26, 26,827, 26,828, 26,829, 26,830, 26,831, 26,832, 26,833, 26,834, 26,835, 26,836, 26,837, 26,838, 26,839, 26,840, 26,841, 26,842, 26,843, 26,844, 26,845, 26,846, 26,847, 26,848, 26,849, 26,850, 26,851, 26,852, 26,853, 26,854, 26,855, 26,856, 26,857, 26,858, 26,859, 26,860, 26,861, 26,862, 26,863, 23,864, 23,865, 23,866, 23,867, 23,868, 23,869, 23,870, 23,871, 23,872, 23,873, 23,874, 23,875, 23,876, 23,877, 23,878, 23,879, 23,880, 23,881, 23,882, 23,883, 23,884, 23,885, 23,886, 23,887, 23,888, 23,889, 23,890, 23,891, 23,892, 23,893, 23,894, 23,895, 23,896, 23,897, 23,898, 23,899, 26,900, 26,901, 26,902, 26,903, 26,904, 26,905, 26,906, 26,907, 26,908, 26,909, 26,910, 26,911, 26,912, 26,913, 26,914, 26,915, 26,916, 26,917, 26,918, 26,919, 26,920, 26,921, 26,922, 26,923, 26,924, 26,925, 26,926, 26,927, 26,928, 26,929, 26,930, 26,931, 26,932, 26,933, 26,934, 26,935, 26,936, 26,937, 26,938, 26,939, 26,940, 26,941, 26,942, 26,943, 26,944, 26,945, 26,946, 26,947, 26,948, 26,949, 26,950, 26,951, 26,952, 26,953, 26,954, 26,955, 26,956, 26,957, 26,958, 26,959, 26,950, 26,951, 26,960. 26,963, 26,964, 26,965, 26,966, 26,967, 26,968, 26,969, 26,970, 26,971, 26,972, 26,973, 26,974, 26,975, 26,976, 26,977, 26,978, 26,979, 26,980, 26,981, 26,982, 26,983, 26,984, 26,985, 26,986, 26,987, 26,988, 26,989, 26,990, 26,991, 26,992, 26,993, 26,994, 26,995, 26,996, 26,997, 26,998, 26,999, 26,999, 26,999, 26, 27,000, 27,001, 27,002, 27,003, 27,004, 27,005, 27,006, 27,007, 27,008, 27,009, 27,010, 27,011, 27,012, 27,013, 27,014, 27,015, 27,016, 27,017, 27,018, 27,019, 27,020, 27,021, 27,022, 27,023, 27,024, 27,025, 27,026, 27,027, 27,028, 27,029, 27,030, 27,031, 27,032, 27,033, 27,034, 27,035, 27,036, 27,037, 27,038, 27,039, 27,040, 27,041, 27,042, 27,043, 27,044, 27,045, 27,046, 27,047, 27,048, 27,049, 27,050, 27,051, 27,052, 27,053, 27,054, 27,055, 27,056, 27,057, 27,058, 27,059, 27,060, 27,061, 27,062, 27,063, 27,064, 27,065, 27,066, 27,067, 27,068, 27,069, 27,070, 27,071, 27,072, 27,073, 27,074, 27,075, 27,076, 27,077, 27,078, 27,079, 27,080, 27,081, 27,082, 27,083, 27,084, 27,085, 27,086, 27,087, 27,088, 27,089, 27,090, 27,091, 27,092, 27,093, 27,094, 27,095, 27,096, 27,097, 27,098, 27,099, 27,099, 27,100, 27,101, 27,102, 27,103, 27,104, 27,105, 27,106, 27,107, 27,108, 27,109, 27,110, 27,111, 27,112, 27,113, 27,114, 27,115, 27,116, 27,117, 27,118, 27,119, 27,120, 27,121, 27,122, 27,123, 27,124, 27,125, 27,126, 27,127, 27,128, 27,129, 27,130, 27,131, 27,132, 27,133, 27,134, 27,135, 27,136, 27,137, 27,138, 27,139, 27,140, 27,141, 27,142, 27,143, 27,144, 27,145, 27,146, 27,147, 27,148, 27,149, 27,150, 27,151, 27,152, 27,153, 27,154, 27,155, 27,156, 27,157, 27,158, 27,159, 27,160, 27,161, 27,162, 27,163, 27,164, 27,165, 27,166, 27,167, 27,168, 27,169, 27,170, 27,171, 27,172, 27,173, 27,174, 27,175, 27,176, 27,177, 27,178, 27,179, 27,180, 27,181, 27,182, 27,183, 27,184, 27,185, 27,186, 27,187, 27,188, 27,189, 27,190, 27,191, 27,192, 27,193, 27,194, 27,195, 27,196, 27,197, 27,198, 27,199, 27,200, 27,201, 27,202, 27,203, 27,204, 27,205, 27,206, 27,207, 27,208, 27,209, 27,210, 27,211, 27,212, 27,213, 27,214, 27,215, 27,216, 27,217, 27,218, 27,219, 27,220, 27,221, 27,222, 27,223, 27,224, 27,225, 27,226, 27,227, 27,228, 27,229, 27,230, 27,231, 27,232, 27,233, 27,234, 27,235, 27,236, 27,237, 27,238, 27,239, 27,240, 27,241, 27,242, 27,243, 27,244, 27,245, 27,246, 27,247, 27,248, 27,249, 27,250, 27,251, 27,252, 27,253, 27,254, 27,255, 27,256, 27,257, 27,258, 27,259, 27,260, 27,261, 27,262, 27,263, 27,264, 27,265, 27,266, 27,267, 27,268, 27,269, 27,270, 27,271, 27,272, 27,273, 27,274, 27,275, 27,276, 27,277, 27,278, 27,279, 27,280, 27,281, 27,282, 27,283, 27,284, 27,285, 27,286, 27,287, 27,288, 27,289, 27,290, 27,291, 27,292, 27,293, 27,294, 27,295, 27,296, 27,297, 27,298, 27,299, 27,200, 27,301, 27,302, 27,303, 27,304, 27,305, 27,306, 27,307, 27,308, 27,309, 27,310, 27,311, 27,312, 27,313, 27,314, 27,315, 27,316, 27,317, 27,318, 27,319, 27,320, 27,321, 27,322, 27,323, 27,324, 27,325, 27,326, 27,327, 27,328, 27,329, 27,300 and 30, 27,331, 27,332, 27,333, 27,334, 27,335, 27,336, 27,337, 27,338, 27,339, 27,340, 27,341, 27,342, 27,343, 27,344, 27,345, 27,346, 27,347, 27,348, 27,349, 27,350, 27,351, 27,352, 27,353, 27,354, 27,355, 27,356, 27,357, 27,358, 27,359, 27,360, 27,361, 27,362, 27,363, 27,364, 27,365, 27,366, 27,367, 27,368, 27,369, 27,370, 27,371, 27,372, 27,373, 27,374, 27,375, 27,376, 27,377, 27,378, 27,379, 27,380, 27,381, 27,382, 27,383, 27,384, 27,385, 27,386, 27,387, 27,388, 27,389, 27,389, 27,390, 27,391, 27,392, 27,393, 27,394, 27,395, 27,396, 27,397, 27,398, 27,399, 27,400, 27,401, 27,402, 27,403, 27,404, 27,405, 27,406, 27,407, 27,408, 27,409, 27,410, 27,411, 27,412, 27,413, 27,414, 27,415, 27,416, 27,417, 27,418, 27,419, 27,420, 27,421, 27,422, 27,423, 27,424, 27,425, 27,426, 27,427, 27,428, 27,429, 27,430, 27,431, 27,432, 27,433, 27,434, 27,435, 27,436, 27,437, 27,438, 27,439, 27,440, 27,441, 27,442, 27,443, 27,444, 27,445, 27,446, 27,447, 27,448, 27,449, 27,450, 27,451, 27,452, 27,453, 27,454, 27,455, 27,456, 27,457, 27,458, 27,459, 27,460, 27,461, 27,462, 27,463, 27,464, 27,465, 27,466, 27,467, 27,468, 27,469, 27,470, 27,471, 27,472, 27,473, 27,474, 27,475, 27,476, 27,477, 27,478, 27,479, 27,480, 27,481, 27,482, 27,483, 27,484, 27,485, 27,486, 27,487, 27,488, 27,489, 27,490, 27,491, 27,492, 27,493, 27,494, 27,495, 27,496, 27,497, 27,498, 27,499, 27,000. Whoa, no. 499, 27,000. 500, 27,501, 27,502, 27,000, 503, 27,504, 27,505, 27,506, 27,507, 27,508, 27,509, 27,510, 27,511, 27,512, 27,513, 27,514, 27,515, 27,516, 27,517, 27,518, 27,519, 27,520, 27,521, 27,522, 27,523, 27,524, 27,525, 27,526, 27,527, 27,528, 27,529, 27,530, 27,531, 27,532, 27,520 and 33, 27,534, 27,535, 27,536, 27,537, 27,538, 27,539, 27,540, 27,541, 27,542, 27,543, 27,544, 27,545, 27,546, 27,547, 27,548, 27,549, 27,550, 27,551, 27,552, 27,553, 27,554, 27,555, 27,556, 27,557, 27,558, 27,559, 27,560, 27,561, 27,562, 27,563, 27,564, 27,565, 27,566, 27,567, 27,568, 27,569, 27,570, 27,571, 27,572, 27,573, 27,574, 27,575, 27,576, 27,577, 27,578, 27,579, 27,580, 27,581, 27,582, 27,583, 27,584, 27,585, 27,586, 27,587, 27,588, 27,589, 27,590, 27,591, 27,592, 27,593, 27,594, 27,595, 27,596, 27,597, 27,598, 27,599, 27,600, 27,601, 27,602, 27,603, 27,604, 27,605, 27,606, 27,607, 27,608, 27,609, 27,610, 27,611, 27,608, 27,12, 27,612, 27,613, 27,614, 27,615, 27,616, 27,617, 27,618, 27,619, 27,620, 27,621, 27,622, 27,623, 27,624, 27,635, 27,626, 27,627, 27,624, 27,628, 27,629, 27,600 and 30, 27,631, 27,632, 27,633, 27,634, 27,635, 27,636, 27,637, 27,638, 27,639, 27,640, 27,641, 27,642, 27,643, 27,644, 27,645, 27,646, 27,647, 27,648, 27,649, 27,650, 27,651, 27,652, 27,653, 27,664, 54, 27,654, 27,655, 27,656, 27,657, 27,658, 27,659, 27,660, 27,661, 27,662, 27,663, 27,664, 27,665, 27,666, 27,667, 27,668, 27,669, 27,670, 27,671, 27,672, 27,673, 27,674, 27,675, 27,676, 27,677, 27,678, 27,679, 27,680, 27,681, 27,682, 27,683, 27,684, 27,685, 27,686, 27,687, 27,688, 27,689, 27,690, 27,691, 27,692, 27,693, 27,694, 27,695, 27,696, 27,697, 27,698, 27,699, 27,006, 27,700, 27,701, 27,702, 27,703, 27,704, 27,705, 27,706, 27,707, 27,708, 27,709, 27,710, 27,711, 27,712, 27,713, 27,714, 27,715, 27,716, 27,717, 27,718, 27,719, 27,720, 27,721, 27,722, 27,723, so 27,724, 27,725, 27,726, 27,727, 27,728, 27,729, 27,730, 27,731, 27,732, 27,733, 27,734, 27,735, 27,736, 27,737, 27,738, 27,739, 27,740, 27,741, 27,742, 27,743, 27,744, 27,745, 27,746, 27,747, 27,748, 27,749, 27,750, 27,751, 27,752, 27,753, 27,754, 27,755, 27,756, 27,757, 27,758, 27,759, 27,760, 27,761, 27,762, 27,763, 27,764, 27,765, 27,766, 27,767, 27,768, 27,769, 27,770, 27,771, 27,772, 27,773, 27,774, 27,775, 27,776, 27,777, 27,778, 27,779, 27,780, 27,781, 27,782, 27,783, 27,784, 27,785, 27,786, 27,787, 27,788, 27,789, 27,700 and 90, 27,791, 27,792, 27,793, 27,794, 27,795, 27,796, 27,797, 27,798, 27,799, 27,800, 27,801, 27,802, 27,803, 27,804, 27,805, 27,806, 27,807, 27,808, 27,809, 27,810, 27,811, 27,812, 27,813, 27,814, 27,815, 27,816, 27,817, 27,818, 27,819, 27,820, 27,821, 27,822, 27,823, 27,824, 27,825, 27,826, 27,827, 27,828, 27,829, 27,830, 27,831, 27,832, 27,833, 27,834, 27,835, 27,836, 27,837, 27,838, 27,839, 27,840, 27,841, 27,842, 27,843, 27,844, 27,845, 27,846, 27,847, 27,848, 27,849, 27,850, 27,851, 27,852, 27,853, 27,854, 27,855, 27,856, 27,857, 27,858, 27,859, 27,860, 27,861, 27,862, 27,863, 27,864, 27,865, 27,866, 27,867, 27,868, 27,869, 27,800, and 70, 27,871, 27,872, 27,873, 27,874, 27,875, 27,876, 27,877, 27,878, 27,879, 27,880, 27,881, 27,882, 27,883, 27,884, 27,885, 27,886, 27,887, 27,888, 27,889, 27,890, 27,891, 27,892, 27,893, 27,894, 27,895, 27,896, 27,897, 27,898, 27,899, 27,800, 27,900, 27,901, 27,902, 27,903, 27,904, 89, 27,890, 27,891, 27,892, 27,893, 27,894, 27,895, 27,896, 27,897, 27,898, 27,899, 27,900, 27,901, 27,902, 27,903, 27,904, 27,905, 27,906, 27,907, 27,908, 27,909, 27,910, 27,911, 27,912, 27,913, 27,914, 27,915, 27,916, 27,917, 27,918, 27,919, 27,920, 27,921, 27,922, 27,923, 27,924, 27,925, 27,926, 27,927, 27,928, 27,929, 27,930, 27,931, 27,932, 27,933, 27,934, 27,935, 27,936, 27,937, 27,938, 27,939, 27,940, 27,941, 27,942, 27,943, 27,944, 27,945, 27,946, 27,947, 27,948, 27,949, 27,950, 27,951, 27,952, 27,953, 27,954, 27,955, 27,956, 27,957, 27,958, 27,959, 27,960, 27,961, 27,962, 27,963, 27,964, 27,965, 27,966, 27,967, 27,968, 27,969, 27,970, 27,971, 27,972, 27,973, 27,974, 27,975, 27,976, 27,977, 27,978, 27,979, 27,980, 27,981, 27,982, 27,983, 27,984, 27,985, 27,986, 27,980, 7, 27,988, 27,989, 27,990. 27,991, 27,992, 27,993, 27,994, 27,995, 27,996, 27,997, 27,998, 27,999, 28,000, 28,001, 28,002, 28,003, 28,004, 28,005, 28,006, 28,007, 28,008, 28,009, 28,010. 28,011, 28,012, 28,013, 28,014, 28,015, 28,016, 28,017, 28,018, 28,019, 28,020, 28,021, 28,022, 28,023, 28,024, 28,025, 28,026, 28,027, 28,028. 28,029, 28,030, 28,031, 28,032, 28,033, 28,034, 28,035, 28,036, 28,037, 28,038, 28,039, 28,040, 28,041, 28,042, 28,043, 28,044. 28,045, 28,046, 28,047, 28,048, 28,049, 28,050, 28,051, 28,052, 28,053, 28,054, 28,055, 28,056, 28,057, 28,058, 28,059, 28,060. 28,061, 28,062, 28,063, 28,064, 28,065, 28,066, 28,067, 28,068, 28,069, 28,070, 28,071, 28,072, 28,073, 28,074, 28,075, 28,076, 28,077, 28,078, 28,079, 28,080, 28,081, 28,082, 28,083, 28,084, 28,085, 28,086, 28,087, 28,088, 28,089, 28,089, 28,090, 28,091, 28,092, 28,093, 28,094, 28,095, 28,096, 28,097, 28,098, 28,099, 28,100, 28,101, 28,102, 28,103, 28,104, 28,105, 28,106, 28,107, 28,108, 28,109, 28,110, 28,111, 28,112, 28,113, 28,114, 28,115, 28,116, 28,117, 28,118, 28,119, 28,120, 28,121, 28,122, 28,123, 28,124, 28,125, 28,126, 28,127, 28,128, 28,129, 28,130, 28,131, 28,132, 28,133, 28,134, 28,135, 28,136, 28,137, 28,138, 28,139, 28,140, 28,141, 28,142, 28,143, 28,144, 28,145, 28,146, 28,147, 28,148, 28,149, 28,150, 28,151, 28,000 water, 28,151, 28,152, 28,153, 28,154, 28,155, 28,156, 28,157, 28,158, 21,159, 28,160, 28,161, 28,162, 28,163, 28,164, 28,165, 28,166, 28,167, 28,168, 28,169, 28,170, 28,171, 28,172, 28,173, 28,174, 28,175, 28,176, 28,177, 28,178, 28,179, 28,180, 28,181, 28,182, 28,183, 28,184, 28,185, 28,186, 28,187, 28,188, 28,189, 28,190, 28,191, 28,192, 28,193, 28,194, 28,195, 28,196, 28,197, 28,198, 28,199, 28,000. Oh, 189, 28,190, 28,191, 28,192, 28,193, 28,194, 28,195, 28,196, 28,197, 28,198, 28,199, 28,000. 200, 28,201, 28,202, 28,203, 28,204, 28,205, 28,206, 28,207, 28,208, 28,209, 28,210, 28,211, 28,212, 28,213, 28,214, 28,215, 28,216, 28,217, 28,218, 28,219, 28,220, 28,221, 28,222, 28,223, 28,224, 28,225, 28,226, 28,227, 28,228, 28,229, 28,230, 28,231, 28,232, 28,233, 28,234, 28,235, 28,236, 28,237, 28,238, 28,239, 28,240, 28,241, 28,242, 28,243, 28,244, 28,245, 28,246, 28,247, 28,248, 28,249, 28,250, 28,251, 28,252, 28,253, 28,254, 28,255, 28,256, 28,257, 28,258, 28,259, 28,260, 28,261, 28,262, 28,263, 28,264, 28,265, 28,266, 28,267, 28,268, 28,269, 28,270, 28,271, 28,272, 28,273, 28,274, 28,275, 28,276, 28,277, 28,278, 28,279, 28,280, 28,281, 28,282, 28,283, 28,284, 28,285, 28,286, 28,287, 28,288, 28,300. 89, 28,390, 28,391, 28,392, 28,393, 28,360, right? 28,360, 28,361, 28,362, 28,363, 28,364, 28,365, 28,366, 28,367, 28,368, 28,369, 28,370, 28,371, 28,372, 28,373, 28,374, 28,375, 28,376, 28,377, 28,378, 28,379, 28,380, 28,381, 28,382, 28,383, 28,384, 28,385, 28,386, 28,387, 28,388, 28,389, 28,390, 28,391, 28,392, 28,393, 28,394, 28,395, 28,396, 28,397, 28,398, 28,399, 28,399, 28,400, 28,401, 28,402, 28,403, 28,404, 28,405, 28,406, 28,407, 28,408, 28,409, 28,410, 28,411, 28,412, 28,413, 28,414, 28,415, 28,416, 28,417, 28,480, 28,419, 28,420, 28,421, 28,422, 28,423, 28,424, 28,425, 28,426, 28,427, 28,428, 28,429, 28,430, 28,431, 28,432, 28,433, 28,434, 28,435, 28,436, 28,437, 28,438, 28,439, 28,440, 28,441, 28,442, 28,443, 28,444, 28,445, 28,446, 28,447, 28,448, 28,445, 28,400 and 46, 28,447, 28,448, 28,449, 28,450, 28,451, 28,452, 28,453, 28,454, 28,455, 28,456, 28,457, 28,458, 28,459, 28,460, 28,461, 28,462, 28,463, 28,464, 28,465, 28,456, 66, 28,467, 28,468, 28,469, 28,470, 28,471, 28,472, 28,473, 28,474, 28,475, 28,476, 28,477, 28,478, 28,479, 28,480, 28,481, 28,482, 28,483, 28,484, 28,485, 28,486, 28,487, 28,488, 28,489, 28,000 ish. 489, 28,490, 28,491, 28,492, 28,493, 28,494, 28,495, 28,496, 28,497, 28,498, 28,499, 28,000. 490, 28,491, 28,492, 28,493, 28,494, 28,495, 28,496, 28,497, 28,498, 28,499, 28,500, 28,501, 28,502, 28,503, 28,504, 28,505, 28,506, 28,507, 28,508, 28,509, 28,510, 28,511, 28,512, 28,513, 28,514, 28,515, 28,516, 28,517, 28,518, 28,519, 28,520, 28,521, 28,522, 28,523, 28,524, 28,525, 28,526, 28,527, 28,528, 28,529, 28,530, 28,531, 28,532, 28,533, 28,534, 28,535, 28,536, 28,537, 28,538, 28,539, 28,539, 28,540, 28,541, 28,542, 28,543, 28,544, 28,545, 28,546, 28,547, 28,548, 28,549, 28,550, 28,551, 28,552, 28,553, 28,554, 28,555, 28,556, 28,557, 28,558, 28,559, 28,560, 28,561, 28,562, 28,563, 28,564, 28,565, 28,566, 28,567, 28,568, 28,569, 28,570, 28,571, 28,572, 28,573, 28,574, 28,575, 28,576, 28,577, 28,578, 28,579, 28,580, 28,581, 28,582, 28,583, 28,584, 28,585, 28,586, 28,587, 28,588, 28,589, 28,589, right? 590, 28,591, 28,592, 28,593, 28,594, 28,595, 28,596, 28,597, 28,598, 28,599, 28,600, 28,601, 28,602, 28,603, 28,604, 28,605, 28,606, 28,607, 28,608, 28,609, 28,610, 28,611, 28,612, 28,613, 28,614, 28,615, 28,616, 28,617, 28,618, 28,619, 28,620, 28,621, 28,622, 28,623, 28,624, 28,625, 28,626, 28,627, 28,628, 28,629, 28,630, 28,631, 28,632, 28,633, 28,634, 28,635, 28,636, 28,637, 28,638, 28,639, 28,640, 28,641, 28,642, 28,643, 28,644, 28,645, 28,646, 28,647, 28,648, 28,649, 28,650, 28,651, 28,652, 28,653, 28,654, 28,655, 28,656, 28,657, 28,658, 28,659, 28,660, 28,661, 28,662, 28,663, 28,664, 28,665, 28,666, 28,667, 28,668, 28,669, 28,670, 28,671, 28,672, 28,673, 28,674, 28,675, 28,676, 28,677, 28,678, 28,679, 28,680, 28,681, 28,682, 28,683, 28,684, 28,685, 28,686, 28,087, 28,688, 28,689, 28,690, 28,691, 28,692, 28,693, 28,694, 28,695, 28,696, 28,697, 28,698, 28,699, 28,700, 28,701, 28,702, 28,703, 28,704, 28,705, 28,706, 28,707, 28,708, 28,709, 28,710, 28,711, 28,712, 28,713, 28,714, 28,715, 28,716, 28,717, 28,718, 28,719, 28,720, 28,721, 28,722, 28,723, 28,724, 28,725, 28,726, 28,727, 28,728, 28,729, 28,730, 28,731, 28,732, 28,733, 28,734, 28,735, 28,736, 28,737, 28,738, 28,739, 28,740, 28,741, 28,742, 28,743, 28,744, 28,745, 28,746, 28,747, 28,748, 28,749, 28,750, 28,751, 28,752, 28,753, 28,754, 28,755, 28,756, 28,757, 28,758, 28,759, 28,760, 28,761, 28,762, 28,763, 28,764, 28,765, 28,766, 28,767, 28,768, 28,769, 28,770, 28,771, 28,772, 28,773, 28,774, 28,775, 28,776, 28,777, 28,778, 28,779, 28,780, 28,781, 28,782, 28,783, 28,784, 28,785, 28,786, 28,787, 28,788, 28,789, 28,790, 28,791, 28,792, 28,793, 28,794, 28,795, 28,796, 28,797, 28,798, 28,799, 28,800, 28,801, 28,802, 28,803, 28,804, 28,805, 28,806, 28,807, 28,808, 28,809, 28,810, 28,811, 28,812, 28,813, 28,814, 28,815, 28,816, 28,817, 28,818, 28,819, 28,820, 28,821, 28,822, 28,823, 28,824, 28,825, 28,826, 28,827, 28,828, 28,829, 28,830, 28,831, 28,832, 28,833, 28,834, 28,835, 28,836, 28,837, 28,838, 28,839, 28,840, 28,841, 28,842, 28,843, 28,844, 28,845, 28,846, 28,847, 28,848, 28,849, 28,850, 28,851, 28,852, 28,853, 28,854, 28,855, 28,856, 28,857, 28,858, 28,859, 28,860, 28,861, 28,862, 28,863, 28,864, 28,865, 28,866, 28,867, 28,868, 28,869, 28,869, 28,870, 70, 28,871, 28,872, 28,873, 28,874, 28,875, 28,876, 28,877, 28,878, 28,879, 28,880, 28,881, 28,882, 28,883, 28,884, 28,885, 28,886, 28,887, 28,888, 28,889, 28,890, 28,891, 28,892, 28,893, 28,894, 28,895, 28,896, 28,897, 28,898, 28,899, 28,899, 28,900, 28,901, 28,902, 28,903, 28,904, 28,905, 28,906, 28,907, 28,908, 28,909, 28,910, 28,911, 28,912, 28,913, 28,914, 28,915, 28,916, 28,917, 28,918, 28,919, 28,920, 28,921, 28,922, 28,923, 28,924, 28,925, 28,926, 28,927, 28,928, 28,929, 28,930, 28,931, 28,932, 28,933, 28,934, 28,935, 28,936, 28,937, 28,938, 28,939, 28,940, 28,941, 28,942, 28,943, 28,944, 28,945, 28,946, 28,947, 28,948, 28,949, 28,950, 28,951, 28,952, 28,953, 28,954, 28,955, 28,956, 28,957, 28,958, 28,959, 28,960, 28,961, 28,962, 28,963, 28,964, 28,965, 28,966, 28,967, 28,968, 28,969, 28,970, 28,971, 28,972, 28,973, 28,974, 28,975, 28,976, 28,977, 28,978, 28,979, 28,980, 28,981, 28,982, 28,983, 28,984, 28,985, 28,986, 28,987, 28,988, 28,989, 28,990, 28,991, 28,992, 28,993, 28,994, 28,995, 28,996, 28,997, 28,998, 28,999. Ooh, 29,000, 29,001, 29,002, 29,003, 29,004, 29,005, 29,006, 29,007, 29,008, 29,009, 29,010, 29,011, 29,012, 29,013, 29,014, 39, 29,015, 29,016, 29,017, 29,018, 29,019, 29,020, 29,021, 29,022, 29,023, 29,024, 29,025, 29,026, 29,027, 29,028, 29,029, 29,030, 29,031, 29,032, 29,033, 29,034, 29,035, 29,036, 29,037, 29,038, 29,039, 29,040, 29,041, 29,042, 29,043, 29,044, 29,045, 29,046, 29,047, 29,048, 29,049, 29,050, 29,051, 29,052, 29,053, 29,054, 29,055, 29,056, 29,057, 29,058, 29,059, 29,060, 29,061, 29,062, 29,063, 29,064, 29,065, 29,066, 29,067, 29,068, 29,069, 29,070, 29,071, 29,072, 29,073, 29,074, 29,075, 29,076, 29,077, 29,078, 29,079, 29,080, 29,081, 29,082, 29,083, 29,084, 29,085, 29,086, 29,087, 29,088, 29,089, 29,090, 29,091, 29,092, 29,093, 29,094, 29,095, 29,096, 29,097, 29,098, 29,099, 29,100, 29,101, 29,102, 29,103, 29,104, 29,105, 29,106, 29,107, 29,108, 29,109, 29,110, 29,111, 29,112, 29,113, 29,114, 29,115, 29,116, 29,117, 29,118, 29,119, 29,120, 29,121, 29,122, 29,123, 29,124, 29,125, 29,126, 29,127, 29,128, 29,129, 29,100 and 40, 29,141, 29,142, 29,143, 29,144, 29,145, 29,146, 29,147, 29,148, 29,149, 29,150, 29,151, 29,152, 29,153, 29,154, 29,155, 29,156, 29,157, 29,158, 29,159, 29,160, 29,161, 29,162, 29,163, 29,164, 29,165, 29,166, 29,167, 29,168, 29,169, 29,170, 29,171, 29,172, 29,173, 29,174, 29,175, 29,176, 29,177, 29,178, 29,179, 29,180, 29,181, 29,182, 29,183, 29,184, 29,185, 29,186, 29,187, 29,188, 29,189, 29,190, 29,191, 29,192, 29,193, 29,194, 29,195, 29,196, 29,197, 29,198, 29,199, 29,200, 29,201, 29,202, 29,203, 29,204, 29,205, 29,206, 29,207, 29,208, 29,209, 29,210, 29,211, 29,212, 29,213, 29,214, 29,215, 29,216, 29,217, 29,218, 29,219, 29,220, 29,221, 29,222, 29,223, 29,224, 29,225, 29,226, 29,227, 29,228, 29,229, 29,230, 29,231, 29,232, 29,233, 29,234, 29,235, 29,236, 29,237, 29,238, 29,239, 29,240, 29,241, 29,242, 29,243, 29,244, 29,245, 29,246, 29,247, 29,248, 29,249, 29,250, 29,251, 29,252, 29,253, 29,254, 29,255, 29,256, 29,257, 29,258, 29,259, 29,260, 29,261, 29,262, 29,263, 29,264, 29,265, 29,260, 29,267, 29,268, 29,269, 29,270, 29,271, 29,272, 29,273, 29,274, 29,275, 29,276, 29,277, 29,278, 29,279, 29,280, 29,281, 29,282, 29,283, 29,284, 29,285, 29,286, 29,287, 29,288, 29,289, 29,290, 29,291, 29,292, 29,293, 29,294, 29,295, 29,296, 29,297, 29,298, 29,299, 29,300, 29,301, 29,302, 29,303, 29,304, 29,305, 29,306, 29,307, 29,308, 29,309, 29,310, 29,311, 29,312, 29,313, 29,314, 29,315, 29,316, 29,317, 29,318, 29,319, 29,320, 29,321, 29,322, 29,333, 29,324, 29,325, 29,326, 29,327, 29,328, 29,329, 29,000, 29,330, 29,331, 29,332, 29,333, 29,334, 29,335, 29,336, 29,337, 29,338, 29,339, 29,340, 29,341, 29,342, 29,343, 29,344, 29,345, 29,346, 29,347, 29,348, 29,349, 29,350, 29,351, 29,352, 29,353, 29,354, 29,355, 29,356, 29,357, 29,358, 29,359, 29,360, 29,361, 29,360. 29,363, 29,364, 29,365, 29,366, 29,367, 29,368, 29,369, 29,370, 29,371, 29,372, 29,373, 29,374, 29,375, 29,376, 29,377, 29,378, 29,379, 29,380, 29,381, 29,382, 29,383, 29,384, 29,385, 29,386, 29,387, 29,388, 29,389, 29,390, 29,391, 29,392, 29,393, 29,394, 29,395, 29,396, 29,397, 29,398, 29,399, 29,400, 29,401, 29,402, 29,403, 29,404, 29,405, 29,406, 29,407, 29,408, 29,409, 29,410, 29,411, 29,412, 29,413, 29,414, 29,415, 29,416, 29,417, 29,418, 29,419, 29,420, 29,421, 29,422, 29,423, 29,424, 29,425, 29,426, 21,427, 29,428, 29,429, 29,430, 29,431, 29,432, 29,433, 29,434, 29,435, 29,436, 29,437, 29,438, 29,439, 29,440, 29,441, 29,442, 29,443, 29,444, 29,445, 29,446, 29,447, 29,448, 29,449, 29,450, 29,451, 21,452, 21,453, 21,454, 21,455, 21,456, 21,457, 21,458, 21,459, 21,460, 21,461, 21,462, 21,463, 21,464, 21,465, 21,466, 21,467, 21,468, 21,469, 21,470, 21,471, 21,472, 21,473, 21,474, 21,475, 21,476, 21,477, 21,478, 21,479, 21,480, 21,481, 21,482, 21,483, 21,484, 21,485, 29,486, 29,487, 29,488, 29,489, 29,490, 29,491, 29,492, 29,493, 29,494, 29,495, 29,496, 29,497, 29,498, 29,499, 29,400, 29,500, 29,501, 29,502, 29,503, 29,504, 29,505, 29,506, 29,507, 29,508, 29,509, 29,510, 29,511, 29,512, 29,513, 29,514, 29,515, 29,516, 29,517, 29,518, 29,519, 29,520, 29,521, 29,522, 21,523, 21,524, 21,525, 21,526, 21,527, 21,528, 21,529, 21,530, 21,531, 21,532, 21,533, 21,534, 21,535, 21,536, 21,537, 21,538, 21,539, 21,540, 21,541, 21,542, 21,543, 21,544, 21,545, 21,546, 21,547, 21,548, 21,549, 21,542, 21,543, 21,544, 21,545, 21,546, 21,547, 21,548, 21,549, 21,546, 21,547, 21,548, 21,549, 21,550, 21,551, 21,552, 21,553, 21,554, 21,555, 21,556, 21,557, 21,558, 21,559, 29,560, 29,561, 29,562, 29,563, 21,564, 29,555, 65, 29,566, 29,567, 29,568, 29,569, 29,570, 29,571, 29,572, 29,573, 29,574, 29,575, 29,576, 29,577, 29,578, 29,579, 29,580, 29,581, 29,582, 29,583, 29,584, 29,585, 29,586, 29,587, 29,588, 29,590 and 89, 29,590, 29,591, 29,592, 29,593, 29,594, 29,595, 29,596, 29,597, 29,598, 29,599, 29,500 and 99, 29,600, 29,601, 29,602, 29,603, 29,604, 29,605, 29,606, 29,607, 29,608, 29,609, 29,610, 29,611, 29,612, 29,613, 29,614, 29,615, 29,616, 29,617, 29,618, 29,619, 29,620, 29,621, 29,622, 29,623, 29,624, 29,625, 29,626, 29,627, 29,628, 29,629, 29,630, 29,631, 29,632, 29,633, 29,634, 29,625, 29,636, 29,637, 29,638, 29,639, 29,640, 29,641, 29,642, 29,643, 29,644, 29,645, 29,646, 29,647, 29,648, 29,649, 29,650, 29,651, 29,652, 29,653, 29,654, 29,655, 29,656, 29,657, 29,658, 29,659, 29,660, 29,661, 29,662, 29,663, 29,664, 29,665, 29,666, 29,667, 29,168, 29,169, 29,630 and 70, 29,671, 29,672, 29,673, 29,674, 29,675, 29,676, 29,677, 29,678, 29,679, 29,680, 29,681, 29,682, 29,183, 29,184, 29,185, 29,186, 29,187, 29,188, 29,189, 29,690, 29,191, 29,192, 29,193, 29,194, 29,195, 29,196, 29,197, 29,198, 29,199, 29,000. 699, 29,700, 29,701, 29,702, 29,703, 29,704, 29,705, 29,706, 29,707, 29,708, 29,709, 29,710, 29,711, 29,712, 29,713, 29,714, 29,715, 29,716, 29,717, 29,718, 29,719, 29,720, 29,721, 29,722, 29,723, 29,724, 29,725, 29,726, 29,727, 29,728, 29,729, 29,700 and 30. 29,731, 29,732, 29,733, 29,734, 29,735, 29,736, 29,737, 29,738, 29,739, 29,737, 29,738, 29,739, 29,740, 29,741, 29,742, 29,743, 29,744, 29,745, 29,746, 29,747, 29,748, 29,749, 29,750, 29,751, 29,752, 29,753, 29,754, 29,755, 29,756, 29,757, 29,758, 29,759, 29,760, 29,761, 29,762, 29,763, 29,764, 29,765, 29,766, 29,767, 29,768, 29,769, 29,770, 29,771, 29,772, 29,773, 29,774, 29,775, 29,776, 29,776, 29,777, 29,778, 29,779, 29,780, 29,781, 29,782, 29,783, 29,784, 29,785, 29,786, 29,787, 29,788, 29,789, 29,790, 29,791, 29,792, 29,793, 29,794, 29,795, 29,796, 29,797, 29,798, 29,799, 29,800, 29,801, 29,802, 29,803, 29,804, 29,805, 29,806, 29,807, 29,808, 29,809, 29,810, 29,811, 29,812, 29,813, 29,814, 29,815, 29,816, 29,817, 29,818, 29,819, 29,820, 29,821, 29,822, 29,823, 29,824, 29,825, 29,826, 29,827, 29,828, 29,829, 29,830, 29,831, 29,832, 29,833, 29,834, 29,835, 29,836, 29,837, 29,838, 29,839, 29,840, 29,841, 29,842, 29,843, 29,844, 29,845, 29,846, 29,847, 29,848, 29,849, 29,850, 29,851, 29,852, 29,853, 29,854, 29,855, 29,856, 29,857, 29,858, 29,859, 29,860, 29,861, 29,862, 29,863, 29,864, 29,865, 29,866, 29,867, 29,868, 29,869, 29,870, 29,871, 29,872, 29,873, 29,874, 29,875, 29,876, 29,877, 29,878, 29,879, 29,880, 29,881, 29,882, 29,883, 29,884, 29,885, 29,886, 29,887, 29,888, 29,889, 29,890, 29,891, 29,892, 29,893, 29,894, 29,895, 29,896, 29,897, 29,898, 29,899, 29,900. 29,901, 29,902, 29,903, 29,904, 29,905, 29,906, 29,907, 29,908, 29,909, 29,910, 29,911, 29,912, 29,913, 29,914, 29,915. 29,916, 29,917, 29,918, 29,919, 29,920, 29,921, 29,922, 29,923, 29,924, 29,925, 29,926, 29,927, 29,928, 29,929, 29,930, 29,931, 29,932, 29,933, 29,934, 29,935, 29,936, 29,937, 29,938, 29,939, 29,940, 29,941, 29,942, 29,943, 29,944, 29,945, 29,946, 29,947, 29,948, 29,949, 29,949, 29,950, 29,951, 29,952, 29,953, 29,954, 29,955, 29,956, 29,957, 29,958, 29,959, 29,960, 29,961, 29,962, 29,963, 29,964, 29,965, 29,966, 29,967, 29,968, 29,969, 29,970, 29,971, 29,972, 29,973, 29,974, 29,975, 29,976, 29,977, 29,978, 29,979, 29,980, 29,981, 29,982, 29,983, 29,984, 29,985, 29,986, 29,987, 29,988, 29,989, 29,990, 29,991, 29,992, 29,993, 29,994, 29,995, 29,996, 29,997, 29,998, 29,999, 29,900, hey, and 99. That's 30,000. Wow. 30,001, 30,002, 30,003, 30,004, 30,005, 30,006, 30,007, 30,008, 30,009, 30,010, 30,011, 30,012, 30,013, 30,014, 30,015, 30,016, 30,017, 30,018, 30,019, 30,020, 30,021, 30,032, 30,033, 30,034, 30,035, 30,036, 30,037, 30,038, 30,039, 30,040, 30,041, 30,042, 30,043, 30,044, 30,045, 30,046, 30,047, 30,048, 30,049, 30,050, 30,051, 30,052, 30,053, 30,054, 30,055, 30,056, 30,057, 30,058, 30,059, 30,060, 30,061, 30,062, 30,063, 30,064, 30,065, 30,066, 30,067, 30,068, 30,069, 30,070, 30,071, 30,072, 30,073, 30,074, 30,075, 30,076, 30,077, 30,078, 30,079, 30,080, 30,081, 30,082, 30,083, 30,084, 30,085, 30,086, 30,087, 30,088, 30,089, 30,090, 30,091, 30,092, 30,093, 30,094, 30,095, 30,096, 30,097, 30,098, 30,099, 30,100, 30,101, 30,102, 30,103, 30,104, 30,105, 30,106, 30,107, 30,108, 30,109, 30,110, 30,111, 30,112, 30,113, 30,114, 30,115, 30,116, 30,117, 30,118, 30,119, 30,120, 30,121, 30,122, 30,123, 30,124, 30,125, 30,126, 30,127, 30,128, 30,129, 30,130, 30,131, 30,132, 30,133, 30,134, 30,135, 30,136, 30,137, 30,138, 30,139, 30,140, 30,141, 30,142, 30,143, 30,144, 30,145, 30,146, 30,147, 30,148, 30,149, 30,150, 30,151, 30,152, 30,153, 30,154, 30,155, 30,156, 30,157, 30,158, 30,159, 30,160, 30,161, 30,162, 30,163, 30,164, 30,165, 30,166, 30,167, 30,168, 30,169, 30,170, 30,171, 30,172, 30,173, 30,174, 30,175, 30,176, 30,177, 30,178, 30,179, 30,180, 30,181, 30,182, 30,183, 30,184, 30,185, 30,186, 30,187, 30,188, 30,189, 30,190, 30,191, 30,192, 30,193, 30,194, 30,195, 30,196, 30,197, 30,198, 30,199, 30,200, 30,201, 30,202, 30,203, 30,204, 30,205, 30,206, 30,207, 30,208, 30,209, 30,210, 30,211, 30,212, 30,213, 30,214, 30,215, 30,216, 30,217, 30,218, 30,219, 30,220, 30,221, 30,222, 30,223, 30,224, 30,225, 30,226, 30,227, 30,228, 20,239, 30,240, 30,241, 30,242, 30,243, 30,244, 30,245, 30,246, 30,247, 30,248, 30,249, 30,250, 30,251, 30,252, 30,253, 30,254, 30,255, 30,256, 30,257, 30,258, 30,259, 30,260, 30,261, 30,262, 30,263, 30,264, 30,265, 30,266, 30,267, 30,268, 30,269, 30,270, 30,271, 30,272, 30,273, 30,274, 30,275, 30,276, 30,277, 30,278, 30,279, 30,280, 30,281, 30,282, 30,283, 30,284, 30,285, 30,286, 30,287, 30,288, 30,289, 30,290, 30,291, 30,292, 30,293, 30,294, 30,295, 30,296, 30,297, 30,298, 30,299, 30,300, 30,301, 30,302, 30,303, 30,304, 30,305, 30,306, 30,307, 30,308, 30,309, 30,310, 30,311, 30,312, 30,313, 30,314, 30,315, 30,316, 30,317, 30,318, 30,319, 30,320, 30,321, 30,322, 30,323, 30,324, 30,325, 30,326, 30,327, 20,328, 20,329, 30,330, 30,331, 30,332, 30,333, 30,334, 30,335, 30,336, 30,337, 30,338, 30,339, 30,340, 30,341, 30,342. Clash Royale. I can't seem to pass Dragon Spa. 30,341, 30,342, 30,343, 30,344, 30,345, 30,346, 30,347, 30,348, 30,349, 30,346, 30,005. 30,345, 30,346, 30,347, 30,348, 30,349, 30,350, 30,351, 30,352, 30,353, 30,354, 30,355, 30,356, 30,357, 30,358, 30,359, 30,360, 30,361, 30,362, 30,363, 30,364, 30,365, 30,366, 30,367, 30,368, 30,369, 30,370, 30,371, 30,372, 30,373, 30,374, 30,375, 30,376, 30,377, 30,378, 30,379, 30,380, 30,381, 30,382, 30,383, 30,384, 30,385, 30,386, 30,387, 30,388, 30,389, 30,390, 30,391, 30,392, 30,393, 30,394, 30,395, 30,396, 30,397, 30,398, 30,399, 30,400, 30,401, 30,402, 30,403, 30,404, 30,405, 30,406, 30,407, 30,408, 30,409, 30,410, 30,411, 30,412, 30,413, 30,414, 30,415, 30,416, 30,417, 30,418, 30,419, 30,420, 30,421, 30,422, 30,423, 30,424, 30,425, 30,426, 30,427, 30,428, 30,429, 30,430, 30,431, 30,432, 30,433, 30,434, 30,435, 30,436, 30,437, 30,438, 30,439, 30,440, 30,441, 30,442, 30,443, 30,444, 30,445, 30,446, 30,447, 30,448, 30,449, 30,450, 30,451, 30,452, 30,453, 30,454, 30,455, 30,456, 30,457, 30,458, 30,459, 30,460, 30,461, 30,462, 30,463, 30,464, 30,465, 30,466, 30,467, 30,468, 30,469, 30,470, 30,471, 30,472, 30,473, 30,474, 30,475, 30,476, 30,477, 30,478, 30,479, 30,480, 30,481, 30,482, 30,483, 30,484, 30,485, 30,486, 30,487, 30,488, 30,489, 30,490, 30,491, 30,492, 30,493, 30,494, 30,495, 30,496, 30,497, 30,498, 30,499, 30,499, 30,500, 30,501, 30,502, 30,503, 30,504, 30,505, 30,506, 30,507, 30,508, 30,509, 30,510, 30,511, 30,512, 30,513, 30,514, 30,515, 30,516, 30,517, 30,518, 30,519, 30,520, 30,521, 30,522, 30,533, 30,534, 30,525, 20,526, 30,527, 30,528, 30,529, 30,530, 30,531, 30,532, 30,533, 30,534, 30,535, 30,536, 30,537, 30,538, 30,539, 30,540, 30,541, 30,542, 30,543, 30,544, 30,545, 30,546, 30,547, 30,548, 30,549, 30,550, 30,551, 30,552, 30,553, 30,554, 30,555, 30,556, 30,557, 30,558, 30,559, 30,560, 30,561, 30,562, 30,563, 30,564, 30,565, 30,566, 30,567, 30,568, 30,569, 30,570, 30,571, 30,572, 30,573, 30,574, 30,575, 30,576, 30,577, 30,578, 30,579, 30,580, 30,581, 30,582, 30,583, 30,584, 30,585, 30,586, 30,587, 30,588, 30,589, 30,590, 30,591, 30,592, 30,593, 30,594, 30,595, 30,596, 30,597, 30,598, 30,599, 30,600, 30,601, 30,602, 30,603, 30,604, 30,605, 30,606, 30,607, 30,608, 30,609, 30,610, 30,611, 30,612, 30,613, 30,614, 30,615, 30,616, 30,617, 30,618, 30,619, 30,620, 30,621, 30,622, 30,623, 30,624, 30,625, 30,626, 30,627, 30,628, 30,629, 30,630, 30,631, 30,632, 30,633, 30,634, 30,635, 30,636, 30,637, 30,638, 30,639, 30,640, 30,641, 30,642, 30,643, 30,644, 30,645, 30,646, 30,647, 30,648, 30,649, 30,650, 30,651, 30,652, 30,653, 30,654, 30,655, 30,656, 30,657, 30,658, 30,659, 30,660, 30,661, 30,662, 30,663, 30,664, 30,665, 30,666, 30,667, 30,668, 30,669, 30,670, 30,671, 30,672, 30,673, 30,674, 30,675, 30,676, 30,677, 30,678, 30,679, 30,680, 30,681, 30,682, 30,683, 30,684, 30,685, 30,686, 30,687, 30,688, 30,689, 30,690, 30,691, 30,692, 30,693, 30,694, 30,695, 30,696, 30,697, 30,698, 30,699, 30,600 and 99, 30,700, 30,701, 30,702, 30,703, 30,704, 30,705, 30,706, 30,707, 30,708, 30,709, 30,710, 30,711, 30,712, 30,713, 30,714, 30,715, 30,716, 30,717, 30,718, 30,719, 30,720, 30,721, 30,722, 30,723, 30,724, 30,725, 30,726, 30,727, 30,728, 30,729, 30,730, 30,731, 30,732, 30,733, 30,734, 30,735, 30,736, 30,737, 30,738, 30,739, 30,740, 30,741, 30,742, 30,743, 30,744, 30,745, 30,746, 30,747, 30,748, 30,749, 30,750, 30,751, 30,752, 30,753, 30,754, 30,755, 30,756, 30,757, 30,758, 30,759, 30,760, 30,761, 30,762, 30,763, 30,764, 30,765, 30,766, 30,767, 30,768, 30,769, 30,770, 30,771, 30,772, 30,773, 30,774, 30,775, 30,776, 30,777, 30,778, 30,779, 30,780, 30,781, 30,782, 30,783, 30,784, 30,785, 30,786, 30,787, 30,788, 30,789, 30,790, 30,791, 30,792, 30,793, 30,794, 30,795, 30,796, 30,797, 30,798, 30,799, 30,007, 7,000, 30,800, 30,801, 30,802, 30,803, 30,804, 30,805, 30,806, 30,807, 30,808, 30,809, 30,810, 30,811, 30,812, 30,813, 30,814, 30,815, 30,816, 30,817, 30,818, 30,819, 30,820, 30,821, 30,822, 30,823, 30,824, 30,825, 30,826, 30,827, 30,828, 30,829, 30,830, 30,831, 30,832, 30,833, 30,834, 30,835, 30,836, 30,837, 30,838, 30,839, 30,840, 30,841, 30,842, 30,843, 30,844, 30,845, 30,846, 30,847, 30,848, 30,849, 30,850, 30,851, 30,852, 30,853, 30,854, 30,855, 30,856, 30,857, 30,858, 30,859, 30,860, 30,861, 30,862, 30,863, 30,864, 30,865, 30,866, 30,867, 30,868, 30,869, 30,000, 870, 30,871, 30,872, 30,873, 30,874, 30,875, 30,876, 30,877, 30,878, 30,879, 30,880, 30,881, 30,882, 30,883, 30,884, 30,885, 30,886, 30,887, 30,888, 30,889, 30,890, 30,891, 30,892, 30,893, 30,894, 30,895, 30,896, 30,897, 30,898, 30,899, 30,900, 30,901, 30,902, 30,903, 30,904, 30,905, 30,906, 30,907, 30,908, 30,909, 30,910, 30,911, 30,912, 30,913, 30,914, 30,915, 30,916, 30,917, 30,918, 30,919, 30,920, 30,921, 30,922, 30,923, 30,924, 30,925, 30,926, 30,927, 30,928, 30,929, 30,900 and 30, right? 30,931, 30,932, 30,933, 30,934, 30,935, 30,936, 30,937, 30,938, 30,939, 30,940, 30,941, 30,942, 30,943, 30,944, 30,945, 30,946, 30,947, 30,948, 30,949, 30,950, 30,951, 30,952, 30,953, 30,954, 30,955, 30,956, 30,957, 30,958, 30,959, 30,960, 30,961, 30,962, 30,963, 30,964, 30,965, 30,966, 30,967. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. 30,970, 30,971, 30,972, 30,973, 30,974, 30,975, 30,976, 30,977, 30,978, 30,979, 30,980, 30,981, 30,982, 30,983, 30,984, 30,985, 30,986, 30,987, 30,988, 30,989, 89, 30,990, 30,991, 30,992, 30,993, 30,994, 30,995, 30,996, 30,997, 30,998, 30,999, 30,999, 31,000, 31,001, 31,002, 31,003, 31,004, 31,005, 31,006, 31,007, 31,008, 31,009, 31,010, 31,011, 31,012, 31,013, 31,014, 31,015, 31,016, 31,017, 31,018, 31,019, 31,020. 31,020, 31,021, 31,022, 31,023, 31,024, 31,025, 31,026, 31,027, 31,028, 31,029, 31,030, 31,031, 31,032, 31,033, 31,034, 31,035, 31,036, 31,037, 31,038, 31,039, 31,040, 31,041, 31,042, 31,043, 31,044, 31,045, 31,046, 31,047, 31,048, 31,049, 31,050, 31,051, 31,052, 31,053, 31,054, 31,055, 31,056, 31,057, 31,058, 31,059, 31,060, 31,061, 31,062, 31,063, 31,064, 31,065, 31,066, 31,067, 31,068, 31,069, 31,070, 31,071, 31,072, 31,073, 31,074, 31,075, 31,076, 31,077, 31,078, 31,079, 31,080, 31,081, 31,082, 31,083, 31,084, 31,085, 31,086, 31,087, 31,088, 31,089, 31,090, 31,091, 31,092, 31,093, 31,094, 31,095, 31,096, 31,097, 31,098, 31,099, 31,100, 31,101, 31,102, 31,103, 31,104, 31,105, 31,106, 31,107, 31,108, 31,109, 31,110, 31,111, 31,112, 31,113, 31,114, 31,115, 31,116, 31,117, 31,118, 31,119, 31,120, 31,121, 31,122, 31,123, 31,124, 31,125, 31,126, 31,127, 31,128, 31,129, 31,130, 31,131, 31,132, 31,133, 31,134, 31,135, 31,136, 31,137, 31,138, 31,139, 31,140, 31,141, 31,142, 31,143, 31,144, 31,145, 31,146, 31,147, 31,148, 31,149, 31,150, 31,151, 31,152, 31,153, 31,154, 31,155, 31,156, 31,157, 31,158, 31,159, 31,160, 31,161, 31,162, 31,163, 31,164, 31,165, 31,166, 31,167, 31,168, 31,169, 31,170, 31,171, 31,172, 31,173, 31,174, 31,175, 31,176, 31,177, 31,178, 31,179, 31,180, 31,181, 31,182, 31,183, 31,184, 31,185, 31,186, 31,187, 31,188, 31,189, 31,190, 31,191, 31,192, 31,193, 31,194, 31,195, 31,196, 31,197, 31,198, 31,199, 31,200, 31,201, 31,202, 31,203, 31,204, 31,205, 31,206, 31,207, 31,208, 31,209, 31,210, 31,211, 31,212, 31,213, 31,214, 31,215, 31,216, 31,217, 31,218, 31,219, 31,220, 31,221, 31,222, 31,233, 31,224, 31,225, 31,226, 31,227, 31,228, 31,229, 31,230, 31,231, 31,232, 31,233, 31,234, 31,235, 31,236, 31,237, 31,238, 31,239, 31,240, 31,241, 31,242, 31,243, 31,244, 31,245, 31,246, 31,247, 31,248, 31,249, 31,250, 31,251, 31,252, 31,253, 31,254, 31,255, 31,256, 31,257, 31,258, 31,259, 31,260, 31,261, 31,262, 31,263, 31,264, 31,265, 31,266, 31,267, 31,268, 31,269, 31,270, 31,271, 31,272, 31,273, 31,274, 31,275, 31,276, 31,277, 31,278, 31,279, 31,280, 31,281, 31,282, 31,283, 31,284, 31,285, 31,286, 31,287, 31,288, 31,289, 31,290, 31,291, 31,292, 31,293, 31,294, 31,295, 31,296, 31,297, 31,298, 31,299, 31,000. 300, 31,301, 31,302, 31,303, 31,304, 31,305, 31,306, 31,307, 31,308, 31,309, 31,310, 31,311, 31,312, 31,313, 31,314, 31,315, 31,316, 31,317, 31,318, 31,319, 31,320, 31,321, 31,322, 31,323, 31,324, 31,325, 31,326, 31,327, 31,328, 31,329, 31,330, 31,331, 31,332, 31,333, 31,334, 31,335, 31,336, 31,337, 31,338, 31,339, 31,340, 31,341, 31,342, 31,343, 31,344, 31,345, 31,346, 31,347, 31,348, 31,349, 31,350, 31,351, 31,352, 31,353, 31,354, 31,355, 31,356, 31,357, 31,358, 31,359, 31,360, 31,361, 31,362, 31,363, 31,364, 31,365, 31,366, 31,367, 31,368, 31,369, 31,370, 31,371, 31,372, 31,373, 31,374, 31,375, 31,376, 31,347, 31,378, 31,379, 31,380, 31,381, 31,382, 31,383, 31,384, 31,385, 31,386, 31,387, 31,388, 31,389, 31,390, 31,391, 31,392, 31,393, 31,394, 31,395, 31,396, 31,397, 31,398, 31,399, 31,400, 31,401, 31,402, 31,403, 31,404, 31,405, 31,406, 31,407, 31,408, 31,409, 31,410, 31,411, 31,412, 31,413, 31,414, 31,415, 31,416, 31,417, 31,418, 31,419, 31,420, 31,421, 31,422, 31,423, 31,424, 31,425, 31,426, 31,427, 31,428, 31,439, 31,440, 31,441, 31,443, 31,444, 31,445, 31,446, 31,447, 31,448, 31,449, 31,450, 31,451, 31,452, 31,453, 31,454, 31,455, 31,456, 31,457, 31,458, 31,459, 31,460, 31,461, 31,462, 31,463, 31,464, 31,465, 31,466, 31,467, 31,468, 31,469, 31,470, 31,471, 31,472, 31,473, 31,474, 31,475, 31,476, 31,477, 31,478, 31,479, 31,480, 31,481, 31,482, 31,483, 31,484, 31,485, 31,486, 31,487, 31,488, 31,489, 31,490, 31,491, 31,492, 31,493, 31,494, 31,495, 31,496, 31,497, 31,498, 31,499, 31,400, 500, 31,501, 31,502, 31,503, 31,504, 31,505, 31,506, 31,507, 31,508, 31,509, 31,510, 31,511, 31,512, 31,513, 31,514, 31,515, 31,516, 31,517, 31,518, 31,519, 31,520, 31,521, 31,532, 31,533, 31,534, 31,535, 31,536, 31,537, 31,538, 31,539, 31,540, 31,541, 31,542, 31,543, 31,544, 31,545, 31,546, 31,547, 31,548, 31,549, 31,550, 31,551, 31,552, 31,553, 31,554, 31,555, 31,556, 31,557, 31,558, 31,559, 31,560, 31,561, 31,562, 31,563, 31,564, 31,565, 31,566, 31,567, 31,568, 31,569, 31,570, 31,571, 31,572, 31,573, 31,574, 31,575, 31,576, 31,577, 31,578, 31,579, 31,580, 31,581, 31,582, 31,583, 31,584, 31,585, 31,586, 31,587, 31,588, 31,589, 31,590, 31,591, 31,592, 31,593, 31,594, 31,595, 31,596, 31,597, 31,598, 31,599, 31,600, 31,601, 31,602, 31,603, 31,604, 31,605, 31,606, 31,607, 31,608, 31,609, 31,610, 31,611, 31,612, 31,613, 31,614, 31,615, 31,616, 31,617, 31,618, 31,619, 31,620, 31,621, 31,622, 31,623, 31,624, 31,625, 31,636, 31,637, 31,638, 31,639, 31,640, 31,641, 31,642, 31,643, 31,644, 31,645, 31,646, 31,647, 31,648, 31,649, 31,650, 31,651, 31,652, 31,653, 31,654, 31,655, 31,656, 31,657, 31,658, 31,659, 31,660, 31,661, 31,662, 31,663, 31,664, 31,665, 31,666, 31,667, 31,668, 31,669, 31,670, 31,671, 31,672, 31,673, 31,674, 31,675, 31,676, 31,677, 31,678, 31,679, 31,680, 31,681, 31,682, 31,683, 31,684, 31,685, 31,686, 31,687, 31,688, 31,689, 31,690,
31,191, 31,192, 31,193, 31,194, 31,195, 31,196, 31,197, 31,698, 31,699, 31,700, 31,701, 31,702, 31,703, 31,704, 31,705, 31,706, 31,707, 31,708, 31,709, 31,710, 31,711, 31,712, 31,713, 31,714, 31,715, 31,716, 31,717, 31,718, 31,719, 31,720, 31,721, 31,732, 31,723, 31,724, 31,725, 31,726, 31,727, 31,728, 31,729, 31,730, 31,731, 31,732, 31,733, 31,734, 31,735, 31,736, 31,737, 31,738, 31,739, 31,700, damn, 39. 31,740, 31,741, 31,742, 31,743, 31,744, 31,745, 31,746, 31,747, 31,748, 31,749, 31,750, 31,751, 31,752, 31,753, 31,754, 31,755, 31,756, 31,757, 31,758, 31,759, 31,760, 31,761, 31,762, 31,763, 31,764, 31,765, 31,766, 31,767, 31,768, 31,769, 31,780, 31,781, 31,782, 31,783, 31,784, 31,785, 31,786, 31,787, 31,788, 31,789, 31,790, 31,791, 31,792, 31,793, 31,794, 31,795, 31,796, 31,797, 31,798, 31,799, 31,700, 31,800, 31,801, 31,802, 31,803, 31,804, 31,805, 31,806, 31,807, 31,808, 31,809, 31,810, 31,811, 31,812, 31,813, 31,814, 31,815, 31,816, 31,817, 31,818, 31,819, 31,820, 31,831, 31,822, 31,823, 31,824, 31,835, 31,836, 31,837, 31,838, 31,839, 31,840, 31,841, 31,842, 31,843, 31,844, 31,845, 31,846, 31,847, 31,848, 31,849, 31,850, 31,851, 31,852, 31,853, 31,854, 31,855, 31,856, 31,857, 31,858, 31,859, 31,860, 31,861, 31,862, 31,863, 31,864, 31,865,
31,866, 31,867, 31,868, 31,869, 31,870, 31,871, 31,872, 31,873, 31,874, 31,875, 31,876, 31,877, 31,878, 31,879, 31,880, 31,801, 31,802, 31,803, 31,804, 31,805, 31,806, 31,807, 31,900, 31,901, 31,902, 31,903, 31,904, 31,905, 31,906, 31,907, 31,908, 31,909, 31,910, 31,911, 31,912, 31,915, 31,916, 31,917, 31,918, 31,919, 31,920, 31,921, 31,922, 31,923, 31,924, 31,935, 31,936, 31,937, 31,938, 31,939, 31,940, 31,941, 31,942, 31,943, 31,944, 31,945, 31,946, 31,947, 31,948, 31,949, 31,950, 31,951, 31,952, 31,953, 31,954, 31,955, 31,956, 31,957, 31,958, 31,959, 31,960, 31,961, 31,962, 31,963, 31,964, 31,965, 31,966, 31,967, 31,968, 31,969, 31,970, 31,971, 31,972, 31,973, 31,974, 31,975, 31,976, 31,977, 31,978, 31,979, 31,980, 31,981, 31,982, 31,983, 31,984, 31,985, 31,986, 31,987, 31,988, 31,989, 31,990, 31,991, 31,992, 31,993, 31,994, 31,995, 31,996, 31,997, 31,998, 31,999, 31,999, 32,000, 32,001, 32,002, 32,003, 32,004, 32,005, 32,006, 32,007, 32,008, 32,009, 32,010, 32,011, 32,012, 32,013, 32,014, 32,015, 32,016, 32,017, 32,018, 32,019, 32,020, 32,021, 32,032, 22, 32,023, 32,024, 32,025, 32,026, 32,027, 32,028, 32,029, 32,030, 32,031, 32,032, 32,023, 32,034, 32,035, 32,036, 32,037, 32,038, 32,039, 32,040, 32,041, 32,042, 32,043, 32,044, 32,045, 32,046, 32,047, 32,048, 32,049, 32,050, 32,051, 32,052, 32,053, 32,054, 32,055, 32,056, 32,057, 32,058, 32,059, 32,060, 32,061, 32,062, 32,063, 32,064, 32,065, 32,066, 32,067, 32,068, 32,069, 32,070, 32,071, 32,072, 32,073, 32,074, 32,075, 32,076, 32,077, 32,078, 32,079, 32,080, 32,081, 32,082, 32,083, 32,084, 32,085, 32,086, 32,087, 32,088, 32,089, 32,090, 32,091, 32,092, 32,093, 32,094, 32,095, 32,096, 32,097, 32,098, 32,099, 32,099, 32,100, 32,101, 32,102, 32,103, 32,104, 32,105, 32,106, 32,107, 32,108, 32,109, 32,110, 32,111, 32,112, 32,113, 32,114, 32,115, 32,116, 32,117, 32,118, 32,119, 32,120, 32,121, 32,122, 32,123, 32,124, 32,125, 32,126, 32,127, 32,128, 32,129, 32,100 and 30, 32,131, 32,132, 32,133, 32,134, 32,135, 32,136, 32,137, 32,138, 32,139, 32,140, 32,141, 32,142, 32,143, 32,144, 32,145, 32,146, 32,147, 32,148, 32,149, 32,150, 32,151, 32,152, 32,153, 32,154, 32,155, 32,156, 32,157, 32,158, 32,159, 32,160, 32,161, 32,162, 32,163, 32,164, 32,165, 32,166, 32,167, 32,168, 32,169, 32,170, 32,171, 32,172, 32,173, 32,174, 32,175, 32,176, 32,177, 32,178, 32,179, 32,180, 32,181, 32,182, 32,183, 32,184, 32,185, 32,186, 32,187, 32,188, 32,189, 32,190, 32,291, 32,292, 32,293, 32,294, 32,295, 32,296, 32,297, 32,298, 32,299, 32,300, 32,301, 32,302, 32,303, 32,304, 32,305, 32,306, 32,307, 32,308, 32,309, 32,310, 32,311, 32,312, 32,313, 32,314, 32,315, 32,316, 32,317, 32,318, 32,319, 32,320, 32,321, 32,322, 32,323, 32,324, 32,325, 32,326, 32,327, 32,328, 32,329, 32,330, 32,331, 32,332, 32,333, 32,334, 32,335, 32,336, 32,337, 32,338, 32,339, 32,340, 32,341, 32,342, 32,343, 32,344, 32,345, 32,346, 32,347, 32,348, 32,349, 32,350, 32,351, 32,352, 32,353, 32,354, 32,355, 32,356, 32,357, 32,358, 32,359, 32,360, 32,361, 32,362, 32,363, 32,364, 32,365, 32,366, 32,367, 32,368, 32,369, 32,370, 32,371, 32,372, 32,373, 32,374, 32,375, 32,376, 32,377, 32,378, 32,379, 32,380, 32,381, 32,382, 32,383, 32,384, 32,385, 32,386, 32,387, 32,388, 32,389, 32,390, 32,391, 32,392, 32,393, 32,394, 32,395, 32,396, 32,397, 32,398, 32,399, 32,400, 32,401, 32,402, 32,403, 32,404, 32,405, 32,406, 32,407, 32,408, 32,409, 32,410, 32,411, 32,412, 32,413, 32,414, 32,415, 32,416, 32,417, 32,418, 32,419, 32,420, 32,421, 32,422, 32,423, 32,424, 32,425, 32,426, 32,427, 32,428, 32,429, 32,430, 32,431, 32,432, 32,433, 32,434, 32,435, 32,436, 32,437, 32,438, 32,439, 32,440, 32,441, 32,442, 32,443, 32,444, 32,445, 32,446, 32,447, 32,448, 32,449, 32,450, 32,451, 32,452, 32,453, 32,454, 32,455, 32,456, 32,457, 32,458, 32,459, 32,460, 32,461, 32,462, 32,463, 32,464, 32,465, 32,466, 32,467, 32,468, 32,469, 32,470, 32,471, 32,472, 32,473, 32,474, 32,475, 32,476, 32,477, 32,478, 32,479, 32,480, 32,481, 32,482, 32,483, 32,484, 32,485, 32,486, 32,487, 32,488, 32,489, 32,490, 32,491, 32,492, 32,493, 32,494, 32,495, 32,496, 32,497, 32,498, 32,499, 32,400, 32,500, 32,501, 32,502, 32,503, 32,504, 32,505, 32,506, 32,507, 32,508, 32,509, 32,510, 32,511, 32,512, 32,513, 32,514, 32,515, 32,516, 32,517, 32,518, 32,519, 32,520, 32,521, 32,522, 32,523, 32,524, 32,525, 32,536, 32,527, 32,528, 32,529, 32,530, 32,531, 32,532, 32,533, 32,534, 32,535, 32,536, 32,537, 32,538, 32,539, 32,540, 32,541, 32,542, 32,543, 32,544, 32,545, 32,546, 32,547, 32,548, 32,549, 32,550, 32,551, 32,552, 32,553, 32,554, 32,555, 32,556, 32,557, 32,558, 32,559, 32,560, 32,561, 32,562, 32,563, 32,564, 32,565, 32,566, 32,567, 32,568, 32,569, 32,570, 32,571, 32,572, 32,573, 32,574, 32,575, 32,576, 32,577, 32,578, 32,579, 32,580, 32,507, 32,581, 32,582, 32,583, 32,584, 32,585, 32,586, 32,587, 32,588, 32,589, 32,590, 32,591, 32,592, 32,593, 32,594, 32,595, 32,596, 32,597, 32,598, 32,599, 32,500, 32,600, 32,601, 32,602, 32,603, 32,604, 32,605, 32,606, 32,607, 32,608, 32,609, 32,610, 32,611, 32,612, 32,613, 32,614, 32,615, 32,616, 32,617, 32,618, 32,619, 32,620, 32,621, 32,622, 32,623, 32,624, 32,625, 32,626, 32,627, 32,628, 32,629, 32,600, and 30, 32,131, 32,132, 32,133, 32,134, 32,135, 32,136, 32,137, 32,138, 32,139, 32,640, 32,641, 32,642, 32,643, 32,644, 32,645, 32,646, 32,647, 32,648, 32,649, 32,650, 32,651, 32,652, 32,653, 32,654, 32,655, 32,656, 32,657, 32,658, 32,659, 32,600, 30,000, yeah, nah, 69, 30,070, 30,071, 30,072, 30,073, 30,074, 30,075, 30,076, 30,077, 30,078, 32,079, 32,080, 32,081, 32,082, 32,083, 32,084, 32,085, 32,086, 32,087, 32,088, 32,089, 32,090, 32,091, 32,092, 32,093, 32,094, 32,095, 32,096, 32,097, 32,098, 32,099. Ooh. 32,659, 32,650, 60, 32,661, 32,662, 32,663, 32,664, 32,665, 32,666, 32,667, 32,668, 32,669, 32,670, 32,671, 32,672, 32,673, 32,674, 32,675, 32,676, 32,677, 32,678, 32,679, 32,680, 32,681, 32,682, 32,683, 32,684, 32,685, 32,686, 32,687, 32,688, 32,689, 32,690, 32,691, 32,692, 32,693, 32,694, 32,695, 32,696, 32,697, 32,698, 32,699, 32,600, 32,700, 32,701, 32,702, 32,703, 32,704, 32,705, 32,706, 32,707, 32,708, 32,709, 32,710, 32,711, 32,712, 32,713, 32,714, 32,715, 32,716, 32,717, 32,718, 32,719, 32,720, 32,721, 32,722, 32,723, 32,724, 32,725, 32,726, 32,727, 32,728, 32,729, 32,730, 32,731, 32,732, 32,733, 32,724, 32,725, 32,726, 32,727, 32,728, 32,729, 32,730, 32,731, 32,732, 32,733, 32,734, 32,735, 32,736, 32,737, 32,738, 32,739, 32,740, 32,741, 32,742, 32,743, 32,744, 32,745, 32,746, 32,747, 32,748, 32,749, 32,750, 32,751, 32,752, 32,753, 32,754, 32,755, 32,756, 32,757, 32,758, 32,759, 32,760, 32,761, 32,762, 32,763, 32,764, 32,765, 32,766, 32,767, 32,768, 32,769, 32,770, 32,771, 32,772, 32,773, 32,774, 32,775, 32,776, 32,777, 32,778, 32,779, 32,780, 32,781, 32,782, 32,783, 32,784, 32,785, 32,786, 32,787, 32,788, 32,789, 32,790, 32,791, 32,792, 32,793, 32,794, 32,795, 32,796, 32,797, 32,798, 32,799, 32,799, 32,800, 32,801, 32,802, 32,803, 32,804, 32,805, 32,806, 32,807, 32,808, 32,809, 32,810, 32,811, 32,812, 32,813, 32,814, 32,815, 32,816, 32,817, 32,818, 32,819, 32,820, 32,821, 32,822, 32,823, 32,824, 32,825, 32,826, 32,827, 32,828, 32,829, 32,830. 32,831, 32,832, 32,833, 32,834, 32,835, 32,836, 32,837, 32,838, 32,839, 32,840, 32,841, 32,842, 32,843, 32,844, 32,845, 32,846, 32,847, 32,848, 32,849, 32,850, 32,851, 32,852, 32,853, 32,854, 32,855, 32,856, 32,857, 32,858, 32,859, 32,860, 32,861, 32,862, 32,863, 32,864, 32,865, 32,866, 32,867, 32,868, 32,869, 32,870, 32,871, 32,872, 32,873, 32,874, 32,875, 32,876, 32,877, 32,878, 32,879, 32,880, 32,881, 32,882, 32,883, 32,884, 32,885, 32,886, 32,887, 32,888, 32,889, 32,890, 32,891, 32,892, 32,893, 32,894, 32,895, 32,896, 32,897, 32,898, 32,899, 32,900, 32,901, 32,902, 32,903, 32,904, 32,905, 32,906, 32,907, 32,908, 32,909, 32,910, 32,911, 32,912, 32,913, 32,914, 32,915, 32,916, 32,917, 32,918, 32,919, 32,920, 32,921, 32,922, 32,923, 32,924, 32,925, 32,926, 32,927, 32,928, 32,929, 32,930, 32,931, 32,932, 32,933, 32,934, 32,935, 32,936, 32,937, 32,938, 32,939, 32,940, 32,941, 32,942, 32,943, 32,944, 32,945, 32,946, 32,947, 32,948, 32,949, 32,950, 32,951, 32,952, 32,953, 32,954, 32,955, 32,956, 32,957, 32,958, 32,959, 32,960, 32,961, 32,962, 32,963, 32,964, 32,965, 32,966, 32,967, 32,968, 32,969, 32,970, 32,971, 32,972, 32,973, 32,974, 32,975, 32,976, 32,977, 32,978, 32,979, 32,980, 32,981, 32,982, 32,983, 32,984, 32,985, 32,986, 32,987, 32,988, 32,989, 32,990, 32,991, 32,992, 32,993, 32,994, 32,995, 32,996, 32,997, 32,998, 32,999, 33,000, 33,001, 33,002, 33,003, 33,004, 33,005. 33,006, 33,007, 33,008, 33,009, 33,010, 33,011, 33,012, 33,013, 33,014, 33,015, 33,016, 33,017, 33,018, 33,019, 33,020, 33,021, 33,022, 33,023, 33,024, 33,025, 33,026, 33,027, 33,028, 33,029, 33,029, 33,030, 33,031, 33,032, 33,033, 33,034, 33,035, 33,036, 33,037, 33,038, 33,039, 33,040, 33,041, 33,042, 33,043, 33,044, 33,045, 33,046, 33,047, 33,048, 33,049, 33,050, 33,051, 33,052, 33,053, 33,054, 33,055, 33,056, 33,057, 33,058, 33,059, 33,060, 33,061, 33,062, 33,063, 33,064, 33,065, 33,066, 33,067, 33,068, 33,069, 33,070, 33,071, 33,072, 33,073, 33,074, 33,075, 33,076, 33,077, 33,078, 33,079, 33,080, 33,081, 33,082, 33,083, 33,084, 33,085, 33,086, 33,087, 33,088, 33,089, 33,090, 33,091, 33,092, 33,093, 33,094, 33,095, 33,096, 33,097, 33,098, 33,099, 33,100, 33,101, 33,102, 33,103, 33,104, 33,105, 33,106, 33,107, 33,108, 33,109, 33,110, 33,111, 33,112, 33,113, 33,114, 33,115, 33,116, 33,117, 33,118, 33,119, 33,120, 33,121, 33,122, 33,123, 33,124, 33,125, 33,126, 33,127, 33,128, 33,129, 33,130, 33,131, 33,132, 33,133, 33,134, 33,135, 33,136, 33,137, 33,138, 33,139, 33,140, 33,141, 33,142, 33,143, 33,144, 33,145, 33,146, 33,147, 33,148, 33,149, 33,150, 33,151, 33,152, 33,153, 33,154, 33,155, 33,156, 33,157, 33,158, 33,159, 33,160, 33,161, 33,162, 33,163, 33,164, 33,165, 33,166, 33,167, 33,168, 33,169, 33,170, 33,171, 33,172, 33,173, 33,174, 33,175, 33,176, 33,177, 33,178, 33,179, 33,180, 33,181, 33,182, 33,183, 33,184, 33,185, 33,186, 33,187, 33,188, 33,189, 33,190, 33,191, 33,192, 33,193, 33,194, 33,195, 33,196, 33,197, 33,198, 33,199, 33,200, 33,201, 33,202, 33,203, 33,204, 33,205, 33,206, 33,207, 33,208. Oh, 33,209, 33,210, 33,211, 33,212, 33,213, 33,214, 33,215, 33,216, 33,217, 33,218, 33,219, 33,220, 33,221, 33,222, 33,223, 33,224, 33,225, 33,226, 33,227, 33,228, 33,229, 33,230, 33,231, 33,232, 33,233, 33,234, 33,235, 33,236, 33,237, 33,238, 33,239, 33,240, 33,241, 33,242, 33,243, 33,244, 33,245, 33,246, 33,247, 33,248, 33,249, 33,250, 33,251, 33,252, 33,253, 33,254, 33,255, 33,256, 33,257, 33,258, 33,259, 33,260, 33,261, 33,262, 33,263, 33,264, 33,265, 33,266, 33,267, 33,268, 33,269, 33,270, 33,271, 33,272, 33,273, 33,274, 33,275, 33,276, 33,277, 33,278, 33,279, 33,280, 33,281, 33,282, 33,283, 33,284, 33,285, 33,286, 33,287, 33,288, 33,289, 33,290, 33,291, 33,292, 33,293, 33,294, 33,295, 33,296, 33,297, 33,298, 33,299, 33,299, right? Then 33, 33,299, 33,300, 33,301, 33,302, 33,303, 33,304, 33,305, 33,306, 33,307, 33,308, 33,309, 33,310. 33,311, 33,312, 33,313, 33,314, 33,315, 33,316, 33,317, 33,318, 33,319, 33,320, 33,321, 33,322, 33,323. 33,324, 33,325, 33,326, 33,327, 33,328, 33,329, 33,330, 33,331, 33,332, 33,333, 33,334, 33,335, 33,336, 33,337, 33,338. Why don't I kneel down? 33,339. To kneel down. 33,340. 33,341. 33,342. 33,343. Ow, my spine. 33,344. 33,345. 33,346. 33,347. 33,348. 33,349. 33,350. 33,351. 33,352. 33,353. 33,354, 33,355, 33,356, 33,357, 33,358, 33,359, 33,360, 33,361, 33,362, 33,363, 33,364, 33,365. 33,366, 33,367, 33,368, 33,369, 33,370, 33,371, 33,372, 33,373, 33,374, 33,375, 33,376, 33,377, 33,378, 33,379, 33,380, 33,381, 33,382, 33,383, 33,384, 33,385, 33,386, 33,387, 33,388, 33,389, 33,390, 33,391, 33,392, 33,393, 33,394, 33,395, 33,396, 33,397, 33,398, 33,399, 33,399, 33,400, 33,401, 33,402, 33,403, 33,404, 33,405, 33,406, 33,407, 33,408, 33,409, 33,410, 33,411, 33,412, 33,413, 33,414, 33,415, 33,416, 33,417, 33,418, 33,419, 33,420, 33,421, 33,422, 33,423, 33,424, 33,425, 33,426, 33,427, 33,428, 33,429, 33,430, 33,431, 33,432, 33,433, 33,444, 33,435, 33,436, 33,437, 33,438, 33,439, 33,440, 33,441, 33,442, 33,443, 33,444, 33,445, 33,446, 33,447, 33,448, 33,449, 33,450, 33,451, 33,452, 33,453, 33,454, 33,455, 33,456, 33,457, 33,458, 33,459, 33,460, 33,461, 33,462, 33,463, 33,464, 33,465, 33,466, 33,467, 33,468, 33,469, 33,470, 33,471, 33,472, 33,473, 33,474, 33,475, 33,476, 33,477, 33,478, 33,479, 33,480, 33,481, 33,482, 33,483, 33,484, 33,485, 33,486, 33,487, 33,488, 33,489, 33,490, 33,491, 33,492, 33,493, 33,494, 33,495, 33,496, 33,497, 33,498, 33,499, 33,499, right? 33,500, 33,501, 33,502, 33,503, 33,504, 33,505, 33,506, 33,507, 33,508, 33,509, 33,510, 33,511, 33,512, 33,513, 33,514, 33,515, 33,516, 33,517, 33,518, 33,519, 33,520, 33,521, 33,522, 33,523, 33,524, 33,525, 33,526, 33,527, 33,528, 33,529, 33,500 and 29, 33,500 and 30, 33,531, 33,532, 33,533, 33,534, 33,535, 33,536, 33,537, 33,538, 33,539, 33,500
33,541, 33,542, 33,543, 33,544, 33,545, 33,546, 33,547, 33,548, 33,549, 33,550, 33,551, 33,552, 33,553, 33,554, 33,555, 33,556, 33,557, 33,558, 33,559, 33,560, 33,561, 33,562, 33,563, 33,564, 33,565, 33,566, 33,567, 33,568, 33,569, 33,570, 33,571, 33,572, 33,573, 33,574, 33,575, 33,576, 33,577, 33,578, 33,579, 33,580, 33,581, 33,582, 33,583, 33,584, 33,585, 33,586, 33,587, 33,588, 33,589, 33,590, 33,591, 33,592, 33,593, 33,594, 33,595, 33,596, 33,597, 33,598, 33,599, 33,599, 33,600, 33,601, 33,602, 33,603, 33,604, 33,605, 33,606, 33,607, 33,608, 33,609, 33,610, 33,611, 33,612, 33,613, 33,614, 33,615, 33,616, 33,617, 33,618, 33,619, 33,620, 33,621, 33,622, 33,633, 33,624, 33,625, 33,626, 33,627, 33,638, 28, 33,629, 33,630, 33,631, 33,632, 33,633, 33,634, 33,635, 33,636, 33,637, 33,638, 33,639, 33,640, 33,641, 33,642, 33,643, 33,644, 33,645, 33,646, 33,647, 33,648, 33,649, 33,650, 33,651, 33,652, 33,653, 33,654, 33,655, 33,656, 33,657, 33,658, 33,659, 33,660, 33,661, 33,662, 33,663, 33,664, 33,665, 33,666, 33,667, 33,668, 33,669, 33,670, 33,671, 33,672, 33,673, 33,674, 33,675,
33,676, 33,677, 33,678, 33,679, 33,680, 33,681, 33,682, 33,683, 33,684, 33,685, 33,686, 33,687, 33,688, 33,689, 33,690, 33,691, 33,692, 33,693, 33,694, 33,695, 33,696, 33,697, 33,698, 33,699, 33,700, 33,701, 33,702, 33,703, 33,704, 33,705, 33,706, 33,707, 33,708, 33,709, 33,710, 33,711, 33,712, 33,713, 33,714, 33,715, 33,716, 33,717, 33,718, 33,719, 33,720, 33,721, 33,722, 33,723, 33,734, 33,725, 33,726, 33,727, 33,728, 33,729, 33,700 and 33,731, 33,700 and 32, 33,733, 33,734, 33,735, 33,736, 33,737, 33,738, 33,739, 33,740, 33,741, 33,742, 33,743, 33,744, 33,745, 33,746, 33,747, 33,748, 33,749, 33,750, 33,751, 33,752, 33,753, 33,754, 33,755, 33,756, 33,757, 33,758, 33,759, 33,760, 33,761, 33,762, 33,763, 33,764, 33,765, 33,766, 33,767, 33,768, 33,769, 33,770, 33,771, 33,772, 33,773, 33,774, 33,775, 33,776, 33,777, 33,778, 33,779, 33,000. I'm going to 79. 33,780, 33,781, 33,782, 33,783, 33,784, 33,795, 33,786, 33,787, 33,788, 33,789, 33,790, 33,791, 33,792, 33,793, 33,794, 33,795, 33,796, 33,797, 33,798, 33,799, 33,800, 33,801, 33,802, 33,803, 33,804, 33,805, 33,806, 33,807, 33,808, 33,809, 33,810, 33,811, 33,812, 33,813, 33,814, 33,815, 33,816, 33,817, 33,818, 33,819, 33,820, 33,821, 33,822, 33,823, 33,824, 33,825, 33,826, 33,827, 33,828, 33,829, 33,830, 33,831, 33,832, 33,823, 33,824, 33,825, 33,826, 33,827, 33,828, 33,829, 33,800 and 33,831, 33,832, 33,833, 33,834, 33,835, 33,836, 33,837, 33,838, 33,839, 33,840, 33,841, 33,842, 33,843, 33,844, 33,845, 33,846, 33,847, 33,848, 33,849, 33,850, 33,851, 33,852, 33,853, 33,854, 33,855, 33,856, 33,857, 33,858, 33,859, 33,860, 33,861, 33,862, 33,863, 33,864, 33,865, 33,866, 33,867, 33,868, 33,869, 33,870, 33,871, 33,872, 33,873, 33,874, 33,875, 33,876, 33,877, 33,708, 33,888, 33,889, 33,890, 33,891, 33,892, 33,893, 33,894, 33,895, 33,896, 33,897, 33,898, 33,899, 33,900, 33,901, 33,902, 33,903, 33,904, 33,905, 33,906, 33,907, 33,908, 33,909, 33,910, 33,911, 33,912, 33,913, 33,914, 33,915, 33,916, 33,917, 33,918, 33,919, 33,920, 33,921, 33,922, 33,923, 33,924, 33,925, 33,926, 33,927, 33,928, 33,929, 33,930, 33,931, 33,932, 33,933, 33,934, 33,935, 33,936, 33,937, 33,938, 33,939, 33,940, 33,941, 33,942, 33,943, 33,944, 33,945, 33,946, 33,947, 33,948, 33,949, 33,950, 33,951, 33,952, 33,953, 33,954, 33,955, 33,966, 56, 33,957, 33,958, 33,959, 33,960, 33,961, 33,962, 33,963, 33,964, 33,965, 33,966, 33,967, 33,968, 33,969, 33,970, 33,971, 33,972, 33,973, 33,974, 33,975, 33,976, 33,977, 33,978, 33,979, 33,980, 33,981, 33,982, 33,983, 33,984, 33,985, 33,986, 33,987, 33,988, 33,989, 33,990, 33,991, 33,992, 33,993, 33,994, 33,995, 33,996, 33,997, 33,998, 33,999. Ooh, 33,999, 34,000. 34,001, 34,002, 34,003, 34,004, 34,005, 34,006, 34,007, 34,008, 34,009, 34,010, 34,011, 34,012, 34,013, 34,014, 34,015, 34,016, 34,017, 34,018, 34,019, 34,020, 34,021, 34,022, 34,023, 34,024, 34,025, 34,026, 34,027, 34,028, 34,029, 34,030, 34,031, 34,032, 34,033, 34,034, 34,035, 34,036, 34,037, 34,038, 34,039, 34,040, 34,041, 34,042, 34,043, 34,044, 34,045, 34,046, 34,047, 34,048, 34,049, 34,050, 34,051, 34,052, 34,053, 34,054, 34,055, 34,056, 34,057, 34,058, 34,059, 34,060, 34,061, 34,062, 34,063, 34,064, 34,065, 34,066, 34,067, 34,068, 34,069, 34,070, 34,071, 34,072, 34,073, 34,074, 34,075, 34,076, 34,077, 34,078, 34,079, 34,080, 34,081, 34,082, 34,083, 34,084, 34,085, 34,086, 34,087, 34,088, 34,089, 34,090, 34,091, 34,092, 34,093, 34,094, 34,095, 34,096, 34,097, 34,098, 34,099, 34,100, 34,101, 34,102, 34,103, 34,104, 34,105, 34,106, 34,107, 34,108, 34,109, 34,110. 34,111, 34,112, 34,113, 34,114, 34,115, 34,116, 34,117, 34,118, 34,119,
34,120, 24,121, 24,122, 24,123, 24,124, 24,125, 24,126, 24,127, 24,128, 24,129, 24,130, 24,131, 24,132, 24,133, 24,134, 24,135, 24,136, 24,137, 24,138, 24,139, 24,140, 31,141, 31,142, 31,143, 31,144, 34,145, 34,146, 34,147, 34,148, 34,149, 34,150, 34,151, 34,152, 34,153, 34,154, 34,155, 34,156, 34,157, 34,158, 34,159, 34,160, 34,161, 34,162, 34,163, 34,164, 34,165, 34,166, 34,167, 34,168, 34,169, 34,170, 34,171, 34,172, 34,173, 34,174, 34,175, 34,176, 34,177, 34,178, 34,179, 34,180, 34,181, 34,182, 34,183, 34,184, 34,185, 34,186, 34,187, 34,188, 34,189, 34,190, 34,191, 34,192, 34,193, 34,194, 34,195, 34,196, 34,197, 34,198, 34,199, 34,200, 34,201, 34,202, 34,203, 34,204, 34,205, 34,206, 34,207, 34,208, 34,209, 34,210, 34,211, 34,212, 34,213, 34,214, 34,215, 34,216, 34,217, 34,218, 34,219, 34,220, 34,231, 34,232, 34,233, 34,234, 34,235, 34,236, 34,237, 34,238, 34,239, 34,240, 34,241, 34,242, 34,243, 34,244, 34,245, 34,246, 236, 34,237, 34,238, 34,239, 34,240, 34,241, 34,242, 34,243, 34,244, 34,245, 34,246, 34,247, 34,248, 34,249, 34,250, 34,251, 34,252, 34,253, 34,254, 34,255, 34,256, 34,257, 34,258, 34,259, 34,260, 34,261, 34,262, 34,263, 34,264, 34,265, 34,266, 34,267, 34,268, 34,269, 34,270, 34,271, 34,272, 34,273, 34,274, 34,275, 34,276, 34,277, 34,278, 34,279, 34,280, 34,281, 34,282, 34,283, 34,284, 34,285, 34,286, 34,287, 34,288, 34,289, 34,290, 34,291, 34,292, 34,293, 34,294, 34,295, 34,296, 34,296, 286, 34,287, 84,000, 34,288, 34,289, 34,290, 34,291, 34,292, 34,293, 34,294, 34,295, 34,296, 34,297, 34,298, 34,299, 34,299, 34,300, 34,301, 34,302, 34,303, 34,304, 34,305, 34,306, 34,307, 34,308, 34,309, 34,310, 34,311, 34,312, 34,313, 34,314, 34,315, 34,316, 34,317, 34,318, 34,319, 34,320, 34,321, 34,322, 34,323, 34,324, 34,325, 34,326, 34,327, 34,328, 34,329, 34,330, 34,331, 34,332, 34,333, 34,334, 34,335, 34,336, 34,337, 34,338, 34,339, 34,340, 34,341, 34,342, 34,343, 34,344, 34,345, 34,346, 34,347, 34,348, 34,349, 34,350, 34,351, 34,352, 34,353, 34,354, 34,355, 34,356, 34,357, 34,358, 34,359, 34,360, 34,361, 34,362, 34,363, 34,364, 34,365, 34,366, 34,367, 34,368, 34,369, 34,370, 34,371, 34,372, 34,373, 34,374, 34,375, 34,376, 34,377, 34,378, 34,379, 34,380, 34,381, 34,382, 34,383, 34,384, 34,385, 34,386, 34,387, 34,388, 34,389, 34,390, 34,590, 34,591, 34,592, 34,593, and 34,594, 34,595, 34,596, 34,597, 34,598, 34,599, 34,500, 34,600, 34,601, 34,602, 34,603, 34,604, 34,605, 34,606, 34,607, 34,608, 34,609, 34,610, 34,611, 34,612, 34,613, 34,614, 34,615, 34,616, 34,617, 34,618, 34,619, 34,620, 34,621, 34,622, 34,623, 34,624, 34,625, 34,626, 34,627, 34,628, 34,629, 34,630, 34,631, 34,632, 34,633, 34,634, 34,635, 34,636, 34,637, 34,638, 34,639, 34,640, 34,641, 34,642, 34,643, 34,644, 34,645, 34,646. Damn, 34,647, 34,648, 34,649, 34,650, 34,651, 34,652, 34,653, 34,654, 34,655, 34,656, 34,657, 34,658, 34,659, 34,600. Damn! Damn! No, no, no. 660. I can't believe that he won me. All right, I think that's it. Let me sit on the floor. Ajay, can you guys see me? Yeah. Hey. 34,661, 34,662, 34,663, 34,664, 34,665, 34,666, 34,667, 34,668, 34,669, 34,670, 34,671, 34,672, 34,673, 34,674, 34,675, 34,676, 34,677, 34,678, 34,679, 34,680, 34,681, 34,682, 34,683, 34,684, 34,685, 34,686, 34,687, 34,688, 34,689, 34,690, 34,691, 34,692, 34,693, 34,694, 34,695, 34,696, 34,697, 34,698, 34,699, 34,699, 34,700, 34,701, 34,702, 34,703, 34,704, 34,705, 34,706, 34,707, 34,708, 34,709, 34,710, 34,711, 34,712, 34,713, 34,714, 34,715, 34,716, 34,717, 34,718, 34,719, 34,720, 34,721, 34,722, 34,723, 34,724, 34,725, 34,726, 34,727, 34,728, 34,729, 34,729, 34,740, 34,741, 34,742, 34,743, 34,744, 34,745, 34,746, 34,747, 34,748, 34,749, 34,750, 34,751, 34,752, 34,753, 34,754, 34,755, 34,756, 34,757, 34,758, 34,759, 34,760, 34,761, 34,762, 34,763, 34,764, 34,765, 34,766, 34,767, 34,768, 34,769, 34,770, 34,771, 34,772, 34,773, 34,774, 34,775, 34,776, 34,777, 34,778, 34,779, 34,780, 34,781, 34,782, 34,783, 34,784, 34,785, 34,786, 34,787, 34,788, 34,789, 34,790, 34,791, 34,792, 34,793, 34,794, 34,795, 34,796, 34,797, 34,798, 34,799, 34,799, 34,800, 34,801, 34,802, 34,803, 34,804, 34,805, 34,806, 34,807, 34,808, 34,809, 34,810, 34,811, 34,812, 34,813, 34,814, 34,815, 34,816, 34,817, 34,818, 34,819, 34,820, 34,821, 34,822, 34,823, 24,824, 24,825, 24,826, 24,827, 24,828, 24,829, 24,830, 24,831, 24,832, 24,833, 24,824, 34, 24,835, 24,836, 24,837, 24,838, 24,839, 24,840, 24,841, 24,842, 24,843, 24,844, 24,845, 24,846, 24,847, 24,840. 48, 24,849, 24,850, 24,851, 24,852, 24,853, 24,854, 24,855, 24,856, 24,857, 24,858, 24,859, 24,860. 24,861, 24,862, 24,863, 24,864, 24,865, 24,866, 24,867, 24,868, 24,869, 24,870, 24,871, 24,872, 24,873, 24,874, 24,875, 24,876, 24,877, 24,878, 24,879, 24,880, 24,881, 24,882, 24,883, 24,884, 24,885, 24,886, 24,887, 24,888, 24,889, 24,890, 24,891, 24,892, 24,893, 24,894, 24,895, 24,896, 24,897, 24,898, 24,899, 24,900, 24,901, 24,902, 24,903, 24,904, 24,905, 24,906, 24,907, 24,908, 24,909, 24,910, 24,911, 24,912, 24,913, 24,914, 24,915, 24,916, 24,917, 24,918, 24,919, 24,920. Damn, my game. All right. 24,921. 24,922. 24,923. 24,924. 24,925. 24,926. 24,927, 24,928, 24,929, 24,930, 24,931, 24,932, 24,933, 24,934, 24,935, 24,936, 24,937, 24,938, 24,939, 24,900. And 40, 24,941, 24,942, 24,943, 24,944, 24,945, 24,946, 24,947, 24,948, 24,949, 24,950, 24,951, 24,952, 24,953, 24,954, 24,955, 24,956, 24,957, 24,958, 24,959, 24,960, 24,961, 24,962, 24,963, 24,964, 24,965, 24,966, 24,967, 24,968, 24,969, 24,970, 24,971, 24,972, 24,973, 24,974, 24,975, 24,976, 24,977, 24,978, 24,979, 24,980, 24,981, 24,982, 24,983, 24,984, 24,985, 24,986, 24,987, 24,988, 24,989, 24,990, 24,991, 24,992, 24,993, 24,994, 24,995, 24,996, 24,997, 24,998, 24,999, 24,999, 25,000, 25,001, 25,002, 25,003, 25,004, 25,005, 25,006, 25,007, 25,008, 25,009, 25,010, 25,011, 25,012, 25,013, 25,014, 25,015, 25,016, 25,017, 25,018, 25,019, 25,020, 25,021, 25,022, 25,023, 25,024, 25,025, 25,026, 25,027, 25,028, 25,029, 25,030, 25,031, 25,032, 25,033, 25,034, 25,035, 25,036, 25,037, 25,038, 25,039, 25,040, 25,041, 25,042, 25,043, 25,044, 25,045, 25,046, 25,047, 25,048, 25,049, 25,050, 25,051, 25,052, 25,053, 25,054, 25,055, 25,056, 25,057, 25,058, 25,059, 25,060, 25,061, 25,062, 25,063, 25,064, 25,065, 25,066, 25,067, 25,068, 25,069, 25,070, 25,071, 25,072, 25,073, 25,074, 25,075, 25,076, 25,077, 25,078, 25,079, 25,080, 25,081, 25,082, 25,083, 25,084, 25,085, 25,086, 25,087, 25,088, 25,089, 25,090, 25,091, 25,092, 25,093, 25,094, 25,095, 25,096, 25,097, 25,098, 25,099, 25,100, 25,101, 25,102, 25,103, 25,104, 25,105, 25,106, 25,107, 25,108, 25,109, 25,110, 25,111, 25,112, 25,113, 25,114, 25,115, 25,116, 25,117, 25,118, 25,119, 25,120, 25,121, 25,122, 25,123, 25,124, 25,125, 25,126, 25,127, 25,128, 25,129, 25,129, 25,130, 25,131, 25,132, 25,133, 25,134, 25,135, 25,136, 25,137, 25,138, 25,139, 25,140, 25,141, 25,142, 25,143, 25,144, 25,145, 25,146, 25,147, 25,148, 25,149, 25,150, 25,151, 25,152, 25,153, 25,154, 25,155, 25,156, 25,157, 25,158, 25,159, 25,160, 25,161, 25,162, 25,163, 25,164, 25,165, 25,166, 25,167, 25,168, 25,169, 25,160, 25,161, 25,162, 25,163, 25,164, 25,165, 25,166, 25,167, 25,168, 25,169, 25,170, 25,171, 25,172, 25,173, 25,174, 25,175, 25,176, 25,177, 25,100. 25,278, right? Yeah. 25,279, 25,280, 25,281, 25,282, 25,283, 25,284, 25,285, 25,286, 25,287, 25,288, 25,289, 25,290, 25,291, 25,292, 25,293, 25,294, 25,295, 25,296, 25,297, 25,298, 25,299, 25,300, 25,301, 25,302, 25,303, 25,304, 25,305, 25,306, 25,307, 25,308, 25,309, 25,310, 25,311, 25,312, 25,313, 25,314, 25,315, 25,316, 25,317, 25,318, 25,319, 25,320. Yeah, morning. 35,329, 35,330, 35,331, 35,332, 35,333, 35,334, 35,335, 35,336, 35,337, 35,338, 35,339, 35,340, 35,341, 35,342, 35,343, 35,344, 35,345, 35,346, 35,347, 35,348, 35,349, 35,350, 35,351, 35,352, 35,353, 35,354, 35,355, 35,356, 35,357, 35,358, 35,359, 35,360, 35,361, 35,362, 35,363, 35,364, 35,365, 35,366, 35,367, 35,368, 35,369, 35,370, 35,371, 35,372, 35,373, 35,374, 35,375, 35,376, 35,377, 35,378, 35,379, 35,380, 35,381, 35,382, 35,383, 35,384, 35,385, 35,386, 35,387, 35,388, 35,389, 35,390, 35,391, 35,392, 35,393, 35,394, 35,395, 35,396, 35,397, 35,398, 35,399, 35,400, 35,401, 35,402, 35,403, 35,404, 35,405, 35,406, 35,407, 35,408, 35,409, 35,410, 35,411, 35,412, 35,413, 35,414, 35,415, 35,416, 35,417, 35,418, 35,419, 35,420, 35,421, 35,422, 35,423, 35,424, 35,425, 35,426, 35,427, 35,428, 35,429, 35,430, 35,431, 35,432, 35,433, 35,434, 35,435, 35,436, 35,437, 35,438, 35,439, 35,440, 35,441, 35,442, 35,443, 35,444, 35,445, 35,446, 35,447, 35,448, 35,449, 35,450, 35,451, 35,452, 35,453, 35,454, 35,455, 35,456, 35,457, 35,458, 35,459, 35,460, 35,461, 35,462, 35,463, 35,464, 35,465, 35,466, 35,467, 35,468, 35,469, 35,470, 35,471, 35,472, 35,473, 35,474, 35,475, 35,476, 35,477, 35,478, 35,479, 35,480, 35,481, 35,482, 35,483, 35,484, 35,485, 35,486, 35,487, 35,488, 35,489, 35,400 and 90. 35,490. Damn, they're coming. 35,491. 35,492. 35,493. 35,494. 35,495. 35,496. 35,497. 35,498. 35,499. 35,499, right? So that's 35,499. So 35,500. 35,501, 35,502, 35,503, 35,504, 35,505, 35,506, 35,507, 35,508, 35,509, 35,510, 35,511, 35,512, 35,513, 35,514, 35,515, 35,516, 35,517, 35,518, 35,519, 35,520, 35,521, 35,522, 35,523, 35,524, 35,525, 35,526, 35,527, 35,528, 35,529, 35,530, 35,531, 35,532, 35,533, 35,534, 35,535, 35,536, 35,537, 35,538, 35,539, 35,540, 35,541, 35,542, 35,543. Damn. 35,544. 35,545. 35,546. 35,547. 35,548. 35,549. 35,560 and 50. 35,551. 35,552. 35,553. 35,554. 35,555. 35,556. 35,557. 35,558. 35,559. 35,560, 35,561, 35,562, 35,563, 35,564, 35,565, 35,566, 35,567, 35,568, 35,569, 35,570, 35,571, 35,572, 35,573, 35,574, 35,575, 35,576, 35,577, 35,578, 35,579, 35,580, 35,581, 35,582, 35,583, 35,584, 35,585, 35,586, 35,587, 35,588, 35,589, 35,590. 35,591, 35,592, 35,593, 35,594, 35,595, 35,596, 35,597, 35,598, 35,599, 35,600, 35,601, 35,602, 35,603, 35,604, 35,605, 35,606, 35,607, 35,608, 35,609, 35,610, 35,611, 35,612, 35,613, 35,614, 35,615, 35,616, 35,617, 35,618, 35,619, 35,620, 35,621, 35,622, 35,623, 35,624, 35,625, 35,626, 35,627, 35,628, 35,629, 35,630, 35,631, 35,632, 35,633, 35,634, 35,635, 35,636, 35,637, 35,638, 35,639, 35,640, 35,641, 35,642, 35,643, 35,644, 35,645, 35,646, 35,647, 35,648, 35,649, 35,650, 35,651, 35,652, 35,653, 35,654, 35,655, 35,656, 35,657, 35,658, 35,659, 35,660, 35,661, 35,662, 35,663, 35,664, 35,665, 35,666, 35,667, 35,668, 35,669, 35,670, 35,671, 35,672, 35,673, 35,674, 35,675, 35,676, 35,677, 35,678, 35,679, 35,600, 35,680, 35,681, 35,682, 35,683, 35,684, 35,685, 35,686, 35,687, 35,688, 35,689, 35,690, 35,691, 35,692, 35,693, 35,694, 35,695, 35,696, 35,697, 35,698, 35,699, 35,600, 700, 35,701, 35,702, 35,703, 35,704, 35,705, 35,706, 35,707, 35,708, 35,709, 35,710, 35,711, 35,712, 35,713, 35,714, 35,715, 35,716, 35,717, 35,718, 35,719, 35,720, 35,721, 35,722, 35,723, 35,724, 35,725, 35,726, 35,727, 35,728, 35,729, 35,700 and 30, 35,731, 35,732, 35,733, 35,734, 35,735, 35,736, 35,737, 35,738, 35,739, 35,739, 35,740, 35,741, 35,742, 35,743, 35,744, 35,745, 35,746, 35,747, 35,748, 35,749, 35,750, 35,751, 35,752, 35,753, 35,754, 35,755, 35,756, 35,757, 35,758, 35,759, 35,760, 35,761, 35,762, 35,763, 35,764, 35,765, 35,766, 35,767, 35,768, 35,769, 35,769, 35,700 and 35,770, 35,000, 771, 35,772, 35,773, 35,774, 35,775, 35,776, 35,777, 35,778, 35,779, 35,780, 35,781, 35,782, 35,783, 35,784, 35,785, 35,786, 35,787, 35,788, 35,789, 35,790, 35,791, 35,792, 35,793, 35,794, 35,795, 35,796, 35,797, 35,798, 35,799, 35,799, 35,800, 35,801, 35,802, 35,803. Sorry for picking my nose. 35,804, 35,805, 35,806, 35,807, 35,808, 35,809, 35,810, 35,811, 35,812, 35,813, 35,814, 35,815, 35,816, 35,817, 35,818, 35,819, 35,820, 35,821, 35,822, 35,823, 35,824, 35,825, 35,826, 35,827, 35,828, 35,829, 35,830, 35,831, 35,832, 35,833, 35,834, 35,835, 35,836, 35,837, 35,838, 35,839, 35,840, 35,841, 35,842, 35,843, 35,844, 35,845, 35,846, 35,847, 35,848, 35,849, 35,850, 35,851, 35,852, 35,853, 35,854, 35,855, 35,856, 35,857, 35,858, 35,859, 35,860, 35,861, 35,862, 35,863, 35,864, 35,865, 35,866, 35,867, 35,868, 35,869, 35,800 and 70, 35,871, 35,872, 35,873, 35,874, 35,875, 35,876, 35,877, 35,878, 35,879, 35,880, 35,881, 35,882, 35,883, 35,884, 35,885, 35,886, 35,887, 35,888, 35,889, 35,890, 35,891, 35,892, 35,893, 35,894, 35,895, 35,896, 35,897, 35,898, 35,899, 35,900, 35,901, 35,902, 35,903, 35,904, 35,905, 35,906, 35,907, 35,908, 35,909, 35,910, 35,911, 35,912, 35,913, 35,914, 35,915, 35,916, 35,917, 35,918, 35,919, 35,920, 35,921, 35,922, 35,923, 35,924, 35,925, 35,926, 35,927, 35,928, 35,929, 35,929, 39, 35,940, 35,941, 35,942, 35,943, 35,944, 35,945, 35,946, 35,947, 35,948, 35,949, 35,950, 35,951, 35,952, 35,953, 35,954, 35,955, 35,956, 35,957, 35,958, 35,959, 35,960, 35,961, 35,962, 35,963, 35,964, 35,965, 35,966, 35,967, 35,968, 35,969, 35,970, 35,971, 35,972, 35,973, 35,974, 35,975, 35,976, 35,977, 35,978, 35,979, 35,980, 35,981, 35,982, 35,983, 35,984, 35,985, 35,986, 35,987, 35,988, 35,989, 35,990, 35,991, 35,992, 35,993, 35,994, 35,995, 35,996, 35,997, 35,998, 35,999, 35,999, right? Yeah. 36,000. Wow. 36,001, 36,002, 36,003, 36,004, 36,005, 36,006, 36,007, 36,008, 36,009, 36,010, 36,011, 36,012, 36,013, 36,014, 36,015, 36,016, 36,017, 36,018, 36,019, 36,020, 36,021, 36,022, 36,023, 36,024, 36,025, 36,026, 36,027, 36,028, 36,029, 36,030, 36,031, 36,032, 36,033, 36,034, 36,035, 36,036, 36,037, 36,038, 36,039, 36,040, 36,041, 36,042, 36,043, 36,044, 36,045, 36,046, 36,047, 36,048, 36,049, 36,050, 36,051, 36,052, 36,053, 36,054, 36,055, 36,056, 36,057, 36,058, 36,059, 36,060, 36,061, 36,062, 36,063, 36,064, 36,065, 36,066, 36,067, 36,068, 36,069, 36,070, 36,071, 36,072, 36,073, 36,074, 36,075, 36,076, 36,077, 36,078, 36,079, 36,080, 36,081, 36,082, 36,083, 36,084, 36,085, 36,086, 36,087, 36,088, 36,089, 36,090, 36,091, 36,092, 36,093, 36,094, 36,095, 36,096, 36,097, 36,098, 36,099, 36,099, right? 36,099, 36,100, 36,101, 36,102, 36,103, 36,104, 36,105, 36,106, 36,107, 36,108, 36,109, 36,110, 36,111, 36,112, 36,113, 36,114, 36,115, 36,116, 36,117, 36,118, 36,119, 36,120, 36,121, 36,122, 36,123, 36,124, 36,125, 36,126, 36,127, 36,128, 36,129, 36,129, right? 36,130, 36,131, 36,132, 36,133, 36,134, 36,135, 36,136, 36,137, 36,138, 36,139, 36,139, 36,140, 36,141, 36,142, 36,143, 36,144, 36,145, 36,146, 36,147, 36,148, 36,149, 36,150, 36,151, 36,152, 36,153, 36,154, 36,155, 36,156, 36,157, 36,158, 36,159, 36,160, 36,161, 36,162, 36,163, 36,164, 36,165, 36,166, 36,167, 36,168, 36,169, 36,170, 36,171, 36,172, 36,173, 36,174, 36,175, 36,176, 36,177, 36,178, 36,179, 36,180, 36,181, 36,182, 36,183, 36,184, 36,185, 36,186, 36,187, 36,188, 36,189, 36,190, 36,191, 36,192, 36,193, 36,194, 36,195, 36,196, 36,197, 36,198, 36,199, 36,200, 36,201, 36,202, 36,203, 36,204, 36,205, 36,206, 36,207, 36,208, 36,209, 36,210, 36,211, 36,212, 36,213, 36,214, 36,215, 36,216, 36,217, 36,218, 36,219, 36,220, 36,221, 36,232, 36,233, 36,234, 36,235, 36,236, 36,237, 36,238, 36,239, 36,240, 36,241, 36,242, 36,243, 36,244, 36,245, 36,246, 36,247, 36,248, 36,249, 36,250, 36,251, 36,252, 36,253, 36,254, 36,255, 36,256, 36,257, 36,258, 36,259, 36,260, 36,261, 36,262, 36,263, 36,264, 36,265, 36,266, 36,267, 36,268, 36,269, 36,270, 36,271, 36,272, 36,273, 36,274, 36,275, 36,276, 36,277, 36,278, 36,279, 36,280, 36,281, 36,282, 36,283, 36,284, 36,285, 36,286, 36,287, 36,288, 36,289, 36,290, 36,291, 36,292, 36,293, 36,294, 36,295, 36,296, 36,297, 36,298, 36,299, 36,300, 36,301, 36,302, 36,303, 36,304, 36,305, 36,306, 36,307, 36,308, 36,309, 36,310, 36,311, 36,312, 36,313, 36,314, 36,315, 36,316, 36,317, 36,318, 36,319, 36,320, 36,321, 36,322, 36,333, 36,334, 36,335, 36,336, 36,337, 36,338, 36,339, 36,340, 36,341, 36,342, 36,343, 36,344, 36,345, 36,346, 36,347, 36,348, 36,349, 36,350, 36,351, 36,352, 36,353, 36,354, 36,355, 36,356, 36,357, 36,358, 36,359, 36,370, 36,371, 36,372, 36,373, 36,374, 36,375, 36,376, 36,377, 36,378, 36,379, 36,370 and 80, 36,381, 36,382, 36,383, 36,384, 36,385, 36,386, 36,387, 36,388, 36,389, 36,390, 36,391, 36,392, 36,393, 36,394, 36,395, 36,396, 36,397, 36,398, 36,399, 36,399, 36,400, 36,401, 36,402, 36,403, 36,404, 36,405, 36,406, 36,407, 36,408, 36,409, 36,410, 36,411, 36,412, 36,413, 36,414, 36,415, 36,416, 36,417, 36,418, 36,419, 36,420, 36,421, 36,422, 36,423, 36,424, 36,425, 36,426, 36,427, 36,428, 36,429, 36,430, 36,431, 36,432, 36,433, 36,434, 36,435, 36,436, 36,437, 36,438, 36,439, 36,440, 36,441, 36,442, 36,443, 36,444, 36,445, 36,446, 36,447, 36,448, 36,449, 36,450, 36,451, 36,452, 36,453, 36,454, 36,455, 36,456, 36,457, 36,458, 36,459, 36,460, 36,461, 36,462, 36,463, 36,464, 36,465, 36,466, 36,467, 36,468, 36,469, 36,470, 36,471, 36,472, 36,473, 36,474, 36,475, 36,476, 36,477, 36,478, 36,479, 36,000. Hey, 480, 36,481, 36,482, 36,483, 36,484, 36,485, 36,486, 36,487, 36,488, 36,489, 36,490, 36,491, 36,492, 36,493, 36,494, 36,495, 36,496, 36,497, 36,498, 36,499, 36,000. 36,499, 36,500, 36,501, 36,502, 36,503, 36,504, 36,505, 36,506, 36,507, 36,508, 36,509, 36,510, 36,511, 36,512, 36,513, 36,514, 36,515, 36,516, 36,517, 36,518, 36,519, 36,520, 36,521, 36,522. 36,522. 36,524, 36,525, 36,526, 36,527, 36,528, 36,529, 36,530, 36,531, 36,532, 36,533, 36,534, 36,535, 36,536, 36,537, 36,538, 36,539, 36,540, 36,541, 36,542, 36,543, 36,544, 36,545, 36,546, 36,547, 36,548, 36,549, 36,550, 36,551, 36,562, 36,553, 36,554, 36,555, 36,566, 36,557, 36,558, 36,559, 36,560, 36,561, 36,562. Oh, 36,563, 36,500, 36,564, 36,565, 36,566, 36,567, 36,568, 36,569, 36,570, 36,571, 36,572, 36,573, 36,574, 36,575, 36,576, 36,577, 36,578, 36,579, 36,580, 36,581, 36,582, 36,583, 36,584, 36,584, 36,585, 36,586, 36,587, 36,588, 36,589, 36,589, 36,590, 36,591, 36,592, 36,593, 36,594, 36,595, 36,596, 36,597, 36,598, 36,599, 36,500 and 36,600, 36,601, 36,602, 36,603, 36,604, 36,605, 36,606, 36,607, 36,608, 36,609, 36,610, 36,611, 36,612, 36,613, 36,614, 36,615, 36,616, 36,617, 36,618, 36,619, 36,620, 36,621, 36,622, 36,623, 36,624, 36,625, 36,626, 36,627, 36,628, 36,629, 36,630, 36,631, 36,632, 36,633, 36,634, 36,635, 36,637, 36,638, 36,639, 36,640, 36,641, 36,642, 36,643, 36,644, 36,645, 36,646, 36,647, 36,648, 36,649, 36,650, 36,651, 36,652, 36,653, 36,654, 36,655, 36,656, 36,657, 36,658, 36,659, 36,670, 36,671, 36,672, 36,673, 36,674, 36,675, 36,676, 36,677, 36,678, 36,679, 36,680, 36,681, 36,682, 36,683, 36,684, 36,685, 36,686, 36,687, 36,688, 36,689, 36,690, 36,691, 36,692, 36,693, 36,694, 36,695, 36,696, 36,697, 36,698, 36,699, 36,700, 36,701, 36,702, 36,703, 36,704, 36,705, 36,706, 36,707, 36,708, 36,000, 709, 36,710. 36,711, 36,712, 36,713, 36,714, 36,715, 36,716, 36,717, 36,718, 36,719, 36,720, 36,721, 36,722, 36,723, 36,724, 36,725, 36,726, 36,727, 36,728, 36,729, 36,730, 36,731, 36,732, 36,733, 36,734, 36,735, 36,736. Vous étudiez? Vous étudiez? Vous étudiez? Dessiner is what? To sing. Dessiner. Dessiner is to draw. Draw. Do you draw often? That means to désigner souvent, right? Tu peux manger. Tu peux marcher. Do you want to walk? Or I want to walk. Can you walk? Ah, tu peux. Tu peux. Je chante beaucoup. I sing a lot. Good. Nager. Nager means to swim. Yay, I got it. Right. J'aime nager. I like to swim. Je dois étudier. I have to study. Tu vas en France? Oui. Je vais étudier à Bordeaux. Which is the correct answer? Oh my goodness. Je chante tous les jours. I sing every day. Visiter. Marcher. Voyage. Écouter. Chanter. Chante. Visiter. Visiter. Chanter. Good. Good, no? Bon. 36,737. Can you go to Paris? Tu veux, tu peux Paris? Tu peux à la bonne journée? No. Can you go? Ah, okay. Tu peux à Paris? Yeah, can you go to? Ah, tu peux du Paris? Tu peux aller à Paris? Yeah, I got it. Can you go to the supermarket? Tu peux aller au supermarché? Good. Can you go to the supermarket? Tu peux aller au supermarché. That's it. $36,733. 36,737, 36,738, 36,739, 36,740. 36,741. Look at my lips. It's dry. 36,742. 36,743. 36,744. 36,745. 36,746. 36,747. 36,748. 36,749. 36,750. 36,751. 36,752. Oh, why does this start? 36,700 and I'll just stand too much. 36,746. I thought I charged this battery. How come it's at 20%? 36,746, 36,747, 36,748, 36,749, 36,750, 36,751, 36,752, 36,753, 36,754, 36,755, 36,756, 36,757, 36,758, 36,759, 36,760, 36,761, 36,762, 36,763, 36,764, 36,765, 36,766, 36,767, 36,768, 36,769, 36,770. 36,771, 36,772, 36,773, 36,774, 36,775, 36,776, 36,777, 36,778, 36,779, 36,780. 36,781, 36,782, 36,783, 36,784, 36,785, 36,786, 36,787, 36,788, 36,789, 36,790. 36,791, 36,792, 36,793, 36,794, 36,795, 36,796, 36,797, 36,798, 36,799, 36,799, 36,800, 36,801, 36,802. 36,803, 36,804, 36,805, 36,806. Ish! 36,806. Sorry for that. 36,806, 36,807, 36,808, 36,809, 36,810, 36,811, 36,812. 36,813, 36,814, 36,815, 36,816, 36,817, 36,818, 36,819, 36,820, 36,821, 36,822, 36,823, 36,824. 36,825, 36,826, 36,827, 36,828, 36,829, 36,830, 36,831, 36,832, 36,833, 36,834, 36,835, 36,836, 36,837. Oh my god. 36,838, 36,839, 36,800. 39, 36,000. 840, 36,841, 36,842, 36,843, 36,844, 36,845, 36,846, 36,847, 36,848, 36,849, 36,850, 36,851, 36,852, 36,853, 36,854, 36,855, 36,856, 36,857, 36,858, 36,859, 36,860, 36,861, 36,862, 36,863, 36,864, 36,865, 36,866, 36,867, 36,868, 36,869, 36,870, 36,871, 36,872, 36,873. Oh my god. 36,874, 36,875, 36,876, 36,877, 36,878, 36,879, 36,880, 36,881, 36,882, 36,883, 36,884, 36,885, 36,886. Damn, 36,887, 36,888, 36,889, 36,890, 36,891, 36,892, 36,893, 36,894, 36,895, 36,896, 36,897, 36,898, 36,899, 36,899, 36,899, 36,899, right? 36,900, 36,901, 36,902, 36,903, 36,904, 36,905. Damn. 36,906, 36,907, 36,908, 36,909, 36,910, 36,911, 36,912, 36,913, 36,914, 36,915, 36,916, 36,917, 36,918, 36,919. Once 13,920, 13,921, 13,922, 13,923, 13,924, 13,925, 13,926, 13,927, 13,928, 13,929, 13,930, 30,931, 13,000, 36,932, 36,933, 36,934, 36,935, 36,936, 36,937, 36,938, 36,939, 36,940, 36,941, 36,942, 36,943, 36,944, 36,945, 36,946, 36,947, 36,948, 36,949, 36,950, 36,951, 36,952, 36,953. 36,954, 36,955, 36,956, 36,957, 36,958, 36,959, 36,960, 36,961, 36,962, 36,963, 36,964, 36,965, 36,966, 36,967, 36,968, 36,969, 36,970, 36,971, 36,972, 36,973, 36,974, 36,975, 36,976, 36,977, 36,978, 36,979, 36,980, 36,981, 36,982, 36,983, 36,984, 36,985, 36,986, 36,987, 36,988, 36,989, 36,990, 36,991, 36,992, 36,993, 36,994, 36,995, 36,996, 36,997, 36,998, 36,999, 37K, 37,000. 37,000, 37,001, 37,002, 37,003, 37,004, 37,005, 37,006, 37,007, 37,008, 37,009, 37,010, 37,011, 37,012, 37,013, 37,014, 37,015, 37,016, 37,017, 37,018, 37,019, 37,020, 37,021, 37,022, 37,023, 37,024, 37,025, 37,026, 37,027, 37,028, 37,029, 37,030, 37,031, 37,032, 37,033, 37,034, 37,035, 37,036, 37,037, 37,038, 37,039, 37,040, 37,041, 37,042, 37,043, 37,044, 37,045, 37,046, 37,047, 37,048, 37,049, 37,050, 37,051, 37,052, 37,053, 37,054, 37,055, 37,056, 37,057, 37,058, 37,059, 37,060, 37,061, 37,062, 37,063, 37,064, 37,065, 37,066, 37,067, 37,068, 37,069, 37,000 and 70, 37,071, 37,072, 37,073, 37,074, 37,075, 37,076, 37,078, 37,080, excuse me, 70, 37,078, 37,079, 37,080, 37,081, 37,082, 37,083, 37,084, 37,085, 37,086, 37,087, 37,088, 37,089, 37,090, 37,091, 37,092, 37,093, 37,094, 37,095, 37,096, 37,097, 37,098, 37,099, 37,099, 37,100, 37,101, 37,102, 37,103, 37,104, 37,105, 37,106, 37,107, 37,108, 37,109, 37,110, 37,111, 37,112, 37,113, 37,114, 37,115, 37,116, 37,117, 37,118, 37,119, 37,120, 37,121, 37,122, 37,123, 37,124, 37,125, 37,126, 37,127, 37,128, 27,129, 27,130, 27,000, 37,121, 37,122, 37,123, 37,124, 37,125, 37,126, 37,127, 37,128, 37,129, 37,129, 37,130, 37,131, 37,132, 37,133, 37,134, 37,135, 37,136, 37,137, 37,138, 37,139, 37,140, 37,141, 37,142, 37,143, 37,144, 37,145, 37,146, 37,147, 37,148, 37,149, 37,150, 37,151, 37,152, 37,153, 37,154, 37,155, 37,156, 37,157, 37,158, 37,159, 37,000, sweet, 59, 37,160, 37,161, 37,162, 37,163, 37,164, 37,165, 37,166, 37,167, 37,168, 37,169, 37,169, 37,170, 37,171, 37,172, 37,173, 37,174, 37,175, 37,176, 37,177, 37,178, 37,179, 37,180, 37,181, 37,182, 37,183, 37,184, 37,185, 37,186, 37,187, 37,188, 37,189, 37,000. 89, 37,190, 37,191, 37,192, 37,193, 37,194, 37,195, 37,196, 37,197, 37,198, 37,199, 37,200, 37,201, 37,202, 37,203, 37,204, 37,205, 37,206, 37,207, 37,208, 37,209. Don't use that one to trap me, eh? 37,210, 37,211, 37,212, 37,213, 37,214, 37,215, 37,000. Yay! I still trapped. I didn't know. 37,216, 37,217, 37,218, 37,219, 37,220, 37,221, 37,222, 37,223, 37,224, 37,225, 37,226, 37,227, 37,228, 37,229, 37,200, 37,231, 37,232, 37,233, 37,234, 37,235, 37,236, 37,237, 37,238, 37,239, 37,240, 37,241, 37,242, 37,243, 37,244, 37,245, 37,246, 37,247, 37,248, 37,249, 37,250, 37,251, 37,252, 37,253, 37,254, 37,255, 37,256, 37,257, 37,258, 37,259, 37,260, 37,261, 37,262, 37,263, 37,264, 37,265, 37,266, 56, 37,257, 37,258, 37,259, 37,260, 37,261, 37,262, 37,263, 37,264, 37,265, 37,266, 37,267, 37,268, 37,269, 37,000, 270, 37,271, 37,272, 37,273, 37,274, 37,275, 37,276, 37,277, 37,278, 37,279, 37,280, 37,281, 37,282, 37,283, 37,284, 37,285, 37,290, 37,291, 37,292, 37,293, 37,294, 37,295, 37,296, 37,297, 37,298, 37,299, 37,299, 37,300. Ooh, 37,301, 37,302, 37,303, 37,304, 37,305, 37,306, 37,307, 37,308, 37,309, 37,310, 37,311, 37,312, 37,313, 37,314, 37,315, 37,316, 37,317, 37,318, 37,319, 37,320, 37,321, 37,322, 37,333, 27,334, 27,335, 27,336, 27,337, 27,338, 27,339, 27,340, 27,341, 27,342, 27,343, 27,344, 27,345, 27,346, 27,347, 27,348, 27,349, 27,350, 27,351, 27,352, 27,353, 27,354, 27,355, 27,356, 27,357, 27,358, 27,359, 27,360, 27,361, 27,362, 27,363, 27,364, 27,365, 27,366, 27,367, 27,368, 27,369, 27,000, 369, 27,000, 370, 27,371, 27,372, 27,373, 27,374, 27,375, 27,376, 27,377, 27,378, 27,379, 27,380, 27,381, 27,382, 27,383, 27,384, 27,385, 27,386, 27,387, 27,388, 27,389, damn, 27,390, 27,391, 27,392, damn, 27,393, 27,394, 27,395, 27,396, 27,397, 27,398, 27,399, 27,399, 27,400, 27,401, 27,402, 27,403, 27,404, 27,405, 27,406, 27,407, 27,408, 27,409, 27,410, 27,411, 27,412, 27,413, 27,414, 27,415, 27,416, 27,417, 27,418, 27,419, 27,420, 27,421, 27,422, 27,423, 27,424, 27,425, 27,426, 27,427, 27,428, 27,429, 27,430, 27,431, 27,432, 27,433, 27,434, 27,435, 27,436, 27,437, 27,438, 27,439, 37,440, 37,441, 37,442, 37,443, 37,444, 37,445, 37,446. Damn, 37,447, 37,448, 37,449, 37,450, 37,451, 37,452, 37,453, 37,454, 37,455, 37,456, 37,457, 37,458, 37,459, 37,460, 37,461, 37,462, 37,463, 37,464, 37,465, 37,466, 37,457, 37,458, 37,459, 37,460, 37,461, 37,462, 37,463, 37,464, 37,465, 37,466, 37,467, 37,468, 37,469, 37,470, 37,471, 37,472, 37,473, 37,474, 37,475, 37,476, 37,477, 37,478, 37,479, 37,400, and 50. $480 rather. 37,481, 37,482, 37,483, 37,484, 37,485, 37,486, 37,487, 37,488, 37,489, 37,490, 37,491, 37,492, 37,493, 37,494, 37,495, 37,496, 37,497, 37,498, 37,499, 37,500, 37,501, 37,502, 37,503, 37,504, 37,505, 37,506, 37,507, 37,508, 37,509, 37,510, 37,511, 37,512, 37,513, 37,514, 37,515, 37,516, 37,517, 37,518, 37,519, 37,520, 37,521, 37,522, 37,523, 37,524, 37,525, 37,526, 37,530, 37,528, 37,539, 37,530, 27,531, 27,532, 27,533, 27,534, 27,535, 27,536, 27,527, 27,528, 27,539, 27,540, 27,541, 27,542, 27,543, 27,544, 27,545, 27,546, 27,547, 27,548, 27,549, 27,550, 27,551, 27,552, 27,553, 27,554, 27,555, 27,556, 27,557, 27,558, 27,559, 27,560, 27,561, 27,562, 27,563, 27,564, 27,565, 27,566, 27,557, 27,567, 27,568, 27,569, 27,570, 27,571, 27,572, 27,573, 27,574, 27,575, 27,576, 27,570, 27,578, 27,579, 27,580, 27,581, 27,582, 27,583, 27,584, 27,585, 27,586, 27,587, 27,588, 27,589, 27,590, 37,591, 37,592, 37,593, 37,594, 37,595, 37,596, 37,597, 37,598, 37,599, 37,500 and 99, 20, 37,600, 37,601, 37,602, 37,603, 37,604, 37,605, 37,606, 37,607, 37,608, 37,609, 37,610, 37,611, 37,612, 37,613, 37,614, 37,615, 37,616, 37,617, 37,618, 37,619, 37,620, 37,621, 37,622, 37,633, 23, 27,624, 27,625, 37,626, 37,637, 37,638, 37,639, 37,630, 37,631, 37,632, 37,633, 37,634, 37,635, 37,636, 37,637, 37,638, 37,639, 37,640, 37,641, 37,642, 37,643, 37,644, 37,645, 37,646, 37,647, 37,648, 37,649, 37,650, 37,651, 37,652, 37,653, 37,654, 37,655, 37,656, 37,657, 37,658, 37,659. Let me squat. 37,660. 37,661. 37,662. Waist. 37,663. 37,664. 37,665. 37,666. 37,667. 37,668. 37,669. 37,670. 37,671. 37,672. 37,673. 37,674. 37,675. 37,676. 37,677. 37,678. 37,679. 37,680. 37,681. 37,682. 37,683. 37,684. 37,685. 37,686. 37,687. 37,688. 37,689. 37,690. 37,691. 37,692. 37,693. 37,694. 37,695. 37,696. 37,697. 37,698. 37,699. 37,800. 37,801. 37,802. 37,803. 37,804. 37,805. 37,806. 37,807. 37,808. 37,809. 37,810. 37,811. 37,812. 37,813. 37,814. 37,815. 37,816. 37,817. 37,818. 37,819. 37,820. 37,821, 37,822, 37,823, 37,824, 37,825, 37,826, 37,827, 37,828, 37,829, 37,800 and 30. 27,831, 27,832, 27,833, 27,834, 27,835, 27,836, 27,837, 27,838, 27,839, 27,840, 27,841, 27,842, 27,843, 27,844, 27,845, 27,846, 27,847, 27,848, 27,849, 27,850, 27,851, 27,852, 27,853, 27,854, 27,855, 27,856, 27,857, 27,858, 27,859, 27,860, 27,861, 27,862, 27,863, 27,864, 27,865, 27,866, 27,867, 27,868, 27,869, 27,870, 27,871, 27,872, 27,873, 27,874, 27,875, 27,876, 27,877, 27,878, 27,879, 27,880, 27,881, 27,882, 27,883, 27,884, 27,885, 27,886, 27,887, 27,888, 27,889, 27,890, 27,891, 27,892, 27,893, 27,894, 27,895, 27,896, 27,897. Hello. I'm fine. Say again. Okay, sure. Oh God.
Guys, what's up? I'm standing for now because I'm having serious back pain because I've been sitting too long counting. So I'm standing and let's go in 3, 2, 1. I'm holding the keyboard. Let's go. 37,880, 37,897, 37,899, 37,900, 37,901, 37,902, 37,903, 37,904, 37,905, 37,906, 37,907, 37,908, 37,909, 37,910, 37,911, 37,912, 37,913, 37,914, 37,915, 37,916, 37,917, 37,918, 37,919, 37,920, 37,921, 37,922, 37,923, 37,924, 37,925, 37,926, 37,927, 37,928, 37,929, 37,930, 37,931, 37,932, 37,933, 37,934, 37,935, 37,936, 37,937, 37,938, 37,939, 37,940, 37,941, 37,942, 37,943, 37,944, 37,945, 37,946, 37,947, 37,948, 37,949, 37,950, 37,951, 37,952, 37,953, 37,954, 37,955, 37,956, 37,957, 37,958, 37,959, 37,960, 37,961, 37,962, 37,963, 37,964, 37,965, 37,966, 37,967, 37,968, 37,969, 37,970, 37,971, 37,972, 37,973, 37,974, 37,975, 37,976, 37,977, 37,978, 37,979, 37,000. 980, 37,981, 37,982, 37,983, 37,984, 37,985, 37,986, 37,987, 37,988, 37,989, 37,990, 37,991, 37,992, 37,993, 37,994, 37,995, 37,996, 37,997, 37,998, 37,999, 38,000, 38,001, 38,002, 38,003, 38,004, 38,005, 38,006, 38,007, 38,008, 38,009, 38,010, 38,011, 38,012, 38,013, 38,014, 38,015, 38,016, 38,017, 38,018, 38,019, 38,020, 38,021, 38,022, 38,023, 38,024, 38,025, 38,026, 38,027, 38,028, 38,029, 38,030, 38,031, 38,032, 38,033, 38,034, 38,035, 38,036, 38,037, 38,038, 38,039, 38,040, 38,041, 38,042, 38,043, 38,044, 38,045, 38,046, 38,047, 38,048, 38,049, 38,050, 38,051, 38,052, 38,053, 38,054, 38,055, 38,056, 38,057, 38,058, 38,059, 38,060, 38,061, 38,062, 38,063, 38,064, 38,065, 38,066, 38,067, 38,068, 38,069, 38,070, 38,071, 38,072, 38,073, 38,074, 38,075, 38,076, 38,077, 38,078, 38,079, 38,080, 38,081, 38,082, 38,083, 38,084, 38,085, 38,086, 38,087, 38,088, 38,089, 38,090, 38,091, 38,092, 38,093, 38,094, 38,095, 38,096, 38,097, 38,098, 38,099, 38,100, 38,101, 38,102, 38,103, 38,104, 38,105, 38,106, 38,107, 38,108, 38,109, 38,110, 38,111, 38,112, 38,113, 38,114, 38,115, 38,116, 38,117, 38,118, 38,119, 38,120, 38,121, 38,122, 38,123, 38,124, 38,125, 38,126, 38,127, 38,128, 38,129, 38,130, 38,131, 38,132, 38,133, 38,134, 38,135, 38,136, 38,137, 38,138, 38,139, 38,140, 38,141, 38,142, 38,143, 38,144, 38,145, 38,146, 38,147, 38,148, 38,149, 38,150, 38,151, 38,151, 38,152, 38,153, 38,154, 38,155, 38,156, 38,157, 38,158, 38,459, 38,160, 38,161, 38,162, 38,163, 38,164, 38,165, 38,166, 38,167, 38,168, 38,169, 38,170, 38,171, 38,172, 38,173, 38,174, 38,175, 38,176, 38,177, 38,178, 38,179, 38,180, 38,181, 38,182, 38,183, 38,184, 38,185, 38,186, 38,187, 38,188, 38,189, 38,190, 38,191, 38,192, 38,193, 38,194, 38,195, 38,196, 38,197, 38,198, 38,199, 38,200, 38,201, 38,202, 38,203, 38,204, 38,205, 38,206, 38,207, 38,208, 38,209, 38,210, 38,211, 38,212, 38,213, 38,214, 38,215, 38,216, 38,217, 38,218, 38,219, 38,220, 38,221, 38,222, 38,223, 38,224, 38,235, 38,236, 38,227, 38,228, 38,229, 38,230, 38,231, 38,232, 38,233, 38,234, 38,235, 38,236, 38,237, 38,238, 38,239, 38,240, 38,241, 38,242, 38,243, 38,244, 38,245, 38,246, 38,247, 38,248, 38,249, 38,250, 38,251, 38,252, 38,253, 38,254, 38,255, 38,256, 38,257, 38,258, 38,259, 38,260, 38,261, 38,262, 38,263, 38,264, 38,265, 38,266, 38,267, 38,268, 38,269, 38,270, 38,271, 38,272, 38,273, 38,274, 38,275, 38,276, 38,277, 38,278, 38,279, 38,280, 38,281, 38,282, 38,283, 38,284, 38,285, 38,286, 38,287, 38,288, 38,289, 38,290, 38,291, 38,292, 38,293, 38,294, 38,295, 38,296, 38,297, 38,298, 38,299, 38,300, 38,301, 38,302, 38,303, 38,304, 38,305, 38,306, 38,307, 38,308. Just a moment. 38,309, 38,310, 38,311, 38,312, 38,313, 38,314, 38,315, 38,316, 38,317, 38,318, 38,319, 38,320, 38,321, 38,322, 38,323, 38,324, 38,325, 38,326, 38,327, 38,328, 38,329, 38,000. 330, 38,331, 38,332, 38,333, 38,344, 38,335, 38,336, 38,337, 38,338, 38,339, 38,340, 38,341, 38,342, 38,343, 38,344, 38,345, 38,346, 38,347, 38,348, 38,349, 38,350, 38,351, 38,352, 38,353, 38,354, 38,355, 38,356, 38,357, 38,358, 38,359, 38,360, 38,361, 38,362, 38,363, 38,364, 38,365, 38,366, 38,367, 38,368, 38,369, 38,370, 38,371, 38,372, 38,373, 38,374, 38,375, 38,376, 38,377, 38,378, 38,379, 38,380, 38,381, 38,382, 38,383, 38,384, 38,385, 38,386, 38,387, 38,388, 38,389, 38,390, 38,391, 38,392, 38,393, 38,394, 38,395, 38,396, 38,397, 38,398, 38,399, 38,400. 38,401, 38,402, 38,403, 38,404, 38,405, 38,406, 38,407, 38,408, 38,409, 38,410, 38,411, 38,412, 38,413, 38,414, 38,415, 38,416, 38,417, 38,418, 38,419, 38,420, 38,421, 38,422, 38,423, 38,424, 38,425, 38,426, 38,427, 38,428, 38,429, 38,430, 38,431, 38,432, 38,433, 38,434, 38,435, 38,436, 38,437, 38,438, 38,439, 38,440, 38,441, 38,442, 38,443, 38,444, 38,445, 38,446, 38,447, 38,448, 38,449, 38,530. 38,450, 38,451, 38,452, 38,453, 38,454, 38,455, 38,456, 38,457, 38,458, 38,459, 38,460, 38,461, 38,462, 38,463, 38,464, 38,465, 38,466, 38,467, 38,468, 38,469, 38,470, 38,471, 38,472, 38,473, 38,474, 38,475, 38,476, 38,477, 38,478, 38,479, 38,480, 38,481, 38,482, 38,483, 38,484, 38,485, 38,486, 38,487, 38,488, 38,489, 38,490, 38,491, 38,492, 38,493, 38,494, 38,495, 38,496, 38,497, 38,490, 38,499, 38,500, 38,501, 38,502, 38,503, 38,504, 38,505, 38,506, 38,507, 38,508, 38,509, 38,510, 38,511, 38,512, 38,513, 38,514, 38,515, 38,516, 38,517, 38,518, 38,519, 38,520, 38,521, 38,522, 38,523, 38,524, 38,525, 38,526, 38,527, 38,528, 38,529, 38,530, 38,531, 38,532, 38,533, 38,534, 38,535, 38,536, 38,537, 38,508, 38,539, 38,540, 38,541, 38,542, 38,543, 38,544, 38,545, 38,546, 38,547, 38,548, 38,549, 38,550, 38,551, 38,552, 38,553, 38,554, 38,555, 38,556, 38,557, 38,558, 38,559, 38,560, 38,561, 38,562, 38,563, 38,564, 38,565, 38,566, 38,567, 38,568, 38,569, 38,570, 38,571, 38,572, 38,573, 38,574, 38,575, 38,576, 38,477, 38,478, 38,479, 38,580, 38,581, 38,582, 38,583, 38,584, 38,585, 38,586, 38,587, 38,588, 38,589, 38,590, 38,591, 38,592, 8,593, 38,594, 38,595, 38,596, 38,597, 38,598, 8,599, 38,600, 38,601, 38,602, 38,603, 38,604, 38,605, 38,606, 38,607, 38,608, 38,609, 38,610, 38,611, 38,612, 38,613, 38,614, 38,615, 38,616, 38,617, 38,618, 38,619, 38,620, 38,621, 30,622, 30,633, 30,644, 30,645, 30,646, 626, 30,625, 30,626, 30,627, 30,628, 30,629, 30,630, 30,631, 30,632, 30,633, 30,634, 30,635, 30,636, 30,637, 30,638, 30,639, 30,640, 30,641, 30,642, 38,643, 38,644, 38,645, 38,646, 38,647, 38,648, 38,649, 38,650, 38,651, 38,652, 38,653, 38,654, 38,655, 38,656, 38,657, 38,658, 38,659, 38,660, 38,661, 38,662, 38,663, 38,664, 38,665, 30,166, 30,167, 30,168, 30,169, 30,670, 30,671, 30,672, 30,173, 30,174, 38,175, 30,176, 30,177, 30,170, 30,179, 30,180, 30,181, 30,182, 30,183, 30,184, 30,000. 30,685, 30,686, 30,687, 30,688, 30,689, 30,690, 30,691, 30,692, 30,693, 30,694, 30,695, 30,696, 30,697, 30,698, 30,699, 30,700, 30,701, 30,702, 30,703, 38,704, 38,705, 30,706, 30,707, 30,708, 30,709, 30,000. 710, 30,711, 30,712, 30,713, 30,714, 30,715, 30,716, 30,717, 30,718, 30,719, 30,720, 30,721, 30,722, 30,723, 30,724, 30,000. 725, 38,726, 38,727, 38,728, 38,000. 729, 37,730, 38,731, 38,732, 38,733, 38,734, 38,735, 38,736, 38,737, 38,738, 38,739, 38,740, 38,741, 38,742, 38,743, 38,744, 38,745, 38,746, 38,747, 38,748, 30,749, 30,750, 30,751, 38,752, 38,753, 38,754, 38,755, 38,756, 38,757, 38,758, 38,759, 38,760, 38,761, 38,762, 38,763, 38,764, 38,765, 38,766, 38,767, 38,768, 38,769, 30,770, 30,771, 38,772, 30,773, 30,774, 30,775, 30,776, 30,777, 30,778, 30,779, 30,780, 30,781, 30,782, 30,783, 30,784, 30,785, 30,786, 30,787, 30,788, 30,788. 89, 30,790, 30,791, 30,792, 30,793, 30,794, 30,795, 30,796, 30,797, 8,798, 38,799, 38,800, 38,801, 38,802, 38,803, 38,804, 38,805, 38,806, 38,807, 38,808, 38,809, 38,810, 38,811, 38,812, 38,813, 38,814, 38,815, 38,816, 38,817, 38,818, 38,819, 38,820, 38,821, 38,822, 38,823, 38,824, 38,825, 38,826, 38,827, 38,828, 38,829, 38,830, 38,831, 38,832, 38,833, 38,834, 38,835, 38,836, 38,837, 38,838, 38,839, 38,840, 38,841, 38,842, 38,843, 38,844, 38,845, 38,846, 38,847, 38,848, 38,849, 38,850, 38,851, 38,852, 38,853, 38,854, 38,855, 38,856, 38,857, 38,858, 38,859, 38,860, 38,861, 38,862, 38,863, 38,864, 38,865, 38,866, 38,867, 38,868, 38,869, 38,870, 38,871, 38,872, 38,873, 38,874, 38,875, 38,876, 38,877, 38,878, 38,879, 38,880, 38,881, 38,882, 38,883, 38,884, 38,885, 38,886, 38,887, 38,888, 38,889, 38,890, 38,891, 38,892, 38,893, 38,894, 38,895, 38,896, 38,897, 38,898, 38,899, 38,900. 38,901, 38,902, 38,903, 38,904, 38,905, 38,906, 38,907, 38,908, 38,909, 38,910, 38,911, 38,912, 38,913, 38,914, 38,915, 38,916, 38,917, 38,918, 38,919, 38,920, 38,921, 38,922, 38,923, 38,924, 38,925, 38,926, 38,927, 38,928, 38,929, 30,930, 30,931, 30,932, 30,933, 30,934, 30,935, 30,936, 30,937, 30,938, 30,939, 30,940, 30,941, 30,942, 30,943, 30,944, 30,945, 30,946, 30,947, 30,948, 30,949, 30,950, 30,951, 30,952, 30,953, 30,954, 30,955, 30,956, 30,957, 30,958, 30,959, 30,960, 30,961, 30,962, 30,963, 30,964, 30,965, 30,966, 30,967, 30,968, 30,969, 30,970, 30,971, 30,972, 30,973, 30,974, 30,975, 30,976, 30,977, 30,978, 30,979, 30,980, 30,981, 30,982, 30,983, 30,984, 30,985, 38,986, 30,987, 30,988, 30,989, 30,990, 30,991, 30,992, 30,993, 30,994, 30,995, 30,996, 30,997, 30,998, 30,999, 39,000, 39,001, 39,002, 39,003, 39,004, 39,005, 39,006, 39,007, 39,008, 39,009, 39,010, 39,011, 39,012, 39,013, 39,014, 39,015, 39,016, 39,017, 39,018, 39,019, 39,020, 39,021, 39,022, 39,023, 39,024, 39,025, 39,026, 39,027, 39,028, 39,029, 39,030, 39,031, 39,032, 39,033, 39,034, 39,035, 39,036, 39,037, 39,038, 39,039, 39,040, 39,041, 39,042, 39,043, 39,044, 39,045, 39,046, 39,047, 39,048, 39,049, 39,050,
39,051, 39,052, 39,053, 39,054, 39,055, 39,056, 39,057, 39,058, 39,059, 39,060, 39,061, 39,062, 39,063, 39,064, 39,065, 39,066, 39,067, 39,068, 39,069, 39,070, 39,071, 39,072, 39,073, 39,074, 39,075, 39,076, 39,077, 39,078, 39,079, 39,080, 39,081, 39,082, 39,083, 39,084, 39,085, 39,086, 39,087, 39,088, 39,089, 39,090, 39,091, 39,092, 39,093, 39,094, 39,095, 39,096, 39,097, 39,098, 39,099, 39,000. 100, 39,100, 39,101, 39,102, 39,103, 39,104, 39,105, 39,106, 39,107, 39,108, 39,109, 39,110, 39,111, 39,112, 39,113, 39,114, 39,115, 39,116, 39,117, 39,118, 39,119, 39,120, 39,121, 39,122, 39,123, 39,124, 39,125, 39,126, 39,127, 39,128, 39,129, 39,130, 39,131, 39,132, 39,133, 39,134, 39,135, 39,136, 39,137, 39,138, 39,139, 39,140, 39,141, 39,142, 39,143, 39,144, 39,145, 39,146, 39,147, 39,148, 39,149, 39,150, 39,151, 39,152, 39,153, 39,154, 39,155, 39,156, 39,157, 39,158, 39,159, 39,160, 39,161, 39,162, 39,163, 39,164, 39,165, 39,166, 39,167, 39,168, 39,169, 39,170, 39,171, 39,172, 39,173, 39,174, 39,175, 39,176, 39,177, 39,178, 39,179, 39,180, 39,181, 39,182, 39,183, 39,184, 39,185, 39,186, 39,187, 39,188, 39,189, 39,190, 39,191, 39,192, 39,193, 39,194, 39,195, 39,196, 39,197, 39,198, 39,199, 39,200, 39,201, 39,202, 39,203, 39,204, 39,205, 39,206, 39,207, 39,208, 39,209, 39,210, 39,211, 39,212, 39,213, 39,214, 39,215, 39,216, 39,217, 10,218, 10,219, 10,220, 10,221, 10,222, 10,233, 10,224, 10,235, 10,226, 10,227, 10,228, 10,229, 10,230, 10,231, 10,232, 10,233, 10,234, 10,235, 10,236, 10,237, 10,238, 10,239, 10,240, 10,241, 10,242, 10,243, 10,244, 10,245, 10,246, 10,247, 10,248, 10,249, 10,250, 10,251, 10,252, 10,253, 10,254, 10,255, 10,256, 10,257, 10,258, 10,259, 10,260, 10,261, 10,262, 10,263, 10,264, 10,265, 10,266, 10,267, 10,268, 10,269, 10,270, 10,271, 10,272, 10,273, 10,274, 10,275, 10,276, 10,277, 10,278, 10,279, 10,280, 10,281, 10,282, 10,283, 10,284, 10,285, 10,286, 10,287, 10,288, 10,289, 10,290, 10,291, 10,292, 10,293, 10,294, 10,205, 10,295,
39,296, 39,297, 39,298, 39,299, 39,300, 39,301, 39,302, 39,303, 39,304, 39,305, 39,306, 39,307, 39,308, 39,309, 39,310, 39,311, 39,312, 39,313, 39,314, 39,315, 39,316, 39,317, 39,318, 39,319, 39,320, 39,321, 39,322, 39,323, 39,324, 39,335, 39,326, 39,327, 39,328, 39,329, 39,330, 39,331, 39,332, 39,333, 39,334, 39,335, 39,336, 39,337, 39,338, 39,339, 39,340, 39,341, 39,342, 39,343, 39,344, 39,345, 39,346, 39,347, 39,348, 39,349, 38, 9,350, 39,351, 39,352, 39,353, 39,354, 39,355, 39,356, 39,357, 39,358, 39,359, 39,360, 39,361, 39,362, 39,363, 39,364, 39,365, 39,366, 39,367, 39,368, 39,369, 39,370, 39,371, 39,372, 39,373, 39,374, 39,375, 39,376, 39,377, 39,378, 39,379, 39,380, 39,381, 39,382, 39,383, 39,384, 39,385, 39,386, 39,387, 39,388, 39,389, 39,390, 39,391, 39,392, 39,393, 39,394, 39,395, 39,296, 39,297, 39,296, 39,299, 39,400, 39,401, 39,402, 39,403, 39,404, 39,405, 39,406, 39,407, 39,408, 39,409, 39,410, 39,411, 39,412, 39,413, 39,414, 39,415, 39,416, 39,417, 39,418, 39,419, 39,420, 39,421, 39,422, 39,423, 39,424, 39,425, 39,426, 39,427, 39,428, 39,429, 39,430, 39,431, 39,432, 39,433, 39,434, 39,435, 39,446, 39,447, 39,438, 39,439, 39,440, 39,441, 39,442, 39,443, 39,444, 39,445, 39,446, 39,447, 39,448, 39,449, 39,480, 39,450, 39,451, 39,452, 39,458, 39,454, 39,455, 39,456, 39,457, 39,458, 39,459, 39,460, 39,461, 39,462, 39,460, 39,464, 39,465, 39,466, 39,467, 39,468, 39,469, 39,700, 39,470, 39,471, 39,472, 39,473, 39,474, 39,475, 39,476, 39,477, 39,468, 39,479, 39,480, 39,481, 39,482, 39,480, 39,484, 39,485, 39,486, 39,487, 39,488, 39,489, 39,490, 39,491, 39,492, 39,493, 39,494, 39,495, 39,496, 39,497, 39,498, 39,499, 39,500, 39,501, 39,502, 39,503, 39,504, 39,505, 39,506, 39,507, 39,508, 39,509, 39,510, 39,511, 39,512, 39,513, 39,514, 39,515, 39,516, 39,517, 39,518, 39,519, 39,550, 39,520, 39,521, 39,522, 39,523, 39,524, 39,525, 39,526, 39,527, 39,528, 39,529, 39,530, 39,531, 39,532, 39,533, 39,534, 39,535, 39,536, 39,537, 39,538, 39,539, 39,540, 39,541, 39,542, 39,543, 39,544, 39,545, 39,546, 39,547, 39,548, 39,549, 39,550, 39,551, 39,552, 39,553, 39,554, 39,555, 39,556, 39,557, 39,558, 39,559, 39,560, 39,561, 39,562, 39,563, 39,564, 39,565, 39,566, 39,567, 39,568, 39,569, 39,570, 39,571, 39,572, 39,573, 39,574, 39,575, 39,576, 39,577, 39,578, 39,579, 39,580, 39,581, 39,582, 39,583, 39,584, 39,585, 39,586, 39,587, 39,588, 39,589, 39,590, 39,591, 39,592, 39,593, 39,594, 39,595, 39,905, 596, 39,597, 39,598, 39,599, 39,600, 39,601, 39,602, 39,603, 39,604, 39,605, 39,606, 39,607, 39,608, 39,609, 39,610, 39,611, 39,612, 39,613, 39,614, 39,615, 39,616, 39,617, 39,618, 39,619, 39,620, 39,621, I'm tired, 39,622, 39,623, 39,624, 39,625, 39,626, 39,627, 39,628, 39,629, 39,600 and 30, 39,131, 39,132, 39,133, 39,134, 39,135, 39,136, 39,137, 39,138, 39,139, 39,140, 39,141, 39,142, 39,143, 39,144, 39,145, 39,146, 39,147, 39,148, 39,149, 39,150, 39,651, 39,652, 39,053, 39,054, 39,055, 39,056, 39,057, 39,658, 39,059, 39,060, 39,061, 39,062, 39,063, 39,064, 39,065, 39,066, 39,067, 39,068, 39,069, 39,070, 39,071, 39,070, 39,073, 39,074, 39,075, 39,076, 39,077, 39,078, 39,079, 39,080, 39,081, 39,082, 39,083, 39,084, 39,085, 39,686, 39,087, 39,688, 39,089, 39,090, 39,091, 39,092, 39,093, 39,094, 39,095, 39,096, 39,097, 39,098, 39,099, 39,700, 39,701, 39,702, 39,703, 39,704, 39,705, 39,706, 39,707, 39,708, 39,709, 39,710, 39,711, 39,712, 39,713, 39,714, 39,715, 39,716, 39,717, 39,718, 39,719, 39,720, 39,721, 39,722, 39,733, 39,723, 39,724, 39,725, 39,726, 39,727, 39,728, 39,729, 39,730, 39,731, 39,732, 39,733, 39,734, 39,735, 39,736, 39,737, 39,738, 39,739, 39,740, 39,741, 39,742, 39,743, 39,744, 39,745, 39,746, 39,747, 39,748, 39,749, 39,750.
Ah! 39,151, 39,152, 39,153, 39,154, 39,155, 39,156, 39,157, 39,158, 39,159, 39,160, 39,161, 39,162, 39,163, 39,164, 39,165, 39,166, 39,167, 39,168, 39,169, 39,770, 39,171, 39,172, 39,173, 39,774, 39,175, 39,176, 39,177, 39,778, 39,779, 39,780, 39,781, 39,782, 39,783, 39,784, 39,785, 39,786, 39,787, 39,788, 39,789, 39,790, 39,791, 39,792, 39,793, 39,794, 39,795, 39,796, 39,797, 39,798, 39,799, 39,800, 39,801, 39,802, 39,803, 39,804, 39,805, 39,806, 39,807, 39,808, 39,809, 39,810, 39,811, 39,812, 39,813, 39,814, 39,815, 39,816, 39,817, 39,818, 39,819, 39,820, 39,821, 39,822, 39,823, 39,824, 39,825, 39,826, 39,827, 39,828, 39,829, 39,830, 39,831, 39,832, 39,833, 39,834, 39,835, 39,836, 39,837, 39,838, 39,839, 39,840, 39,841, 39,842, 39,843, 39,844, 39,845, 39,846, 39,847, 39,848, 39,849, 39,850, 39,851, 39,852, 39,850, 39,854, 39,855, 39,856, 39,857, 39,858, 39,859, 39,860, 39,861, 39,862, 39,863, 39,864, 39,865, 39,866, 39,867, 39,868, 39,869, 39,870, 39,871, 39,872, 39,873, 39,874, 39,875, 39,876, 39,877, 39,878, 39,879, 39,880, 39,881, 39,882, 39,883, 39,884, 39,885, 39,886, 39,887, 39,888, 39,899, 39,890, 39,891, 39,892, 39,893, 39,894, 39,895, 39,896, 39,897, 39,898, 39,899, 39,900, 39,901, 39,902, 39,903, 39,904, 39,905, 39,906, 39,907, 39,908, 39,909, 39,910, 39,911, 39,912, 39,913, 39,914, 39,915, 39,916, 39,917, 39,918, 39,919, 39,920, 39,921, 39,922, 39,923, 39,924, 39,925, 39,926, 39,927, 39,928, 39,929, 39,930, 39,931, 39,932, 39,933, 39,934, 39,935, 39,936, 39,937, 39,938, 39,939, 39,940, 39,941, 39,942, 39,943, 39,944, 39,945, 39,946, 39,947, 39,948, 39,949, 39,950, 39,951, 39,952, 39,953, 39,954, 39,955, 39,956, 39,956, 39,957, 39,958, 39,959, 39,960, 39,961, 39,962, 39,963, 39,964, 39,965, 39,966, 39,967, 39,968, 39,969, 39,970, 39,971, 39,972, 39,973, 39,974, 39,975, 39,976, 39,977, 39,978, 39,979, 39,980, 39,981, 39,982, 39,983, 39,984, 39,985, 39,986, 39,987, 39,988, 39,989, 39,900 and 90, 39,991, 39,992, 39,993, 39,994, 39,995, 39,996, 39,997, 39,998, 39,999, 40,000. 40,000. 40,001, 40,002, 40,003, 40,004, 40,005, 40,006, 40,007, 40,008, 40,009, 40,010, 40,011, 40,012, 40,013, 40,014, 40,015, 40,016, 40,017, 40,018, 40,019, 40,020, 40,021, 40,022, 40,023, 40,024, 40,025, 40,026, 40,027, 40,028, 40,029, 40,030, 40,031, 40,032, 40,033, 40,034, 40,035, 40,036, 40,037, 40,038, 40,039, 40,040, 40,041, 40,042, 40,043, 40,044, 40,045, 40,046, 40,047, 40,048, 40,049, 40,050, 40,051, 40,052, 40,053, 40,054, 40,055, 40,056, 40,057, 40,058, 40,059, 40,060, 40,061, 40,062, 40,063, 40,064, 40,005, 40,006, 40,007, 40,068, 40,009, 40,070, 40,071, 40,072, 40,073, 40,074, 40,075, 40,076, 40,077, 40,078, 40,079, 40,080, 40,081, 40,082, 40,083, 40,084, 40,085, 40,086, 40,087, 40,088, 40,089, 40,090, 40,091, 40,092, 40,093, 40,094, 40,095, 40,096, 40,097, 40,098, 40,099, 40,000. 100, 4,101, 4,102, 4,103, 4,104, 40,105, 4,106, 4,107, 4,108, 4,109, 4,110, 4,111, 4,112, 4,113, 4,114, 4,115, 4,116, 40,117, 4,118, 4,119, 4,120, 4,121, 4,122, 4,123, 4,124, 4,125, 4,126, 4,127, 4,128, 40,129, 40,130, 40,131, 40,132, 40,133, 40,134, 40,135, 40,136, 40,137, 40,138, 40,139, 40,140, 4,141, 4,142, 4,143, 4,144, 4,145, 4,146, 4,147, 40,148, 4,149, 40,150, 40,151, 40,152, 40,153, 40,154, 40,155, 40,156, 40,157, 40,158, 40,159, 40,160, 40,161, 40,162, 40,163, 40,164, 40,165, 40,166, 40,167, 40,168, 40,169, 40,170, 40,171, 40,172, 40,173, 40,174, 4,175, 4,176, 4,177, 4,178, 4,179, 4,180, 4,181, 40,182, 4,183, 4,184, 4,185, 4,186, 4,187, 4,188, 40,189, 4,190, 4,191, 4,192, 4,193, 4,194, 4,195, 4,196, 4,197, 4,198, 40,199, 4,200, 4,201, 4,202, 4,203, 4,204, 4,205, 4,206, 4,207, 4,208, 4,209, 40,210, 4,211, 4,212, 40,213, 4,214, 4,215, 4,216, 4,217, 4,218, 4,219, 4,220, 40,221, 4,222, 4,223, 4,224, 4,225, 4,226, 40,227, 40,228, 40,229, 40,230, 40,231, 40,232, 40,233, 40,234, 40,235, 40,236, 4,237, 4,238, 4,239, 4,240, 4,241, 4,242, 40,243, 4,244, 4,245, 4,246, 4,247, 4,248, 40,249, 4,250, 4,251, 4,252, 4,253,
40,254, 40,255, 40,256, 40,257, 40,258, 40,259, 40,256, 40,260, 40,261, 40,262, 40,263, 40,264, 40,265, 40,266, 40,267, 40,268, 40,269, 40,270. 40,271, 40,272, 40,273, 40,274, 40,275, 40,276, 40,277, 4,278, 4,279, 4,280, 4,281, 4,282, 4,283, 4,284, 4,285, 4,286, 4,287, 4,288, 4,289, 4,290, 4,291, 40,290, 4,293, 4,294, 4,295, 4,296, 4,297, 4,298, 4,299, 4,300, 4,301, 4,302, 4,303, 40,304, 40,305, 40,306, 40,307, 40,308, 40,309, 40,310, 40,311, 40,312, 40,313, 40,314, 40,315, 40,316, 40,317, 40,318, 40,319, 40,320, 40,321, 40,322, 40,323, 40,324, 40,325, 40,326, 40,327, 40,328, 40,329, 40,330, 40,331, 40,332, 40,333, 40,334, 40,335, 40,336, 40,337, 40,338, 40,339, 4,340, 4,341, 4,342, 4,343, 4,344, 4,345, 4,346, 4,347, 4,348, 4,349, 4,350, 40,351, 40,352, 40,353, 40,354, 40,355, 40,356, 40,357, 40,358, 40,359, 40,360, 40,361, 40,362, 40,363, 40,364, 40,365, 40,366, 40,367, 40,368, 40,359, 40,370, 40,371, 40,372, 40,373, 40,374, 40,375, 40,376, 40,377, 40,378, 40,379, 40,380, 40,381, 40,382, 40,383, 40,384, 40,385, 40,386, 40,387, 40,388, 40,389, 40,390, 40,391, 40,392, 40,393, 40,394, 4,395, 4,396, 4,397, 4,398, 4,399, 4,400, 4,401, 4,402, 4,403, 4,404, 4,405, 4,406, 4,407, 4,408, 4,409, 4,410, 40,411, 4,412, 4,413, 4,414, 4,415, 4,416, 4,417, 4,418, 4,419, 4,420, 4,421, 4,422, 4,423, 4,424, 4,425, 4,426, 4,427, 40,428, 40,429, 40,430, 40,431, 40,432, 40,433, 40,434, 40,435, 40,436, 40,437, 40,438, 40,439, 40,440, 40,441, 40,442, 40,443, 40,444, 40,445, 40,446, 40,447, 40,448, 40,449, 40,450, 40,451, 40,452, 40,453, 40,454, 40,455, 40,456, 40,457, 40,458, 40,459, 40,460, 40,461, 40,462, 40,463, 40,464, 40,465, 40,466, 40,467, 40,468, 40,469, 40,470, 40,471, 40,472, 40,473, 40,474, 40,475, 40,476, 40,477, 40,478, 40,479, 40,400, 80, 40,481, 40,482, 40,483, 40,484, 40,485, 40,486, 40,487, 40,488, 40,489, 40,490, 40,491, 40,492, 40,493, 40,494, 40,495, 4,496, 4,497, 4,498, 4,499, 4,500, 40,501, 40,502, 40,503, 40,504, 40,505, 40,506, 40,507, 40,508, 40,509, 40,510, 40,511, 40,512, 40,513, 40,514, 40,515, 40,516, 40,517, 40,518, 40,519, 40,520, 40,521, 40,522, 40,523, 40,524, 40,525, 40,526, 40,527, 40,528, 40,529, 40,530. 40,531, 40,532, 40,533, 40,534, 40,535, 40,536, 40,537, 40,538, 40,539, 40,540, 40,541, 40,542, 40,543, 40,544, 40,545, 40,546, 40,547, 40,548, 40,549, 40,550, 40,551, 40,552, 40,553, 40,554, 40,555, 40,556, 40,557, 40,558, 40,569, 40,560, 40,561, 40,562, 40,563, 40,564, 40,565, 40,566, 40,567, 40,568, 40,569, 40,570, 40,571, 40,572, 40,573, 40,574, 40,575, 40,576, 40,577, 40,578, 40,579, 40,580, 40,581, 40,582, 40,583, 40,584, 40,585, 40,586, 40,587, 40,588, 40,589, 40,590, 40,591, 40,592, 40,593, 40,594, 40,595, 95, 40,596, 40,597, 40,598, 40,599, 40,600, 40,601, 40,602, 40,603, 40,604, 40,605, 40,606, 40,607, 40,608, 40,609, 40,610, 40,611, 40,612, 40,613, 40,614, 40,615, 40,616, 40,617, 40,618, 40,619, 40,620, 40,621, 40,622, 40,623, 40,624, 40,625, 40,626, 40,627, 40,628, 40,629, 40,630, 40,631, 40,632, 40,633, 40,634, 40,635, 40,636, 40,637, 40,638, 40,639, 40,640, 40,641, 40,642, 40,643, 40,644, 40,645, 40,646, 40,647, 40,048, 40,049, 40,050, 40,051, 40,052, 40,053, 40,064, 40,055, 40,056, 40,057, 40,658, 40,659, 40,660, 40,661, 40,662, 40,663, 40,664, 40,665, 40,666, 40,667, 40,668, 40,669, 40,670, 40,671, 40,672, 40,673, 40,674, 40,675, 40,676, 40,677, 40,678, 40,679, 40,680, 40,681, 40,682, 40,683, 40,684, 40,685, 40,686, 40,687, 40,688, 40,689, 40,690, 40,691, 40,692, 40,693, 40,694, 40,695, 40,696, 40,097, 40,098, 40,099, 40,000. 700, 40,701, 40,702, 40,703, 40,704, 40,705, 40,706, 40,707, 40,708, 40,709, 40,710, 40,711, 40,712, 40,713, 40,714, 40,715, 40,716, 40,717, 40,718, 40,719, 40,720, 40,721, 40,722, 40,723, 40,724, 40,725, 40,726, 40,727, 40,728, 40,729, 40,730, 40,731, 40,732, 40,733, 40,734, 40,735, 40,736, 40,737, 40,738, 40,739, 40,740, 40,741, 40,742, 40,743, 40,744, 40,745, 40,746, 40,747, 40,748, 40,749, 40,750, 40,751, 40,752, 40,753, 40,754, 40,755, 40,756, 40,757, 40,758, 40,759, 40,760, 40,761, 40,762, 40,763, 40,764, 40,765, 40,766, 40,767, 40,768, 40,769, 40,770, 40,771, 40,772, 40,773, 40,774, 40,775, 40,776, 40,777, 4,778, 4,779, 4,780, 4,781, 4,782, 4,783, 4,784, 4,785, 4,786, 4,787, 4,788, 4,789, 4,790, 4,791, 4,792, 4,793, 4,794, 4,795, 4,796, 4,797, 4,798, 4,799, 40,800, 4,801, 4,802, 4,803, 4,804, 4,805, 4,806, 4,807, 4,808, 4,809, 4,810. 40,811, 40,812, 40,813, 40,814, 40,815, 40,816, 40,817, 40,818, 40,819, 40,820, 40,821, 40,822, 40,823, 40,824, 40,825, 40,826, 40,827, 40,828, 40,829, 40,830, 40,831, 40,832, 40,833, 40,834, 40,835, 40,836, 40,837, 40,838, 40,839, 40,840, 40,841, 40,842, 40,843, 40,844, 40,845, 40,846, 40,847, 40,848, 40,849, 40,850, 40,851, 40,852, 40,853, 40,854, 40,855, 40,856, 40,857, 40,858, 40,859, 40,860, 40,861, 40,862, 40,863, 40,864, 40,865, 40,866, 40,867, 40,868, 40,869, 40,870, 40,871, 40,872, 40,873, 40,874, 40,875, 40,876, 40,877, 40,878, 40,879, 40,880, 40,881, 40,882, 40,883, 40,884, 40,885, 40,886, 40,887, 40,888, 40,889, 40,890, 40,891, 40,892, 40,893, 40,894, 40,895, 40,896, 40,897, 40,898, 40,899, 40,900, 40,901, 40,902, 40,903, 40,904, 40,905, 40,906, 40,907, 40,908, 40,909, 40,910, 40,911, 40,912, 40,913, 40,914, 40,915, 40,916, 40,917, 40,918, 40,919, 40,920, 40,921, 40,922, 40,923, 40,924, 40,925, 40,926, 40,927, 40,928, 40,929, 40,930, 40,931, 40,932, 4,933, 4,934, 4,935, 4,936, 4,937, 4,938, 4,939, 4,940, 4,941, 4,942, 4,943, 4,944, 4,945, 4,946, 4,947, 4,948, 4,949, 4,950, 4,951, 4,952, 4,953, 4,954, 4,955, 4,956, 4,957, 4,958, 4,959, 40,960, 40,961, 40,962, 40,963, 40,964, 40,965, 40,966, 40,967, 40,968, 40,969, 40,970, 40,971, 40,972, 40,973, 40,974, 40,975, 40,976, 40,977, 4,978, 4,979, 4,980, 4,981, 4,982, 4,983, 4,984, 4,985, 4,986, 4,987, 4,988, 4,989, 4,990, 4,991, 4,992, 4,993, 4,994, 4,995, 4,996, 4,997, 4,998, 4,999, 41,000. 41,000. 41,001, 41,002, 41,003, 41,004, 41,005, 41,006, 41,007, 41,008, 41,009, 41,010, 41,011, 41,012, 41,013, 41,014, 41,015, 41,016, 41,017, 41,018, 41,019, 41,020, 41,021, 41,022, 41,023, 41,024, 41,025, 41,026, 41,027, 41,010, 28. 41,029, 41,030, 41,031, 41,032, 41,033, 41,034, 41,035, 41,036, 41,037, 41,038, 41,039, 41,040, 41,041, 41,042, 41,043, 41,044, 41,045, 41,046, 41,047, 41,048, 41,049. 41,050, 41,051, 41,052, 41,053, 41,054, 41,055, 41,056, 41,057, 41,058, 41,059, 41,060, 41,061, 41,062, 41,063, 41,064, 41,065, 41,066, 41,067, 41,068, 41,069, 41,070, 41,071, 41,072, 41,073, 41,074, 41,075, 41,076, 41,077, 41,078, 41,079, 41,080, 41,081, 41,082, 41,083, 41,084, 41,085, 41,086, 41,087, 41,088, 41,089, 41,090, 41,091, 41,092, 41,093, 41,094, 41,095, 41,096, 41,097, 41,098, 41,099. 41,100, 41,101, 41,102, 41,103, 41,104, 41,105, 41,106, 41,107, 41,108, 41,109, 41,110, 41,111, 41,112, 41,113, 41,114, 41,115, 41,116, 41,117, 41,118, 41,119. 41,120, 41,121, 41,122, 41,123, 41,124, 41,125, 41,126, 41,127, 41,128, 41,129, 41,130, 41,131, 41,432, 41,133, 41,134, 41,135, 41,136, 41,137, 41,138, 41,139, 41,140, 41,141, 41,142, 41,143, 41,144, 41,145, 41,146, 41,147, 1,148, 41,149, 41,150, 41,151, 41,152, 41,153, 41,154, 41,155, 41,156, 41,157, 41,158, 41,159, 41,160, 41,161, 41,162, 41,163, 41,164, 41,165, 41,166, 41,167, 41,168, 41,169, 41,170, 41,171, 41,172, 41,173, 41,174, 41,175, 41,176, 41,177, 41,178, 41,179, 41,180, 41,181, 41,182, 41,183, 41,184, 41,185, 41,186, 41,187, 41,188, 41,189, 41,190, 41,191, 41,192, 41,193, 41,194, 41,195, 41,196, 41,197, 41,198, 41,199, 41,200, 41,201, 41,202, 41,203, 41,204, 41,205, 41,206, 41,207, 41,208, 41,209, 41,210, 41,211, 41,212, 41,213, 41,214, 41,215, 41,216, 41,217, 41,218, 41,290, 41,220, 41,221, 41,222, 41,223, 41,224, 41,225, 41,226, 41,227, 41,228, 41,229, 41,230, 41,231, 41,232, 41,233, 41,234, 41,235, 41,236, 41,237, 41,238, 41,239, 41,240, 41,241, 41,242, 41,243, 41,244, 41,245, 41,246, 41,247, 41,248, 41,249, 41,250, 41,251, 41,252, 41,253, 41,254, 41,255, 41,256, 41,257, 41,258, 41,259, 41,260, 41,261, 41,262, 41,263, 41,264, 41,265, 41,266, 41,267, 41,268, 41,269, 41,270, 41,271, 41,272, 41,273, 41,274, 41,275, 41,276, 41,277, 41,278, 41,279, 41,280, 41,281, 41,282, 41,283, 41,284, 41,285, 41,286, 41,287, 41,288, 41,289, 41,290. 41,291, 41,292, 41,293, 41,294, 49,295, 41,296, 49,000, 41,297, 41,298, 41,299, 41,300. 41,301, 41,302, 41,303, 41,304, 41,305, 41,306, 41,307, 41,308, 41,309, 41,310, 41,311, 41,312, 41,313, 41,314, 41,315, 41,316, 41,317, 41,318, 41,319, 41,320. 41,321, 41,322, 41,323, 41,324, 41,325, 41,326, 41,327, 41,328, 41,329, 41,330, 41,331, 41,332, 41,333, 41,334, 41,335, 41,336, 41,337, 41,338, 41,339, 41,340. 41,341, 41,342, 41,343, 41,344, 41,345, 41,346, 41,347, 41,348, 41,349, 41,350, 41,351, 41,352, 41,353, 41,354, 41,355, 41,356, 41,357, 41,358, 41,359. 41,360, 41,361, 41,362, 41,363, 41,364, 41,365, 41,366, 41,367, 41,368, 41,369, 41,370, 41,371, 41,372, 41,373, 41,374, 41,375, 41,376, 41,377, 41,378, 41,379, 41,380. 41,381, 41,382, 41,383, 41,384, 41,385, 41,386, 41,387, 41,388, 41,389, 41,390, 41,391, 41,392, 41,393, 41,394, 41,395, 41,396, 41,397, 41,398, 41,399, 41,400. 41,401, 41,402, 41,403, 41,404, 41,405, 41,406, 41,407, 41,408, 41,409, 41,410, 41,411, 41,412, 41,413, 41,414, 41,450, 41,460, 41,470, 41,480, 41,490, 41,420. 41,421, 41,422, 41,423, 41,424, 41,425, 41,426, 41,427, 41,428, 41,429, 41,430, 41,431, 41,432, 41,433, 41,434, 41,435, 41,436, 41,437, 41,438, 41,439, 41,440. 41,441, 41,442, 41,443, 41,444, 41,445, 41,446, 41,447, 41,448, 41,449, 41,450. 41,451, 41,452, 41,453, 41,454, 41,455, 41,456, 41,457, 41,458, 41,459, 41,460, 41,461, 41,461, 41,463, 41,464, 41,465, 41,466, 41,467, 41,468, 41,469, 41,470, 41,471, 41,472, 41,473, 41,474, 41,475, 41,476, 41,477, 41,478, 41,479, 41,480. 41,481, 41,482, 41,483, 41,484, 41,485, 41,486, 41,487, 41,488, 41,489, 41,490, 41,491, 41,492, 41,493, 41,494, 41,495, 41,496, 41,497, 41,498, 41,499, 41,500, 41,501, 41,502, 41,503, 41,524. 41,505, 41,506, 41,507, 41,508, 41,509, 41,510, 41,511, 41,512, 41,513, 41,514, 41,515, 41,516, 41,517, 41,518, 41,519, 41,520, 41,521, 41,522, 41,520, 41,524, 41,525, 41,526, 41,527, 41,528, 41,529, 41,530, 41,531, 41,532, 41,533, 41,534, 41,535, 41,536, 41,537, 41,538, 41,539, 41,540, 41,541, 41,542, 41,543, 41,544, 41,545, 41,546, 41,547, 41,548, 41,549, 41,550, 41,551, 41,552, 41,553, 41,554, 41,555, 41,556, 41,557, 41,558, 41,559, 41,560, 41,561, 41,562, 41,563, 41,564, 41,565, 41,566, 41,567, 41,568, 41,569, 41,570, 41,571, 41,572, 41,573, 41,574, 41,575, 41,576, 41,577, 41,578, 41,579, 41,580, 41,581, 41,582, 41,583, 41,584, 41,585, 41,586, 41,587, 41,588, 41,589, 41,590, 41,591, 41,592, 41,593, 41,594, 41,595, 41,596, 41,597, 41,598, 41,599, 41,600. 41,601, 41,602, 41,603, 41,604, 41,605, 41,606, 41,607, 41,608, 41,609, 41,610, 41,611, 41,612, 41,613, 41,614, 41,615. Turning on the AC. 41,616, 41,617, 41,618, 41,619, 41,620, 41,621, 41,622, 41,623, 41,624, 41,625, 41,626, 41,627, 41,628, 41,629, 41,630, 41,631, 41,632, 41,633, 41,634, 41,635, 41,636, 41,637, 41,638, 41,639, 41,640, 41,641, 41,642, 41,643, 41,644, 41,645, 41,646, 41,647, 41,648, 41,649, 41,650, 41,651, 41,652, 41,653, 41,654, 41,655, 41,650, 41,656, 41,657, 41,658, 41,659, 41,660, 41,061, 41,062, 41,063, 41,064, 41,065, 41,066, 41,067, 41,068, 41,069, 41,670, 41,671, 41,072, 41,073, 41,074, 41,075, 41,076, 41,077, 41,078, 41,079, 41,080, 41,081, 41,082, 41,083, 41,084, 41,085, 41,086, 41,087, 41,088, 41,089, 41,090, 41,091, 41,092, 41,093, 41,094, 41,695, 41,096, 41,097, 41,098, 41,099, 41,700, 41,701, 41,702, 41,703, 41,704, 41,705, 41,706, 41,707, 41,708, 41,709, 41,710, 41,711, 41,712, 41,713, 41,714, 41,715, 41,716, 41,717, 41,718, 41,719, 41,720, 41,721, 41,722, 41,723, 41,724, 41,725, 41,726, 41,727, 41,728, 41,730. 29, 41,730, 41,731, 41,732, 41,733, 41,734, 41,735, 41,736, 41,737, 41,738, 41,739, 41,750,
for the 1740, for the 1741, for the 1742, for the 1743, for the 1744, for the 1745, for the 1746, for the 1747, for the 1748, for the 1749, for the 1750, for the 1751, for the 1752, for the 1753, for the 1754, for the 1755, for the 1756, for the 1757, for the 1758, for the 1759, for the 1760, for the 1761, for the 1762, for the 1763, for the 1764, for the 1765, for the 1766, for the 1767, for the 1768, for the 1769, for the 1770, for the 1771, for the 1772, for the 1773, for the 1774, for the 1775, for the 1776, for the 1777, for the 1778, for the 1779, for the 1780, for the 1781, for the 1782, for the 1783, for the 1784, for the 1785, for the 1786, for the 1787, for the 1788, for the 1789, for the 1790, for the 1791, for the 1792, for the 1793, for the 1794, for the 1795, for the 9000. For the 1796, for the 1797, for the 1798, for the 1799, for the 1800, for the 1801, for the 1802, for the 1803, for the 1804, for the 1805, for the 1806, for the 1807, for the 1808, for the 1809, for the 1810, for the 1811, for the 1812, for the 1813, for the 1814, for the 1815, for the 1816, for the 1817, for the 1818, for the 1819, for the 1820. For the 1821, for the 1822, for the 1823, for the 1824, for the 1825, for the 1826, for the 1827, for the 1828, for the 1829, for the 1830, for the 1831, for the 1832, for the 1833, for the 1834, for the 1835, for the 1836, for the 1837, for the 1838, for the 1839, for the 1840, for the 1841, for the 1842, for the 1843, for the 1844, for the 1845, for the 1846, for the 1847, for the 1848, for the 1849, for the 1850, for the 1851, for the 1852, for the 1853, for the 1854, for the 1855, for the 1856, for the 1857, for the 1858, for the 1859, for the 1860, for the 1861, for the 1862, for the 1863, for the 1864, for the 1865, for the 1866, for the 1867, for the 1868, for the 1869, for the 1870, for the 1871, for the 1872, for the 1873, for the 1874, for the 1875, for the 1876, for the 1877, for the 1878, for the 1879, for the 1880. For the 1881, for the 1882, for the 1883, for the 1884, for the 1885, for the 1886, for the 1887, for the 1888, for the 1889, for the 1890, for the 1891, for the 1892, for the 1893, for the 1894, for the 1895, for the 1896, for the 1897, for the 1898, for the 1899, for the 1900, for the 1901, for the 1902, for the 1903, for the 1904, for the 1905, for the 1906, for the 1907, for the 1908, for the 1909, for the 1910, for the 1911, for the 1912, for the 1913, for the 1914, for the 1915, for the 1916, for the 1917, for the 1918, for the 1919, for the 1920, for the 1921, for the 1922. For the 1923, for the 1924, for the 1925, for the 1926, for the 1927, for the 1928, for the 1929, for the 1930, for the 1931, for the 1932, for the 1933, for the 1934, for the 1935, for the 1936, for the 1937, for the 1938, for the 1939, for the 1940, for the 1941, for the 1942, for the 1943, for the 1944, for the 1945, for the 1946, for the 1947, for the 1948, for the 1949, for the 1950, for the 1951, for the 1952, for the 1953, for the 1954, for the 1955, for the 1956, for the 1957, for the 1958, for the 1959, for the 1960, for the 1961, for the 1962, for the 1963, for the 1964, for the 1965, for the 1966, for the 1967, for the 1968, for the 1969, for the 1970, for the 1971, for the 1972,
41,973, 41,974, 41,975, 41,976, 41,977, 41,978, 41,979, 41,980, 41,981, 41,982, 41,983, 41,984, 41,985, 41,986, 41,987, 41,988, 41,989, 41,990, 41,991, 41,992, 41,992. 3, 41,994, 41,995, 41,996, 41,997, 41,998, 41,999, 42,000. 42,000, 42,000. 1, 42,002, 42,003, 42,004, 42,005, 42,006, 42,007, 42,008, 42,009, 42,010. 42,011, 42,012, 42,013, 42,014, 42,015, 42,016, 42,017, 42,018, 42,019, 42,020, 42,021, 42,022, 42,023, 42,024, 42,025, 42,026, 42,027, 42,028, 42,029, 42,030, 42,031, 42,032, 42,033, 42,034, 42,035, 42,036, 42,037, 42,038, 40,039, 42,040, 42,041, 40,042, 40,043, 42,044, 42,045, 42,046, 42,047, 40,048, 40,049, 40,050, 40,051, 40,052, 40,053, 40,054, 40,055, 40,056, 40,057, 40,058, 40,059, 40,060, 40,061, 40,062, 40,063, 42,064, 42,065, 42,066, 42,067, 42,068, 42,069, 42,070, 40,071, 40,072, 40,073, 40,074, 40,075, 40,076, 40,077, 40,078, 40,079, 40,080, 40,081, 40,082, 40,083, 40,084, 40,085, 40,086, 40,087, 40,088, 40,089, 40,090, 40,091, 40,092, 40,093, 40,094, 42,095, 40,096, 40,097, 40,098, 40,099, 42,100. 40,101, 40,102, 40,103, 40,104, 40,105, 40,106, 40,107, 40,108, 40,109, 40,110, 40,111, 40,112, 40,113, 40,114, 40,115, 40,116, 40,117, 40,118, 40,119, 40,120, 40,121, 40,122, 40,123, 40,124, 40,125, 40,126, 40,127, 40,128, 40,129, 40,130, 40,131, 40,132, 40,133, 40,134, 40,135, 40,136, 40,137, 40,137, 40,138, 40,139, 40,140, 40,141, 40,142, 40,150, 43, 42,144, 40,145, 40,146, 40,147, 40,148, 40,149, 40,151, 40,151, 40,152, 42,153, 42,154, 42,155, 42,156, 42,157, 42,158, 42,159, 40,160, 40,161, 40,162, 42,163, 42,164, 42,165, 42,166, 42,167, 42,168, 42,169, 42,170, 42,171, 42,172, 42,173, 42,174, 42,175, 42,176, 42,177, 42,178, 40,179, 40,180, 40,181, 40,182, 40,183, 40,184, 40,185, 40,186, 40,187, 40,188, 40,189, 40,190, 40,191, 40,192, 40,193, 40,194, 40,195, 40,196, 40,197, 40,198, 40,199, 42,200. 42,201, 42,202, 40,203, 40,204, 40,205, 40,206, 40,207, 40,208, 40,209, 42,210, 42,211, 42,212, 42,213, 42,214, 42,215, 42,216, 42,217, 42,218, 42,219, 40,220, 40,221, 40,222, 40,223, 40,224, 42,225, 42,226, 42,227, 42,228, 42,229, 42,230, 42,231, 42,232, 42,233, 42,234, 42,235, 42,236, 42,237, 42,238,
42,238, 42,239, 42,240, 42,241, 42,242, 42,243, 42,244, 42,245, 42,246, 42,247, 42,248, 42,249, 42,250, 42,251. 42,252, 42,253, 42,254, 42,255, 42,256, 42,257, 42,258, 42,259, 42,260, 42,261, 42,262, 42,263, 42,264, 42,265, 42,266, 42,267, 42,268, 42,269, 42,270, 42,271, 42,272, 42,273, 42,274, 42,275, 42,276, 42,277, 42,278, 42,279, 42,280, 42,281, 42,282, 42,283, 42,284, 42,285, 42,286, 42,287, 42,288, 42,289, 42,290, 42,291, 42,292, 42,293, 42,294, 40,295, 40,296, 40,297, 40,298, 40,299, 40,300, 40,201, 40,302, 40,303, 40,304, 40,305, 40,206, 40,307, 42,308, 42,309, 42,310, 42,311, 42,312, 42,313, 42,314, 42,315, 42,316, 42,317, 42,318, 42,319, 42,320, 42,321, 42,322, 42,323, 42,324, 42,325. 42,326, 42,327, 42,328, 42,329, 42,330, 42,331, 42,332, 42,333, 42,334, 42,335, 42,336, 42,337, 42,338, 42,339, 42,340, 42,341, 42,342, 42,343, 42,344, 42,345, 42,346, 42,347, 40,348, 40,349, 40,350, 42,351, 42,352, 42,353, 42,354, 42,355, 42,356, 42,357, 42,358, 42,359, 40,360, 42,361, 42,362, 42,363, 42,364, 42,365, 42,366, 40,367, 40,368, 40,369, 40,370, 40,371, 40,372, 40,373, 40,374, 40,375, 40,376, 40,377, 40,378, 40,379, 40,380, 40,381, 40,382, 40,383, 40,384, 40,385, 40,386, 40,387, 40,388, 40,389, 40,390, 40,391, 40,392, 40,393, 40,394, 40,395, 40,396, 40,397, 40,398, 40,399, 42,400, 42,401, 42,402, 42,403, 40,404, 40,405, 40,406, 40,407, 40,408, 40,409, 40,410, 40,411, 40,412, 40,413, 40,414, 40,415, 40,416, 40,417, 40,418, 40,419, 40,420, 40,421, 40,420, 40,423, 40,424, 40,425, 40,426, 40,427, 40,428, 40,429, 40,430, 40,431, 40,432, 40,433, 40,434, 42,435, 42,436, 42,437, 42,438, 42,439, 42,440, 42,441, 42,442, 42,443, 40,444, 40,445, 42,446, 42,447, 42,448, 42,449, 42,450, 42,451, 42,452, 42,453, 42,454, 42,455, 42,456, 42,457, 42,458, 42,459, 42,460, 42,461, 42,462, 42,463,
42,464, 42,465, 42,466, 42,467, 42,468, 42,469, 42,470, 42,471, 42,472, 42,473, 42,474, 42,475, 42,476, 42,477, 42,478, 42,479. 42,480, 42,481, 42,482, 42,483, 42,484, 42,485, 42,486, 42,487, 42,488, 42,489, 42,490, 42,491, 42,492, 42,493, 42,494, 42,495, 42,496, 42,497, 42,498, 42,499. 42,500, 42,501, 42,502, 42,503, 42,504, 42,505, 42,506, 42,507, 42,508, 42,509, 42,510, 42,511, 42,512, 42,513, 42,514, 42,515, 42,516, 42,517, 42,518, 42,519, 42,520. 42,521, 42,522, 42,523, 42,524, 42,525, 42,526, 42,527, 42,528, 42,529, 40,530, 40,531, 40,532, 40,533, 40,534, 40,535, 40,536, 42,537, 42,538, 42,539, 42,540. 42,541, 42,542, 42,543, 42,544, 42,545, 42,546, 42,547, 42,548, 42,549, 42,550, 42,551, 42,552, 42,553, 42,554, 42,555, 42,556, 42,557, 42,558, 42,560. 59, 42,560, 42,561, 42,562, 42,563, 42,564, 42,565, 42,566, 42,567, 42,568, 42,569, 42,570, 42,571, 42,572, 42,573, 42,574, 42,575, 42,576, 42,577, 42,578. 42,579, 42,580, 42,581, 42,582, 42,583, 42,584, 42,585, 42,586, 42,587, 42,588, 42,589, 42,590, 42,591, 42,592, 42,593, 42,594. 42,595, 42,596, 42,597, 42,598, 42,599, 42,600, 42,601, 42,602, 42,603, 42,604, 42,605, 42,606, 42,607, 42,608, 42,609, 42,610, 42,611, 42,612, 42,613, 42,614, 42,615, 42,616, 42,617, 42,618, 42,619, 42,620, 42,621, 42,622, 42,623, 42,624, 42,625, 42,626, 42,627, 42,628, 42,629, 42,630, 42,631, 42,632, 42,633, 42,634, 42,635, 42,636, 42,637, 42,638, 42,639, 42,640, 42,641, 40,042, 40,043, 40,044, 40,045, 40,046, 40,047, 40,048, 40,049, 40,050, 40,051, 40,000. 40,652, 40,653, 42,654, 42,655, 42,656, 42,657, 42,658, 42,659, 42,660, 42,661, 42,660, 42,663. 40,664, 40,665, 40,666, 40,667, 40,668, 40,669, 42,670, 42,671, 42,672, 42,673, 42,674, 42,675, 42,676, 42,677, 42,678, 42,679, 42,680, 42,681, 42,682, 42,683, 42,684, 42,685, 42,686, 42,687, 40,688, 40,689, 40,690, 42,000. 691, 42,692, 42,693, 42,694, 42,695, 42,696, 42,697, 42,698, 42,699, 42,006. 40,700, 40,701, 40,702, 40,703, 40,704, 40,705, 40,706, 40,707, 40,708, 40,709, 40,710, 40,711, 40,712, 40,713, 40,714, 40,715, 40,716, 40,717, 40,718, 42,719, 40,720, 40,721, 40,722, 40,723, 40,724, 40,725, 40,726, 40,727, 40,728, 40,729, 40,730, 40,731, 40,732, 40,733, 40,734, 40,735, 40,736, 40,737, 40,738, 40,739, 40,740. 40,741, 40,742, 40,743, 40,744, 40,745, 40,746, 40,747, 40,748, 40,749, 40,750, 40,751, 40,752, 40,753, 40,754, 40,755, 40,700. 56, 42,757, 42,758, 42,759, 40,760, 40,761, 40,762, 40,763, 40,764, 40,765, 40,766, 40,767, 40,768, 40,769, 40,770, 40,771, 40,772, 40,773, 40,774, 40,775, 40,776, 40,777, 40,778, 40,779, 40,780, 40,781, 40,782, 40,783, 40,784, 40,785, 40,786, 40,787, 40,788, 40,789, 40,790, 40,791, 40,792, 40,793, 40,794, 40,795, 40,796, 40,797, 40,798, 40,799, 40,800, 40,801, 40,802, 40,803, 40,804, 40,805, 40,806, 40,807, 42,808, 42,809, 40,810, 42,811, 42,812, 40,813, 40,814, 40,815, 40,816, 42,817, 42,818, 42,819, 40,820, 40,821, 40,820, 40,823, 40,824, 40,825, 40,826, 40,827, 40,828, 40,829, 40,830, 40,831, 42,832, 42,833, 42,834, 42,835, 42,836, 42,837, 42,838, 42,839, 42,840, 42,841, 42,842, 42,843, 42,844, 42,845, 42,846, 42,847, 42,848, 42,849, 42,850, 42,851, 42,852, 42,853, 42,854, 42,855, 42,856, 42,857, 42,858, 42,859, 42,860, 42,861, 42,862, 42,863, 42,864, 42,865, 42,866, 42,867, 42,868, 42,869, 42,870, 40,871, 42,872, 42,873, 42,874, 42,875, 42,876, 42,877, 42,878, 42,879, 42,880, 42,881, 42,882, 42,883, 42,884, 42,885, 42,886, 42,887, 42,888, 42,889, 42,890, 42,891, 42,892, 42,893, 42,894, 42,895, 40,896, 40,897, 40,898, 40,899, 42,900, 42,901, 42,902, 42,903, 42,904, 42,905, 42,906, 42,907, 42,908, 42,909, 40,910, 40,911, 40,912, 40,913, 40,914, 40,915, 42,916, 42,917, 42,918, 42,919, 42,920, 40,921, 40,922, 40,923, 40,924, 40,925, 40,926, 40,927, 40,928, 40,929, 40,930, 40,931, 40,932, 40,933, 40,934, 40,935, 40,936, 40,937, 40,938, 40,939, 40,940, 40,941, 40,942, 40,943, 40,944, 40,945, 40,946, 40,947, 40,948, 40,949, 40,950, 40,951, 40,952, 40,953, 40,954, 40,955, 40,956, 40,957, 40,958, 40,959, 40,960, 40,961, 40,962, 40,963, 40,964, 40,965, 40,966, 40,967, 40,968, 40,969, 40,970, 40,971, 40,972, 40,973, 40,974, 40,975, 40,976, 40,977, 40,978, 40,979, 40,980, 40,981, 40,982, 40,983, 40,984, 40,985, 40,986, 40,987, 40,988, 40,989, 40,990, 40,991, 40,992, 40,993, 40,994, 40,995, 40,996, 40,997, 40,998, 40,999, 43,000. 43,000, 43,001, 43,002, 43,003, 43,004, 43,005, 43,006, 43,007, 43,008, 43,009, 43,010, 43,011, 43,012, 43,013, 43,014, 43,015, 43,016, 43,017, 43,018, 43,019, 43,020, 43,021, 43,022, 43,023, 43,024, 43,025, 43,026, 43,027, 43,028, 43,029, 43,030, 43,031, 43,032, 43,033, 43,034, 43,035, 43,036, 43,037, 43,038, 43,039, 43,040, 43,041, 43,042, 43,043, 43,044, 43,045, 43,046, 43,047, 43,048, 43,049, 40,050, 43,051, 43,052, 43,053, 43,054, 43,055, 43,056, 43,057, 43,058, 43,059, 43,060, 43,061, 43,062, 43,063, 43,064, 43,065, 43,066, 43,067, 43,068, 43,069, 43,070, 43,071, 43,072, 43,073, 43,074, 43,075, 43,076, 43,077, 43,078, 40,079, 40,080, 40,081, 40,082, 40,083, 40,084, 40,085, 40,086, 40,087, 40,088, 40,089, 40,090, 40,091, 40,092, 40,093, 43,094, 40,095, 40,096, 40,097, 40,098, 40,099, 43,100, 40,101, 40,102, 40,103, 40,104, 40,105, 40,106, 40,107, 40,108, 40,109, 40,110, 40,111, 40,112, 40,113, 40,114, 40,115, 40,116, 40,117, 40,118, 40,119, 40,120, 40,121, 40,122, 40,123, 40,124, 40,125, 40,126, 40,127, 40,128, 40,129, 43,130, 43,131, 43,132, 43,133, 43,134, 43,135, 43,136, 43,137, 43,138, 40,139, 40,140, 40,141, 40,142, 40,143, 40,144, 40,145, 43,146, 43,147, 43,148, 43,149, 43,150, 43,151, 43,152, 43,153, 43,154, 43,155, 43,156, 43,157, 43,158, 43,159, 43,160, 43,161, 43,162, 43,163, 43,164, 43,165, 43,166, 43,167, 43,168, 43,169, 43,170, 43,171, 43,172, 43,173, 43,174, 43,175, 43,176, 43,177, 43,178, 43,179, 43,180, 43,181, 43,182, 43,183, 43,184, 43,185, 43,186, 43,187, 43,188, 43,189, 43,190, 43,191, 43,192, 43,193, 43,194, 43,195, 40,196, 40,197, 40,198, 40,199, 43,200, 40,201, 40,202, 40,203, 40,204, 43,305, 40,306, 40,307, 40,308, 40,309, 40,310, 40,311, 40,312, 40,313, 40,314, 40,315, 40,316, 40,317, 40,318, 40,319, 40,320. 40,321, 40,322, 40,323, 40,324, 40,325, 40,326, 40,327, 40,328, 40,329, 40,330, 40,231, 40,232, 40,233, 40,234, 40,235, 40,236, 40,237, 40,238, 40,239, 40,240, 40,241, 40,242, 40,243, 40,244, 40,245, 40,246, 40,247, 40,248, 40,249, 40,250, 40,251, 40,252, 40,253, 40,254, 40,255, 40,256, 40,257, 40,258, 40,259, 40,260, 40,261, 40,262, 40,263, 40,364, 40,365, 40,366, 40,367, 43,268, 43,269, 43,270, 43,271, 40,272, 40,273, 40,274, 40,275, 40,276, 40,277, 40,278, 40,279, 40,280, 40,281, 40,282, 40,283, 40,284, 40,285, 40,286, 40,287, 40,288, 40,289, 40,390, 40,291, 40,292, 40,293, 40,294, 40,295, 40,296, 40,297, 40,298, 40,299, 43,300, 43,301, 43,302, 43,303, 43,304, 40,305, 40,306, 40,307, 40,308, 40,309, 40,310, 43,311, 43,312, 43,313, 43,314, 43,315, 43,316, 40,317, 40,318, 40,319, 40,320, 40,321, 40,322, 40,320, 40,324, 43,325, 43,326, 43,327, 43,328, 43,329, 43,330, 43,331, 43,332, 43,333, 43,334, 43,335, 43,336, 43,337, 43,338, 43,339, 40,340, 40,341, 40,340, 40,343, 40,344, 40,345, 40,346, 40,347, 40,348, 40,349, 40,350, 43,351, 43,350, 43,353, 43,354, 43,355, 43,356, 43,357, 43,358, 43,359, 43,360, 43,361, 43,362, 43,363, 43,364, 43,365, 43,366, 43,367, 43,368, 43,369, 43,370, 43,371, 43,370, 43,373, 43,374, 43,375, 43,376, 43,377, 43,378, 43,379, 43,380, 43,381, 43,382, 43,383, 43,384, 43,385, 43,386, 43,387, 43,388, 43,389, 43,390, 40,391, 40,390, 40,393, 40,394, 40,395, 40,396, 40,397, 40,398, 40,399, 43,400,
43,401, 43,402, 43,403, 43,404, 43,405, 43,406, 43,407, 43,408, 43,409, 43,410, 43,411, 43,412, 43,413, 43,414, 43,415, 43,416, 43,417, 43,418, 43,419, 43,420, 43,421, 43,422, 43,423, 43,424, 43,425, 43,426, 43,427, 43,428, 43,429, 43,430, 43,431, 43,432, 43,433, 43,434, 43,435, 43,436, 43,437, 43,438, 43,439, 43,400 and 40, 43,441, 43,442, 43,443, 43,444, 43,445, 43,446, 43,447, 43,448, 43,449, 43,450, 43,451, 43,452, 43,453, 43,454, 43,455, 43,456, 43,457, 43,458, 43,459, 43,460, 43,461, 43,462, 43,463, 43,464, 43,465, 43,466, 43,467, 43,468, 43,469, 43,470, 43,471, 43,472, 43,473, 43,474, 43,475, 43,476, 43,477, 43,478, 43,479, 43,480, 43,481, 43,482, 43,483, 43,484, 43,485, 43,486, 43,487, 43,488, 43,489, 43,490, 43,491, 43,492, 43,493, 43,494, 43,495, 43,496, 43,497, 43,498, 43,499, 43,500. 40,501, 40,502, 40,503, 43,504, 43,505, 43,506, 40,507, 40,508, 40,509, 43,510, 43,511, 43,512, 43,513, 43,514, 43,515, 43,516, 43,517, 43,518, 43,519, 43,520, 40,521, 40,522, 40,523, 40,524, 40,525, 40,526, 40,527, 40,528, 40,529, 40,530, 40,531, 40,532, 40,533, 40,534, 40,535, 40,536, 40,537, 40,538, 40,539, 40,540, 40,541, 40,542, 40,543, 40,544, 40,545, 40,546, 40,547, 40,548, 40,549, 40,550, 40,551, 40,552, 40,553, 40,554, 43,555, 43,556, 43,557, 43,558, 43,559, 43,560, 43,561, 43,562, 40,563, 40,564, 40,565, 43,566, 43,567, 40,568, 40,569, 40,570, 43,571, 43,572, 43,573, 43,574, 40,575, 40,576, 40,577, 40,578, 40,579, 43,580, 43,581, 43,582, 43,583, 43,584, 43,585, 43,586, 43,587, 43,588, 43,589, 40,590, 40,591, 40,592, 40,593, 40,594, 40,595, 43,596, 40,597, 43,598, 40,599, 40,600, 40,601, 40,602, 40,603, 40,604, 40,605. Excuse me. 43,606, 43,607, 43,608, 43,609. 43,610, 43,611, 43,612, 43,613,
43,614, 43,615, 43,616, 43,617, 43,618, 43,619, 43,620, 43,621, 43,622, 43,623, 43,624, 43,625, 43,626, 43,627, 43,628, 43,629, 43,630, 43,631, 43,632, 43,633, 43,634, 43,635, 43,600. 36, 43,637, 43,638, 43,639, 43,640, 43,641, 43,642, 43,643, 43,644, 43,645, 43,646, 43,647, 43,648, 43,649, 43,650, 43,651, 43,652, 43,653, 43,654, 43,655, 43,656, 43,657, 43,658, 43,659, 43,660, 43,661, 43,662, 43,663, 43,664, 43,665, 43,666, 43,667, 43,668, 43,669, 43,670, 43,671, 43,672, 43,673, 43,674, 43,675, 40,676, 40,677, 40,678, 40,679, 43,680, 43,681, 43,682, 43,683, 43,684, 43,685, 43,686, 43,687, 43,688, 43,689, 43,690, 43,691, 43,692, 43,693, 43,694, 43,795, 43,796, 43,797, 43,798, 43,799, 43,700, 43,701, 43,702, 43,703, 43,704, 43,705, 43,706, 43,707, 43,708, 43,709,